You're right, guys. I don't really have an intro, so I'll just leave this for a few minutes. It's early morning. Wow, sort of mid-morning at the moment, which is not a time that I usually stream, so I doubt anyone's really even here live at the moment. This is more for WP2 viewers. Just give it a minute. You see this sword thing here? This thing that comes out of the planet, the moon. I don't know what that is. I know, like, the story here. But that's in the Endwalker, like, stuff. That's, like, in the Endwalker logo, so I don't know what is going on there. It's really weird watching this back through now that I've played A Realm Reborn. Like, I know who all the characters are. I remember watching this first time and it just looked like, you know, nonsense almost. But I realize now that actually, like, it's all very specifically referring to... They're like actual NPCs and like all the events were actually things that happened. Yeah, you can ask Guild Wars questions. The stream's not really started yet. We're just watching the trailer. I'll start the commentary properly in a second. Mind you, I don't know who that is on the horse. The guy on the horse is an optional primal in Fate. That's Odin. Didn't I fight Odin? How have I forgotten that detail? Why does he get a point in the main story? He wasn't a big part of the story at all, was he? I'll have a look in my duty finder in a second. It's crazy to me that this is such a botched, terrible MMO that failed, but it's attached to so much money they can make a grand spectacle out of it and reboot it. A privilege that, like, almost no other studio would have. I mean, it's incredible, really. All right, yeah, so hi, guys. I was just sort of sitting on the intro screen, listening to the music. I was away from the PC, really. Let's start it off and see what we've got. Somebody said, are we allowed to ask Guild Wars 2 questions in the stream? Yeah, you absolutely can. Of course you can. Of course you can. Why would I say no to... Why would anyone say... I don't know, maybe people are a bit weird about that kind of stuff. But no, I'm fine with that. Let me just change where I can see the comments ever so slightly. This is a completely unannounced stream at the moment, so this is probably going to feel kind of cozy and quiet. So if you guys have anything you want to say, I'm very likely to catch the message. So, hello, This Cry Hero, Rogalicious, Valentia Lolo, Zella Shade, Lonraya, Kelly Jack, Jizaku, Timmy, Nert Klemp Templar, Kunstbarnus. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Yeah, I'm getting this. Can anyone teach me about this as well at the moment? Welcome back. Much has happened since I was away. To help those reacclimate yourself to the ever-changing realm, we have the Returner's Bounty. Accepting divine aid will provide you with tools required to make a quick return to form, including experience bonuses for partying with mentors and access to the Novice Network. Now, a friend of mine in Discord told me this was just like a chat channel. Can I ignore this? This Cry Hero says, do you enjoy this Final Fantasy? Is it any good? To be honest, I don't really know right now. So far, I don't rate it that highly, to be honest. As an MMO, it's sort of a middle-of-the-road MMO. As a game, it's a subpar game, which is, you know, generally how I view the state of MMOs. But I have a lot of reason to believe it's going to get really, really good. So, you never know. You can safely decline. It's useless. Okay. Ta-ta. Right, so yeah, let me look in my duty finder here. Wait, that's... Yeah, no, that is fine. And then what was it, trials? Where does Odin appear? Oh, here you go. This is him here. In the moons following the calamity, myriad rumours of ghastly creatures stalking the Twelveswood began spreading across the realm like wildfire. While most of the rumours have since been deemed unfounded, there is one series of events that's remained difficult to cast off as merely the ravings of broken-minded smallfolk, that concerning the supposed Dark Rider of the Shroud. After several deaths attributed to this mysterious figure, Seedseer Orpa Pesi sought the communion with the Twelveswood, only to learn the rider was none other than the Elder Primal Odin. Slain in the third astral era by an Allegan hero. Why and how the Prime was returned to Eorzea remains a mystery, one now in the capable hands of Eorzea's adventurers. So I remember this. I think this was a side quest that I unlocked at the end of the base game, but it was a really hidden side quest. I had to like go to the back of the Archers Guild or some crap in Gridania and speak to a really random NPC. Usually you can see all this content very easily because it's the blue exclamation marks in the game. It's easy to get access to. But this was like very, very tricky to find. But yeah, I have done it. I guess I just purged all memory of it. That's weird though, that appears in that opening cutscene because he's not important in any way. I wonder if maybe later he is? By the way, repeat myself from yesterday, there are fight mechanics where you want to know exactly how much HP you have, so you might want to re-enable it. Well, okay, so a little bit of a story here. I have now modded the UI a bit. You see here, I installed the launcher thing. People in Spud Discord were talking about it. So, yeah, I've tweaked some stuff. Apparently, I'll be able to see shield effects now. These are the plugins that I'm running. Can you guys see? Oh, you can't see. Damn, that sucks. Alright, well, I have chat bubbles. Oh, you can't see the compass I've got on screen either. Hold on, let me change that. I think I can get this to work. There you go. Alright, so now you can see my compass up there. This is what I'm using. I have chat bubbles. The compass, extra damage info, but this doesn't actually work because I have floating text turned off or something. I'm looking for advice from you guys in the community on that. Fancy loading screens, because why not? Good memory, adds an indicator in tooltips to show whether you've already acquired something. I thought that was cool. And then this one here, simple tweaks. This lets you mess with the UI in like lots of weird little ways. So that's what I'm doing there. That's it really. That's why my compass looks a lot clearer on the top right. That's why I have the cardinals and the mini one. What else do I have? I just made some little changes, really. Just little changes. Now, I've also messed with my skill bar mapping. Hopefully this doesn't look too ugly. I don't really know how to make it look good, to be honest with you. But here's the idea. This works really well for me, like, mentally, okay? Left hand. So this is keybind Q, E, R, T, V, F, all these keybinds. I have other stuff mapped, like that's X, but that's obviously not a skill, and C is for targeting, right? But so left hand, and also on my left hand up, you've got the number buttons. So now I have a row of numbers as well. I could assign lots of skills to a row up here, and that's numbers. So this is kind of how my keyboard looks, right? Like this is how my left hand looks on screen, is kind of how it is IRL. So I could swap anything around. I could move low blow. I could swap that. And I don't need muscle memory because it's all very intuitively laid out visually. And that I can work with, right? So this works really well. I've also got my new Dark Knight meter thing there. And I've got my MP bar there as well. So everything that's relevant to these two skills is all visible there. Then I have my like buffs and stuff or whatever above it. So anyway, left hand. And then here is right hand. So this is all my Logitech G600 MMO mouse. So num1, num2, num3, this is my auto attack chain. Basically what I'm doing here with my right hand. Okay, on your left hand, you have lots of fingers always on the keyboard. So it's very easy to press, say, Q and E at the same time. I don't have a target, but I can do that very easily, right? You got lots of fingers that can hit things simultaneously. Meanwhile, on my right hand with an MMO mouse, I only have one finger. I have my thumb. So I figure it's a really good idea to have OG. What does the O stand for? I figure it's a good idea to have global cooldown stuff here, right? So, because then my thumb can just comfortably pace through. I'll never have to have my thumb press lots of buttons all at once, because generally speaking, what my thumb is doing is going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, or occasionally 4 for pulling, or, sorry, 4 for AoEing, or 5 for pulling, right? Very, very, very simple. So it's always like 1 at a time, because it's always OGCD stuff. Then, over here, I have like rare cooldowns, stuff that I won't pop all the time. They're not spammy cooldowns at all. They're like actual utility cooldowns. So these are also on my thumb, and they're just control thumbs. So it's like right hand, and then modifier right hand is further to the right. And the same's true for left hand. If I want to do like shift Q, I do have another block over here on the left for that. So it's like it works outwards, if that makes sense, right? Like when I'm using a modifier key, like I'm holding control and now using the numpad. Whoa, that's shift. If I'm using control, I can press through all of these. And again, it's totally logical. This is how my thumb looks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the MMO mouse there. It's just this is now what they do when I have control on. So it works. It works really well, to be honest. And this is kind of asking a lot of my thumb, but these are all rare cooldowns, so really it's not asking for a lot of my thumb. All this shit here, this is stuff that's like off the global cooldown and you probably want to start a fight with. So for example, let's get on a Chocobo. And let's find an enemy. I've been spending all my time since the last stream here, really. Right, so if I want to fight an Ice Sprite, when I engage the Ice Sprite, obviously I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But also, I want to drain lots of mana with these skills. It's only a single target, so it'll be Edge of Darkness. I also want to, like, use all of these. I want to low blow for a bit of damage and interrupt. I want to get this up so my mana's coming back. I want to probably engage with this. I want to drop a Salted Earth. I might not need to provoke, but that's all a lot of shit. So the idea is you can do all of that very easily on the left hand, and I don't have to worry too much because my thumb doesn't interfere with the whole thing very much, you know. Even there, I'm playing a little bit slow there. But yeah, do you guys think combat effects were like way too loud there? Like way too loud? Anyway, so I think it works. I think it works. Anyway, the reason I spent a lot of time looking at that and thinking about that is because I really feel like the game... What's supposed to be fun about the game is getting new abilities and shit. And if I'm just always in a... or like leveling new classes and things. And if I'm in a place where it just seems tedious because I don't really know what buttons... I don't know how I'm going to map it all. That's going to suck. So just getting something that's like scalable, like it can expand a lot... but it works always, works for me. The only the final thing is then I want it to look good on screen too. And I don't know if this looks too messy. Hopefully it doesn't look too messy. I mean, Christ, you watch a lot of other people play this game. Their UI is an insane mess. So, yeah. Yeah, okay, someone said in chat that it is a bit too loud. I think it's too loud as well. Let's turn that down. There is a plugin, by the way. If anyone knows about this... this one here, sound filter. So this lets you like remove sounds from the game. I really like the idea of that. I like the idea of removing all the sound effects from my abilities, because then what that means is all you really hear is the sound effects of the enemies, which is constantly changing and is flavorful because, you know, it's like more detail to enemies that are coming and going. You know, when you're fighting these ice sprites, you get a better sense of what they do and how they sound and stuff because you're not overcrowding it. I like that idea, but I looked at the add-on and it seemed really complicated and weird, so I sort of put it aside. If any of you guys know how to use that add-on, I would love to hear. Because again, I think that would make it a bit better. And for now, I guess we'll just turn it down. Oh, I just got a text. Wow, and it's a really long text. Hold on, sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, so what are we doing? It's just sound effects? This is another game that seems to have the same thing that Guild Wars does, where it binds too much stuff to the sound effects slider. But they also have this ambient sounds one, which, I don't know, might do what I want Guild Wars' one to do. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think it does. I think this is just their environment volume. I think they're essentially the same. It looks like they have more sliders, but they don't really. It's just that this is this performance one, while I think Guild Wars doesn't have a whole slider for that. It just has a mute button for that, doesn't it? Player effects volume. Maybe this is the one that I'm actually looking for. Oh, I think it is, actually. It is! Oh, wow, I take it back. Alright. So we can keep sound effects up, but just turn our fight volume down. Will that keep their volumes up, then? I love that I've got a gap closed now. It's like playing a monk. Yeah, that's his sounds, right? You're hearing his sounds loudly, but just not mine. Oh, that's perfect. So I don't need the add-on at all. I will turn down this a bit, though, because that was still a little bit loud. That's brilliant. Hi, WP. Did you see the Guild Wars 2 DirectX 11 blog post? Any thoughts on the upcoming beta? I did see it. I was reading it, and I was thinking... I have a real thing with Guild Wars at the moment, where it's like every bit of news that comes out, I'm like, can I make a video on this? Should I make a video on this? And I feel like I should, but I feel like I don't have enough insight. I don't like that DirectX 11 thing. That was a really interesting post. I liked seeing a little bit of the behind the scenes there. I liked the graphics on it, and what I want to make a video about it, but I don't have anything to say except this is cool. So it would be a video of me reading the blog post. Which, for all practical purposes, I suppose is a good idea because it keeps the audience there and it keeps people invested in Guild Wars and remembering that I exist and all that shit. But at the same time, it's just like, it's trash content. It's not, there's nothing to it. Do you know what I mean? There's not, and it's not content I'm proud of in any way. So I don't know, and that keeps happening over and over and over again. Like, I'm interested and there's cool news, but just regurgitating news is just... It's like, I don't know, I get a lot of anxiety about the idea of doing a video like that. So, and I don't feel any excitement about videos like that. I feel like I've done it for so many years and for so long, it's just like I've slowly lost... I don't know what it is. It's like every big project I've done as well, ever. And just everything I've done, it's like a little part of me is left behind with it. And there's a little bit of enthusiasm I can't get back. And now it's just like, I don't know. So, you know, big stuff like Elite Specs... Like they announced the Catalyst, the Blade Sworn, and the Vindicator on 3 separate days. And every one of those, I said this to Boots, every single one of those days, I wanted to do a video about it. I really did, but I thought, do I have enough insight on this, or am I just regurgitating the news? And I just wasn't feeling it at all. And then finally, when all 3 of them out, I just shot Boots a message and I said, look, I want to do a video, but I just don't feel like I've got enough on my own for it. And he said, yeah, let's do one together. And it made me so happy. I said to him, I said, you've done me such a solid here, because I really kind of like doing the co-commentary stuff, because I feel like there's less to be anxious about or whatever. So that was lots of fun, but it's not ideal. I'd rather be doing all the little things. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to DirectX 11. What I will do is review the DirectX 11 patch. When it comes in, I will review it. I will toggle it and I will play with it and I will see how it feels, what kind of gains I got from it, and you can expect a video on that because there's a bit more substance there. I have a real take there. And also, I'm very kind of in tune with the Guild Wars 2 like dev scene at the moment, or it was about a month ago. In terms of I was messing with, you know, the DirectX 12 proxy and all that shit a lot recently, so yeah. And maybe I can redo my graphics optimization video as well. You know, the time is already there. It feels like just yesterday I did that previous edition of it. But once DirectX 11 beta's out, I can kind of reframe a lot of that old video. Maybe just shoot it all again if that doesn't seem too tedious. Right, I'm missing story here. Redwood says, you mean to say you hunted the heretics? I don't know. I think we're on a side quest at the moment. I might have accidentally continued the main quest, though. We'll see. You mean to say you hunted down the heretics on your own and slew them before reinforcements could arrive? By the Fury. I believe we've made great strides toward purging these lands of heretics. Where's my remote control? There it is. And I mean to say as much when I deliver my report to my father in the Holy See. As will I, Lord Artorial. I don't really remember what's going on right now, or who these characters are, or what the power dynamic is between them, or any of that. May it serve to remind our superiors what houses Duradande and Forton could accomplish through continued cooperation. So as far as I understand, here in Ishgard, they've got all like these different great houses, but they don't really cooperate much. They don't really like each other much, and that's a bad thing in the midst of a Dravanian invasion. Indeed, I trust you and your knights are content to handle the rest. We most certainly are, my lord. During your short time with us, you and Master Revgaji have accomplished far more than I thought possible. I cannot in good conscience oppose you upon you any longer. Pray return to Ishgard with my fangs. So if you guys have any like additional color or information for me in chat, I will read it. Well, until End of Dragons is out, there isn't much tangible content to have input on anyway. Unless you play the betas. I don't know, I disagree with that. I think we're in an incredible news cycle at the moment. I think there's an insane amount of stuff you can cover. And this is like one of the richest, most powerful, brilliant times to be a Guild Wars 2 content creator. There's so much opportunity and so much out there. And it's like I feel like a husk. I feel like a shell of my former self. I don't know. And I don't really see any sign of it coming back either. That's a big reason why I'm streaming 14 for you today. Because I just want to show something new. I just got to see what else I can do, and you know, maybe it is fun just streaming games Let's Play style on Twitch, and so I just want to try something. As with you, as you wish, Sir Redwood. We thank you for your hospitality. Okay, I think that was the main quest I was doing there. Mayhap your deeds here will serve to demonstrate the folly and continue to exclude foreigners from our lands. With more hardworking men and women like you, Ishgard would be much the stronger. Like, yeah, these guys are very isolationist. Alright. Let's finish this little quest here and then throw another one on. I know I can add more quests onto my log there, but we'll keep it clean and one at a time at the moment. So it should just be up one of these roads. Can't really say too much about the elite specs before they're playable. For example, everyone was excited for the first three, but after trying them, they were disappointed and still hyped for the next set. Yeah, no, I learned a lot about that too. You know, I did it in my video. I compared the Vindicator Greatsword to Willbender Sword Offhand. When they were talking about Willbender and I saw Sword Offhand, I was like, oh yeah, that looks really fun. Lots of mobility, interesting ideas, blah blah blah. You get an execute on it. It will feel like Shackling Wave. You get in game, it didn't feel anything like that. Not even remotely anything like that. So now when they talk about Vindicator Greatsword, you know, they can show off 5 skills, not just 2. And I'm still just kind of like, you know what? I just need to play it. I just need to get a feel for it in game. There's really no substitute for just being able to play it. Discussing it isn't, and sort of showing it just doesn't work. So you know, that's kind of a thing there with the elite specs, I suppose. A part of it might just be that I'm not that excited about, like, they're not clear concepts. It's not like Bard and Arcanist and, like, I don't know. They're all so weird, like, nebulous, like, vagary kind of ideas. I wonder if what the devs are doing is they're trying to be as waffly and vague as possible about the concepts behind these elite specs so that they can continue being expandable for the next 20 years of Guild Wars 2, you know? If the precedent for elite specs is that they're not very tethered ideas, then yeah, you can sort of fart out anything you like every 9 an expansion, right? So maybe that's like something they're sort of playing with there, you know? You can't criticize them of running out of ideas when most elite specs feel completely untethered in the first place. That's sort of what I'm wondering. But I don't know, maybe they just want to look different at all costs. Forgive me, father insisted we leave immediately, but I had to see for myself. This is where they took my mother to receive her loan's judgment. He said he would fight for her, that justice would be served. But in the end, justice took my mother away from us. Perhaps if I'd been stronger, I could have won the battle that my father did not. Well, I must be going. Goodbye, mister. I don't really remember what happened with that quest either. This is a pretty rubbish introduction to the campaign, but we'll be alright, guys. Here, let's do this. For an opener. Let's read the New Game Plus chapter description of the final bit. So the end of like their Living World Season 1 equivalent. The 7th astral era is meant to be a time of peace, and yet Eorzea remains rife with turmoil, from rampaging primals to unruly refugees, myriad of the problems demanding urgent answers. In response, Alphinaud forms the Crystal Braves, an ambitious company that will serve the realm as a whole rather than any one nation. Hold on, that happened ages ago though. That is not any decent description at all. Never mind, that didn't work. Well, let's try this here instead. Okay, so the House Durandare Knights. Am I pronouncing this correctly, by the way? Durandare. I'm gonna stick with Durandare until I hear otherwise. Have matters at Gorgain Mills well in hand, and Lord Artorial sees no reason to remain. Return with him to Falcon's Nest and brief Sir Redward on your discoveries. What are my discoveries, though? What am I doing right now? I think right now I'm just kind of being a lackey for the houses. I've sort of come here as a refugee. They're in the middle of a bunch of nonsense, and I'm just kind of being a lackey for the houses. I think that's as deep as it goes right now. And, you know, I'm split up from many of the characters we got to know early on. And we kind of have a nice, fresher start. I like the sort of medieval sort of fantasy soundtrack we've got going at the moment. ArenaNet really make bad decision. Release all 9 every X-Pack because they will run out of ideas. The traditional updates like FF and WoW is the correct and safe route for MMOs. Yeah, I agree. Guild Wars has a thing where it did too much too fast and set the bar too high. And I really do mean that in a lot of ways. They are not efficient. Here, I'll say ArenaNet are ambitious, and ArenaNet are talented, and ArenaNet are passionate. I mean, I really do mean talented. But I'll say the one thing that ArenaNet are not, and that's cunning. I really don't, and that's a good thing and a bad thing. They're not cunning. So they set up all these like impossible standards and tricky things to deliver on over the years, and it's left Guild Wars 2 in a very, very wonky place, I would say. The end of A Realm Reborn was us being framed for killing Nanamo, and then you came to this city as a refugee, and you're just getting introduced to the political climate. Don't know, been years since I played the expansion, but maybe it's okay, Pointer. Yeah, you're totally right about that, and I think I've sort of delivered that context already. I kind of wanted a little bit more detail about what's going on with these guys. Like, what's up with House Fortemps? Are they the important ones? Because I think I've hung out with them more than everyone else. Anyway. What the hell? He said welcome with the spacebar in the middle. Shall I show you inside the manor? Sure. But yeah, talking about releasing 9 elite specs at once, I still like the idea, really. Imagine that the X-Pack... You know how we get 8 episodes in a Living World season? Imagine if we had 9 episodes in a Living World season and there was a new elite spec each patch. Seriously... Think about how much more attention people would pay to Living World and continue... If ArenaNet's whole thing was trying to get away from expansions over and over and over and over again, like how that didn't happen, say, at the very least with the Icebridge Saga, I just don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I've been in this room before. This was where the X-Pack started. A tiny little bit of story that you guys missed. We might get voice acting here. Nope. Master Rev Gaji, I would speak plain. From the first, I questioned your motives and your competence. Unjustly, I now realized. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastic as they spread, and quite frankly, those surrounding you beggar belief. But Horchefant swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. And he duly listened, because for all his wisdom, he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother, the legacy of my father's soul indiscretion. Mother hated him, of course. Oh, so this is a Jon Snow type thing, is it here? Even on it, well, he was even on her deathbed, she refused to acknowledge him. And to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that is not the worst of it. At Camp Riversmeet, when we came upon the wounded knight, I knew immediately that one of us would have to pursue the heretics alone, an onerous task fraught with danger. And there you were, the saviour of Eorzea, an honoured guest of House Fortemps, my new comrade in arms, Haurchefont's dear friend. I told myself it were to be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted the task without word of protest nor any sign of fear, and you duly tracked the enemy down, faced him alone, and lived to tell the tale. Plainly, Haurchefont had all the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks mine own weakness, but I will not doubt you again, Master Revgaji. On that you have my word. All right, do we trust him? Okay. So here you get a nice little experience of Final Fantasy XIV where they spam you with items that have absolutely no meaning because they're deprecated mechanics. Or so I'm told. I guess piety is what I want as a Dark Knight. Do you know what I need? I need an add-on that changes these mouse overs to describe the effects of things. Like, what's piety in the game? Am I going to stream the specs tomorrow? Absolutely, yeah. Wait, is it tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Is it the beta tomorrow or is it DirectX tomorrow? Piety's just healing. Right, so I don't care about that. I guess I'll take spell speed. It doesn't matter because I don't think I can slot it anyway. I think the gear that you get given from like the daily roulettes and stuff is like non-moddable or something. People tell me to ignore materia all the time. I'm always like, oh, materia, that looks cool. Is there buildcraft? And then people are like, no. Oh, wow, I can get a black chocobo. The Fortemps steward looks as though he has something to say. What's this as well? An aether compass. I'm going to upgrade my chocobo, really? Ah, Master Revgaji, my lord the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord Arturiel and Lord Immanalayan. If you remain here for a moment. They tell you to ignore materia because the power spike isn't useful to AE. Yeah, I mean, I always wonder, because I play slow as shit, and I really dig into
the
just...
hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Immanalain's life. Aye, he told me everything.
Like, I swear there was a thing in the Binding Coil of Bahamut stuff where I was getting these special items that would have actually given me slightly better gear for the level 50 stuff, I think. But no, everyone said just don't do it because there's no point. I think, maybe? Like, it's not it's not higher than eye level 130, but attached to the eye level 130 would have been like slightly better perks or something. I don't know. There's some weird old threads. I also
received letters from both House Zamail and Durandare praising your conduct and that of House Fortemps. You've won as much honor, my friend.
When this was current material was definitely very useful. That's cool. I'm sad that I don't get to experience that.
My lord. What is it? Speak.
Pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings. Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
Eh?
What? Explain.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries. Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain elements. 'Twas this which prompted a knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
Sir Grinno is a brute. An exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Zamail.
I like this guy, by the way. I like Count Edmund de Fortemps. What is this? House de Mile?
How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
Okay. Slight complication. The story begins, I suppose. Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will never be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes, even as we celebrate them. Tis like that one such member of House Dismail is manipulating Sir Grinno, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. He may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I'm quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us naught if we cannot prove their innocence. You would do well to speak with Sir Amaric at the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. Good, I like Sir Amaric. What else do you think? I know as little as you do of the situation, Master Revgaji. Sir Amaric, however, will surely know more. Their status as wards of House Forton should afford them preferential treatment, for a time at least. Okay. It's not really as is. Eye level sync is wonky, specifically on 50, 60, 70 content because of in-between patches. You guys talking about how the vertical progression has kind of gone over the years with this game? Okay. I now have access to the last vigil. So Sir Amaric is this way. Aren't you going to move sprint over onto just 6 on the numpad? Be easier to press for now. And ArenaNet really to add new feature on free Living World. That was bad decision for me. Better just add story and new map place for Living World and feature on X-Spec. Wait, what are you saying? You don't think the mastery system should have been in Living World? Oh, one of the things I've got as well is, I think I talked about it a second ago, speech bubbles. So you see I have that. Why do I not have enter bound anymore? What did I mess up there? Why did I unbind enter? Keybind. Chat. Ready chat log. Enter. So confirm. What should confirm be? Oh, I think this was F. Space? But space is jump. G? Is that really such an important bind? Because they force you to bind that. And I'm not quite sure why, to be honest. What's this blue quest over here? The what's your sign quest? Since it's blue, I assume it's important. The Anatheum Astrologicum. This is a star globe. Upon it you shall find a map of the very heavens above us. Any self-respecting astrologian would not fathom taking something so delicate as the elements. Oh, that's a class, isn't it? Is this another class quest? This is where you get Astro? That's not core game? How many did this add? Machinist, Dark Knight, and Astro? Did they all get added in the same mix pack? I didn't realize that. Well, if it's just a class quest, I'll ignore it for now. Oh, they added 3, and those are the 3. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't played any form of caster. This looks like a pretty seedy place. Outlanders are often surprised to learn of our ministration to the poor. They find it to be at odds with the more militant activities of the faith. To them, I would say, judge not the teachers of Helone by the actions of those who would claim to know her will. So is Helone, like, real? Is the Fury real? Will I meet the Fury? Do I meet any of the 12? Is this crystal... The crystal is a god, isn't it? Didn't I find out the crystal that, like, chose me and I talked to? Isn't that a goddess? Is she, like, one of the, Play Red Mage? Oh, Red Mage is a later expansion, is it? That's exciting. I do like the idea of Red Mage. Red Mage was my favorite class in Final Fantasy 1. It was basically... It had everything that White Mage had, and it had everything that Black Mage had, except, like, the final spells. Like, it didn't, like, get Holy and Flare or whatever they were. But it was really good. And then, of course, you could turn into the Red Wizard after you met Bahamut. Oh, it was so good. I really like the simplicity of FF1. And, yeah, I loved Monk in that game, and I loved Red Mage in that game. And, well, I'm already a Monk. Are these questions we can answer? Look, I don't... Okay, just again, I've said this over and over and over again. I don't really believe in spoilers unless we're dealing with thrillers that have a twist, you know? Talking about Bruce Willis in The Sixth Sense is a spoiler. Talking about general plot events to come up is not a spoiler to me. If anything, it can actually improve my appreciation of a story a lot of the time. I think that the internet and the world is a bit hysterical about the idea of spoilers these days, and I'm not. So I don't mind too much. It's been too long making. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru, I take it. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I do not know which is more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. Yeah, didn't I hear about a giant dragon or something that's flying around at the moment? That Sir Grino's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult, however, as he is a knight of the Heavensward. Oh! Oh, that's the name of the expansion! So the Heavensward is an actual thing. He's a knight of the Heavensward. I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop. The 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice it to say their testimony is unimpeachable, and I have not the authority to challenge their actions. Oh, so the Heavensward are 12 knights defending the Archbishop, who I'm guessing leads this place. Now, just a little bit of background for you guys. You know how I've been saying that the story got good, like, right at the end of their Living World Season 1 stuff, like, shortly before this expansion? One thing they did... Okay, one thing I've always complimented about this game is they have, like, a ton of stories going on at once, and they're very confident keeping them all, and you have a good... You have a really strong sense all the time that the stories are going somewhere and mean something. They're very good at that. So anyway, right around where the story got good, I got given a random cutscene. Before this nation had anything to do with anything, really, I got a random cutscene in which I saw... like a high hall here in Ishgard. I think I was looking at the Archbishop, and it was like ominous. If I remember, like the Asians, who are like these evil guys sowing chaos and discord at the moment, I think they were like manipulating him or something. So I got a random cutscene of that, and then like a little bit later in the story, suddenly we were here. So that's like on our mind kind of thing. I think they were hinting at something. So anyway, yeah. If the Archbishop is going to be doing ill deeds because he's been manipulated in some way, then I would expect these 12 knights to be antagonists. And obviously this little story here has set them up against me already. After all the Scions have done, routing the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us defend the steps of faith and drive back the Javanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there is but one path left to us. We must demand a trial by combat. Oh shit. This is new music. But of course. In a trial by combat, sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true, regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishgardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru would be expected to face Sir Grino, and a second of his choosing, another knight of the Heavensward most like. 2 of them, by the Fury, that can hardly be considered fair. Master Alphino's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, meaning they will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Tataru, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill, and should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Okay, and that's going to be me. Right, Tataru, just so that you guys know, she's like a little Asura thing. They're called Lalafell in this world. She's like the little thing. I had a quest, a main fucking quest, in the middle of all this interesting shit going on. They forced me to do a main quest in which I taught her her first spell. I think she was like, I'm going to be a black mage, and I taught her like 1 spell. So that's like a little thing that's going on, probably long term, but she definitely couldn't defend herself for now. Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I am sure is Lord Horshafont, but all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in the realm at large. Then it's settled. I will visit Master Alphino at once and inform him of our intentions. Macon, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend. The nature of what Heidelin is... Yeah, Heidelin, that's it. Heidelin is the goddess in the crystal, or the goddess that is the crystal, or whatever. The nature of what Heidelin is a big twist. The 12, however, is just a religion. Not quite sure if they are real or not. To be fair, a lot of the gods in 14 can be made manifested with faith in crystal. Yeah, like the primals. Yeah, they're kind of real, because when the calamity happened, what's his name? Who's the old man that saved everyone? That we all love and adore or whatever, and I met him in the Bahamut raid. That guy, he summoned the 12. The 12 actually helped, didn't he? I can't remember his name. So they kind of did something at some point. And they were in the cutscene at the start of today's stream. Or symbols representing them, maybe? The trial will be held at the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. I'll be in attendance, as will many others with a vested interest in the outcome. Stint not in your preparations, my friend. The Knights of the Heavensward will provide a stern test, even for one such as you. I'm sure they will. It's not like I'm over-leveled or anything. Louis Soir, that's it. There you go. Yeah, Louis Soir summoned the 12, and they listened, didn't they? And they stopped Bahamut, so they're kind of badasses, aren't they? I'm sure that's the story, isn't it? That the 12 actually responded to him, Louis Soir? But he had to, like, give up his life to do it? By the way, that over there, is that the bridge I did a dragon fight on in the other... before the X-Pack? Alright, we're gonna go this way again. I don't know whether being low down here actually means I can get there. I could probably use the Aethernet to get there a bit quicker, but I like being slow and exploring, so. The 12 are a bit vague in the lore still. Probably going to learn more about them in Endwalker, though. Yeah, I find it weird that at character creator, they make you pick one of the 12 or something, don't they? But then it's like their lore doesn't even really matter in a game that's very much about its lore and its state of the world and so on. So I don't know, maybe that's something they've got cooking for like way down the line. In a universe where fundamentally wish fulfillment is a thing and you can just magic shit into existence, the idea of what is and is not a god is already, you know, the terminology and the mindset for it is breaking down to a certain degree. So there's probably something juicy to think about with that. Wow, this place looks good. These vaunted halls. Who is that up there? Is that Helone? Hello, Horshafont. Listen carefully, Macon. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges and the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Once the High Adjudicator acknowledges Mistress Tataru's right to name a champion, that is when you must make your entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grino's face when he sees his true opponent. 'Twill be priceless. More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands and I shall cheer so loud, you will wonder how could you have ever contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm going to be in life or death trial by combat. And you'll cheer for me. Nice. You're getting some Besaid vibes. Yeah, I guess it is a bit Yevon-y. With like Unalesca and Zayon up at the top. Brochefont.
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward.
Here they are. Okay, so this is like the Heavensward outfits, is it?
Sir Grino, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I do like the authentic UK VA now.
I, Sir Grino de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear witness to these 2 foreigners consorting with heretics.
De Zemile.
Let the accused step forward. Alfino Leveilleur, Tataru Taru, you have heard the charges leveled against you.
What terrible name. Tataru Taru.
Will you take up arms to refute Sir Grino's claim and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alfino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge and claim my right to trial by combat.
You know, it was quite nice because I took like a several-month break from this game right when the voice actors changed. It's made it very easy for me to like adjust to Alfino's new voice now because his old VA I'm kind of forgetting already.
I, Tataru Taru, am innocent of this charge. But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So I claim the right to name a champion.
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
Hold on, she's not actually young though, is she? I mean, that's the thing. The Lalafell, they're not actually young. They're just, they look young or whatever. I guess she's just weak, is that the thing? Oh, the heroes walk in. It's worked perfectly. A plan executed to perfection. Oh, who's this badass? Who's this monkey-faced bro? It's me,
Just as I was
bitches.
beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishgardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
Wait, what was that? Yeah, I was wondering why there's a mysterious pit in the middle of the court. That's very Yevon-y too. Doesn't the Bevel court have a pit in the middle of it? Is the PC mute? Yes. Yeah, you're not voice acted. It is...
Render unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked.
It is one of those things where it is a bit weird and a bit clunky and it takes a while to look over. You've got to learn to look over it though. Otherwise you just can't enjoy the story. Because it is just, you just nod your way through the story, basically. Yeah, people react to you as though you're speaking, but you will never hear yourself speak. It allows you to self-insert a bit better, obviously. Personally, I don't really like it much, but... Right, let's put on tank stance. I shall do what I can to support you, Macon. Now let us teach those noble sirs the folly of something... Oh, I can salted earth, the both of us. I wonder if there's anything I can interrupt. Oh, I can AoE them, right? I can line AoE them? Let's get Bloodied Weapon up. Let's not eat that AoE. Low blow. Line AoE again. Debuff them both. I don't know whether I'm aiming the right guy right now. We're going for Porcel Crane Coldfire. Should I taunt Sir Grino? Shit, I misclicked. What is going on here? Oh, I got too much to learn about my class right now. And to look at all this insanity.
This isn't...
You're going to be okay, Alphino. Ishgardian Steel Chain. Let's break that, I guess. I'm messing up my auto attack chain and everything here. Okay, I broke the chain. Alphino's free. Let's apply slow to him. Let's try and taunt him again. I can't interrupt that, sorry dude. Single target. Siphon Strike for a bit of MP, I guess, and then we can use our thing again. Can I interrupt that? Rive? No, I can't.
It's over.
It's over! They won! They won! I mean, we won! What a surprise. The Fury has spoken. Alphino, Tataru, you're hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners accused, go forth in peace. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always. Alphino was being really emo a minute ago in the story. He was upset that things went so bad back in the mainland. Hello. By the Fury, what a splendid victory. To see how you strove in the face of adversity. Hey, thanks so much for the sub, Jerry. It's good to see you, man. Two brave young souls bound together by the puissant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred to me the very depths of my soul. Having been treated as such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present you with this humble token of mine admiration. Pray receive of me this Chocobo whistle. I was wondering why I was going to get a black Chocobo. I guess it has nothing to do with the story. He just gives it to me. Oh, and I got another sub. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate subs on streams like these. Rosedack, thank you. With it, you may summon a black Chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Oh, well, no, but I don't have flying unlocked yet, do I? What do you guys think? Should we change to the black Chocobo? Can I, like, can anyone tell me in chat? Can I, like, grow the black Chocobo and stuff in stables like I can with the other one? Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you, Macon? Will you take her for your steed? No. Oh, that's a shame. I'd love to be able to do that. I'll probably stay with the original Chocobo then. It's not that I have a stable, though, so maybe it doesn't matter. Lord Horshafont, Chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Your steed must remain outside. What a mouthful. Aether Currents now accessible. You have obtained a black Chocobo. While riding this mount, you will have the ability to fly, provided certain conditions are met. Okay, so I've already been flying on Chocobo for ages, and I believe that's because last year Square Enix put in a patch where you can just fly in all the core areas. However, when this expansion was new, that was not the case. So this was a real novelty we're about to experience. Was this the first time flying mounts were added? In order to attune to some Aether Currents, you'll need to complete certain quests. To aid you in this endeavour, you have also obtained an Aether Compass, which will provide you with both the bearing and the distance of the nearest Aether Current upon use. Should you lose this compass, you may speak with Gilbrolont at the Forgotten Knight to obtain another. To review your progress, select Travel. So, like, this was an expansion feature, flying mounts, I guess. But I've already experienced it as a free-to-play person for a long while now, because of last year's update. Black Chocobos are all well and good, but the true reward for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray return to Voltomp's Manor. The Count has done so already and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. Okay, dude. Rest assured that Alphino and Tataru are no longer in danger. They will join you at the Manor anon. Who are you? I think the game looks really pretty at the moment. I don't know what it is about the lighting in here. The Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic, blah, 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 is no place for outsiders unless they are come to stand before the Fury and answer for their deeds. See, what's cool about Final Fantasy is each of these emblems does mean something. I guess these are each of the houses. I think Fortomps is the rose, isn't it? Why does this one have a black backing and the other ones have red? Like, there will actually be an answer to that question. Yeah, I know I'm still on free-to-play content. I haven't bought the game, so believe me, I'll know when I'm no longer free-to-play, because I won't be able to play. Oh, Fortomps is the unicorn, is it? Oh, okay. You know what? This is kind of like being at the Imperial Palace, I feel like. We don't need to Aethernet. Auto mod. Held a message for a reason. Race, ethnicity, or religion. Allow to post it to chat. I don't see anything wrong with that message. Oh, I guess because you type JAP and JAP is like, you know, it might be offensive to someone. But you're talking about the translation. Wow, it's weird because it looks like it's right there, and yet the actual routing is not what I thought it was. Yeah, I know I could use the Aethernet, I don't feel compelled to. I'd rather actually explore and walk around rather than just have a disjointed sense of TPing all over the place. Any idea when the complete collection will be on sale again? You don't really want to spend the full price since you're done with Heavensward? Yeah, I don't want to pay full price for this game either. I'll probably wait for a sale. It depends though. I mean, if literally what you're watching right now, if people really like these and I end up really clicking with doing these streams, I might end up picking up it for full price or whatever. Haliante Nat is the rose. Okay. Alright, this is definitely not the way to go. Desmeo is the castle. Helnate is the rose, Durandare is the bell, and Fortomps is the unicorn. It ain't good enough to pay full price. So far, it's not. No, I would very much have regretted paying 60 quid for this. Let alone £120 plus subs for years. There's no way. Through this era of the game, there's no way it was worth it. There was no way at all. But like I say, I'm really getting a lot more into it. Like literally, as you watch and as I speak, I'm getting more and more into it. So my view on that is rapidly changing. So you never know. But no, I would not call this worth its release prices. Well, come, Master Rev Gauji. Shall I show you inside the manor? Hyenart. Oh, is that how you pronounce it? Hyenart. Really? Hello, smiles on us yet again, Master. Guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I confess, I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. Besting 2 of the Heavensward while the city's elite looked on? By the Fury, anyone who hasn't been paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. You can't help but be a boomer when you think of good old days when you hear 60 quid. Yeah, to me, a video game is £40. That's like, for me, £40. But obviously through like, what, even the PS3 era, that went up to 50. I just remember like Xbox original, PlayStation 2, it was £40 for a game. And PS1, it was £40 for a game. £40 was like my era for buying a game. Obviously, MMOX packs are not... It's not fair for me to say 60 quid, because it probably wasn't. We've just received a message from the Vault. His Eminence, the Archbishop, requests the presence of Rev Gashi. An invitation from the Archbishop? So we get to meet him. What an honour. I think it's about time. A personal summons is indeed a great honour. And given recent events, you'll be wise not to delay. Go, we shall speak anon. A priest will be waiting for you outside the Vault. Identify yourself to him, and he will escort you inside. They have so many customs. Yeah, 40 euros was standard when you were a child. Do not worry about Alphino and Tatari. We will tend to them when they return from the tribunal. In case you've forgotten, the vault lies at the opposite end of the Hoplon. Pray do not keep his eminence waiting. Are you trying to become talk of the city? Because if you are, you're doing an admirable job of it. I was not present at the trial, but my father told me of your performance. He said you were a wonder to behold. Why were you not present? Oh, Humble Bundle has a complete edition of 14 for £35 at the moment. Hey, that's not bad. Is that a Steam key or what? See, because one thing I'm not sure about is not everyone plays this through Steam. So I don't know. Like, I'm playing the free trial through Steam right now. And I don't really get, like what's going to happen when I buy the full game. Is it better to not be on Steam anymore? I just don't know how that works. You used to wait for titles to go platinum on PS1. They were £20. Oh, really? I thought going platinum was just they released it at full price again. It was just sort of a new print of the disc. Well, honored to receive you. I actively disliked platinum, especially for this franchise. Like, if you had Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 on PS1, and they weren't the platinum editions, that was badass. But if they were the platinum editions, it was like, lame. The platinum ones always had like a worse sleeve as well, so when you had them on the shelf, they just wouldn't look good. It wouldn't look good in the collection. It's okay on Steam, it's just that sales are rarer. You just started rewatching X for the 3rd time. You need to get a life. Nah, man, I need to make more content for you. That's what the actual answer there is.
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
Thank you, Amaric.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise.
When you open it in Steam, does it open the FF14 launcher where you sign in with a Square account? Yes, it does. Yeah, here he is. This guy. What's his name? Thordan the 7th. He looks...
Thordan the 7th, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, and I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies. You will forgive me for not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate. But, as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me. But I digress. Your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
There's a lot more voice acting in this, by the way, than there has been in the past.
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information.
The volume's good for you guys, right? You can hear like the organ, the church organ playing in the background and stuff at a good volume, right? I don't want you guys missing out on these details.
Sir Grinno has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
An unfortunate misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishgard, but one which should never have occurred.
I don't know whether it's an organ or what, but you hear the music, right? That's what I'm getting at.
For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain. That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
Your Eminence,
Is this unprecedented?
As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
Oh, he caught our eye. They're very good at that, by the way, like subtle little things that they do in the actual movement and the action on screen. Like, that'll mean something.
Is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now, tell me, young man, what do you know of the Ascians?
For a big franchise like Final Fantasy and a big company like Square Enix, weird they didn't do all voice for their game from the start. It's not weird, man. It's not weird. There's so much in this game. It's such a dead end and a waste of money to voice everything. They really don't have to voice everything. I like that they're voicing a bit more here. The answer is definitely a balance somewhere in the middle. There is a lot. Like, look at that, like, little manor we were in for a split second a minute ago. There were, like, 9 characters standing around there. I could right-click and speak to all of them. And they all had little updated dialogue about the moment. And most of it's inconsequential, completely nothing dialogue. Imagine the money to voice all of that. And 99% of players would never click all of those characters. Even I didn't click all those characters a second ago. It's just crazy. Alright, so anyway, he's openly talking to me about the Ascians, which makes me think now that he's not a bad guy. Because otherwise, wouldn't he be hiding that he's contacted the Ascians if he's being manipulated? Unless this is all a double bluff.
Much and more, I shouldn't wonder. Being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them. Have entertained them as guests, even.
Oh, this is going in a direction I didn't expect. Oh, are we going to see that? Well, this is it. This is the scene that I saw. This is what I saw.
Of chaos and strife offered us power that we might continue our war against the dragons. I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course, nor less of being their puppet.
Okay, so just for the noobs in chat and just for the veterans as well, so that you can understand what I know about these guys. In this universe, there's like a shadow world or something. I went there briefly in one of the raid stories. And these guys are like from there. Anyway, the big twist at the end... Okay, so look, you've got the actual launch game, which had like 3 credit sequences and all this shit. And then you've got like the Living World stuff, which had its own end. So there's kind of been 2 endings already. There was the ending of the launch game. Then there was the ending of the Living World stuff right before this expansion, right? So going back to the end of the launch game where you sort of push the Garlemald Empire's pursuits back a bit, and it's all a bit rubbish, to be honest. But the big twist, the cliffhanger at the end, and I'm talking like 100 hours of gameplay ago for me now, right? Not 100, 60 hours. The twist was the Ascians were like, they revealed their ultimate intent was to summon Zodiac, I think it was. Or they're in service of Zodiac. I don't really know what Zodiac is or anything there, but that's something they kind of set up. Now, obviously, in 12, Zodiac is like the final Esper and is like the fallen one that sort of rebelled against the gods and led the army and so on. So, I don't know, but I mean, they kind of sort of set up Zodiac to be the ultimate bad guy, kind of. And the Ascians are like doing something with him or whatever. Anyway, the thing is, they're 100% bad, but I know that like a lot of people like them, and like apparently they get coloured in enough that you can understand their motivations or something by the end of this story. I don't know, but yeah, they're bad guys that come from this shadow realm and are sowing chaos. And you know, like in the main story, when I was fighting all the primals, the Ascians were like watching me do it. If not, like, outright causing primals to appear in some situations, like... Yeah. Creepy, weird, bad guys of mysterious intent.
Yet, were I to refuse them outright, I should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them.
Speaking of 12, will I continue my playthrough? I will, I just don't know when.
Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict.
Well, there will be a conflict now.
Why do I tell you this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the warrior of light.
Me.
If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must needs work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace. Think on it.
Is this going to be a situation, though, where, like, the Ascians know that... Is this going to be as simple as it looks? When do I get to kill bad guys? I got to fight 2 just a minute ago. MSQ is very light on actual combat. Well, no, not really. It will weave you into a dungeon eventually or whatever, right? Or a trial or a duty or whatever. And then there'll be lots of it. I like the way they do it. If you guys know any cool side quests or like optional dungeons and stuff that are coming up that I might otherwise miss out on, let me know, because I do want to do it. I'm not just going to beeline the story. I'm playing the expansion. You know, this is it, baby. This is the thing. So when our Dark Knight quests start re-unlocking, we'll get the rest of those too.
There you are. I confess, I was more than a little concerned when I learned that you had been summoned to the vault. What did they want with you? Well, well. A formal apology and an admonishment of those responsible. I see my fears were wholly misplaced.
Yeah, suddenly the whole place seems a lot less sinister than I thought it was.
By the gods! The Archbishop freely admits to consorting with Ascians. So, their ambitions extend to Ishgard as well. We will have new primals to contend with ere long, of that you may be certain. 'Tis but a matter of time. Yet shorn of the support of our missing allies, what can we realistically hope to achieve?
In the midst of all the excitement, I completely forgot to tell you.
Oh god, her voice, man. Oh.
When I was asking around about the Scions, I heard the most awful rumor.
I would like the voice if it was on, like, you know, not a Lalafell.
General Rauburn is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate.
If the Flame General dies, we will lose a staunch ally, and the one man capable of holding the Sultana's assassins to account.
Okay, the guy they're talking about right now, just to the noobs, he's the best character in the game. He's called Rabon, and he's a big meathead bad boy, and he just got his arm chopped off.
Lord Orchiffon was wise to counsel restraint, but this business will brook no delay. We cannot permit this execution to take place. We must save Rauburn.
Oh, nice. There's a Rabon story coming up. Wait, so are we leaving Ishgard then? Are we going back to the main world? Mainland? Main area? Inner parts of the continent? Alright, what do you want to do? Though the situation calls for urgency, it would avail us little to charge headlong into Uldar without a plan. Before we can formulate a plan, however, we must first learn how things stand in the Sultanate, which is why I propose that we visit Limsa Lominsa. Aye, you heard me right. While you're about your altruistic endeavours, I act as an intermediary in trade negotiations between House Fortom and a Lominsan consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to the Admiral presented itself, and I duly seized it. I'm happy to report that we have yet a stout ally in Limsa. The Admiral has pledged her full cooperation in any effort to rescue Rabon. Good, so she knows we were framed. Accordingly, I've agreed to meet with her, that we might discuss how best to proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Your presence never fails to embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa Lominsa, make yourself known to the Sergeant Xantheo at Bulwark Hall in the lower decks. He'll admit you to the bridge. Okay. So you guys are going to see the Pirate City now, which is like a core game place. And what about you? What do you have to say? Gods, I hope we're not too late to save General Rabon. I should have told you sooner about the execution, I mean, but what with the trial and everything? Ah. Okay. That's the Tatari voice. It's good, isn't it? Right, we're definitely not walking there, I'll tell you that much. Alright, so welcome. This is one of the most populated areas of the game. Whenever I come here, there's like a lot of people here. As you can see, there's still several quests. Because this isn't like my city. My city is the Roban city, really. So I didn't spend too much time here. The animal's been expecting you. Say the word and you can talk to her. Yeah, let's go. Some Oliver Twist sounding dialogue. Very nice. I like to read about Oliver Twist in chat. She was at the banquet, wasn't she?
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See. But full glad was I to learn that you had.
Ah, her voice is worst. Her previous voice was like some cold bitch stuff. It was really good. She was very uptight, very like taut. Ah, she had a great voice before.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect.
Yeah, everything you're watching is free to play. It's the base game and the first X back is all free. It's all free. This whole stream is free.
When we fled Uldar, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Elfino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seedseer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found. Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen. There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seedseer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana.
Oh, I saw this as a cutscene, by the way. This was like a flash sideways kind of thing. Did I watch the trailer? Yeah, on yesterday's stream.
There, she revealed her intent to announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Uldan Republic.
Yeah, so people out of the loop. There is a nation, okay, with this big city, and they have a queen. And she basically said, she's the last of her line. She basically said, no, I'm going to step down. We're going to turn this place into a republic, right? It was a big, long thing. She was tortured about the idea. But right before she could make the announcement, she got poisoned. And we've been framed for it, okay? There you go.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seedseer and I to lend Rauban a helping hand, you see? To aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication. Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never knowingly...
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. The guys that poisoned her and chopped off Raban's arm and threw him in jail and framed us, the guys that did all of that, I don't know whether they knew she was going to step down. If they knew she was going to step down, I think they wouldn't have done it at all. And I think that's what Alphino's figuring out now.
Ah, could it be? I dare not hope.
The Uldan authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing. To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news. Or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Raoban is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long. Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath, and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wished to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Raoban had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location. Queerly, 'twas not the brass blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
Soldiers decked in blue? The Heavensward?
The Crystal Braves.
Oh.
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain. At any rate, if we're to rescue Raoban, we'll have to find him first. And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
Wait, who are the Crystal Braves? I thought we were the Crystal Braves, weren't we? Oh god, I've forgotten. Someone tell me who the Crystal Braves are in chat here. Fill me in again? The Crystal Braves was to be an independent army that Alphino founded. They betrayed you? Wow, I've forgotten all those details. Right, okay. It was Alphino's group, but now they work for the Syndicate. Why don't I remember anything about Alphino setting up his own independent army? Raban's survival was vital to the Elsian Alliance. We can ill afford to lose him. But I cannot send troops into Uldar. It would spell the end of the Alliance and war, like as not. If there's to be a rescue, it falls to you and yours to attempt it. Well, to be fair, the Alliance is over. I mean, what are you talking about? At least with them, they're not. You never signed off on any of that. I wouldn't have any other way. It was I who founded the Crystal Braves, and I must take responsibility for their action. So why did the Crystal Braves betray us then? Why did they turn their back on Alphino? Under whose direction was that? Oh, they just got paid off. Oh, did Alphino do it way before the story? When did Alphino set up the Crystal Braves? Was it ages ago? Spoken like a true story. No, I helped him do it. Did I don't remember helping him set it up in the early patches. Wow. By way of a first step, you should seek out our Doman contract. You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll working in the kitchen. Yeah, you guys are all astounded that I forgot. I told you I've forgotten a lot of details. I've told you that. I don't know the story well. You don't have to laugh at me. Though it's useless to dwell on the past, I often wonder if I could have and should have done more for you and Raban at that day. Leaving the banquet was tantamount to leaving you and yours for dead. Should you think me craven, I wouldn't hold it against you. But I will make it up to you, this I swear. Come what may, know that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn can count on our cooperation. Alright, but you are sort of leaving me alone to doing this. It was right after killing the Emperor, so it was very early in the patches. Was it around the Moogle story? Was it when I killed King Moogle-Mog? It's very possible I was just tuning out a little bit at that time. Because that was still in the dregs, I have to say, at that point. Back to Revenant's Toll, eh? Once you see the uniform, you remember it's too dumb looking to forget. I don't know. I think it's completely gone, to be honest. What's my level? I'm like level 56 or something. 60 is the cap for me on a free account. And how does the skill unlocking work? Some stuff you get from leveling up and other stuff you get from quests, right? Or is that only from quests? Like you get class quest chain. Like yesterday's stream, well, the day before yesterday, you will have seen I did a lot of that stuff. Sorry, what's going on here? We've got to go on top of the building? Hello, Alien Jim. Could she be the demon contact of which the Admiral spoke? Master Macon, I knew in my heart you were safe, but to see you again in the flesh, words cannot express my relief. Even as victory feast was taking place, the Crystal Braves turned upon us and took the Rising Stones by force. Amid the chaos, few of my compatriots and I were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we've remained in the Revenant's Toll, keeping watch over the mutineers while awaiting your return. You've done well by us, and we Domans do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all within our power to aid you. Okay. Shortly before you arrived, I received word from Limsa Lominsa that you were searching for the General Ribbon. As the Admiral will have informed you, he was recently moved from his cell in the Marisaja pit. At the same juncture, Hace and the 3rd unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. This can be no simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the Flame General to the scene of his execution. Suffice it to say, we're having people shadowing the 3rd. If you'd like to join the hunt, pray seek to where at the High Bridge, where I too am bound. Okay. High Bridge? Isn't that near Ishgard again? No? Oh, that's that place. Yeah, okay. Level cap is 60 for base game? Yeah. Yeah, Big Mac has got it right. Yeah, guys, if someone asks a question and you know the answer, please do feel free to tell them. That allows me to keep talking about the story and the gameplay more. And also, I'm just terrible and I'll miss stuff very, very often. This place looking good with the sun there. That Lalafel's going hard on the dough in the back. I didn't see. Haste. The mere mention of the name calls to mind the moment I felt the kiss of cold steel against my neck. I don't remember that either. Who's Haste? I don't remember that guy. He put a blade to Alphino's neck at some point? It's been a while since I last wore this garb since I came to the Revenant's Toll. My days have been spent in kitchens. Fear not, however, though I have learned to wield a skillet, I have not forgotten the use of a dagger. I've been expecting you. Time's of the essence, so I shall be direct. Haste and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe that this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Hosen is presently keeping watch over the entrance. Let us make haste and join him. Hold on, so are they just going to take me back to a core game dungeon as a part of expansion content? He's an evil Lalafell. Okay, but when did I meet him? What? Oh, was it at the banquet that he put a blade to Alphino's neck? It's just like Guild Wars. The zones look better as it goes along. Yeah, to be honest, everyone goes on about how pretty this game is. Generally, I'm not too into it. I mean, it kind of depends on how grainy and muddy you kind of like and the vibe. Especially with flying in the core zones, when you get too high, like the game looks really kind of... But when you're on ground level and you're walking around as it was actually designed and conceived and made, it can look okay for sure. At the banquet, he smirks you in the face while they surround you. Oh, okay, so it was that guy. You come at a good time, my friends, but moments ago the traitor Ilbird arrived and entered Halatali. From this, we may be certain that Roban is being held within. What is this? Rings? See, this is still eye level 115, so it's still weaker than the gear I have. Alright, there's no time to lose. General Aldin may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please see to your preparations and tell me when you're ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. Okay. So I've got to try and remember. So these guys, this outfit? Is that the Crystal Brave outfit? I mean, I vaguely recognize it, but to be honest, I don't. Oh, it's this lady. Okay, so what I remember about her.
Forgive me my lateness.
Wasn't she wearing a hood for ages? I couldn't actually see her face for ages. She's from like, okay, so the next expansion is like an East Asian themed expansion. It's like on a whole other continent, like really far away. I think she's from there or something. She was like a random character that got introduced during like their Living World Season 1 style stuff. But she's been on our side for a while. She was really mysterious.
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Ah, yes. How pathetic I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to recall it. For a time, I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have since refound my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Yeah, she lost the mask during the banquet very recently. She was like a masked character for ages, and now she's not.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts.
Oh, she was masked until her race was revealed with the Heavensward stuff. Oh, so her race is... Did someone just say in chat, her race is Doma? She's a Doma, is she? And they had no, like, model or anything for Doma until they announced it with this X-Back, and so then she takes her face off. Her mask off. She's an Aura from Doma. Oh, okay. So she's the same as the guy we met yesterday. They're like the dragon people, right?
Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information. Pray, forgive us.
You need not apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Ralbarn is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the three of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Dowade and Higiri with you.
Higiri. Oh, that was cool.
With me!
Oh, wow. Not a soul from the Colosseum to be seen. This bodes ill. Take the lead, Mage, and I shall follow close upon you. I have an add-on that lets me move that dialogue as well, but I don't really know where I'd put it that makes it better. Let's put tank stance on, I guess. Where are you, Raban? I'm coming to save you. I hope I do save him and he doesn't die. Why can't I gap close? Oh, I don't have it unlocked because I'm downscaled. Oh, I see. That's a shame. That's a fun skill.
Away with you!
Oh, interesting. They're doing dialogue in the middle of the fights now. They did that in the other instance a second ago. I guess that's a consistent thing, we'll see. Yeah, my one objective is just rescue Rabon. There's only 2 enemies still. What I really want to do is AoE them both. Will that hit the guy in the back? Oh, it did. Good. Perfect. My god, they do 0 damage.
Leave this to me.
Is Guild Wars 2 dead? It's very much alive, I would say. I was just saying I think it's a really, really good time to be a Guild Wars 2 follower and all that. Is this a dead end or... Yeah, that looks like a dead end to me. There he is. The general, but where is his captors? I mislike the look of this. Mislike? General. I swear, this game shows me so many words I just do not know. Mislike. Oh, give me a boss. He is bound by some manner of magitech device, yet I dare not force it open. It may well be booby-trapped. I've heard of such devices. The Crystal Braves will possess the key. Let us split up and look for it. That will not be necessary. Pray do not take it personally, my friends. You are the victims of harsh economic conditions. Happily, you will not suffer long. I remember this guy. This poison will convey you swiftly unto the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you after the passing of many prosperous years. No, I wouldn't say it's a good time for MMOs either, but I would say in the context of everything, it's a good time to be a Guild Wars fan. Confound it! This stifles my magics. Farewell, friends. Oh, and do try to relax. They tell me struggling only makes it worse. Leave me. Save yourselves. We cannot let them escape, Macon. Force the gate. Alright, so I have poison on me. HP is draining and healing is reduced. Sorry, magic is reduced. So what do you want me to do? Just punch the gate? Ha, the way is clear. Oh, acerbic jam. I like that. Calling an ooze type creature jam. See to the miss and the key. The Braves have the key. Okay. The question is where? What do they want me to do? Just go backwards through the content I already went through? Look how forgiving this poison is. Look at my health. I think I'm actually regenerating the health back because I'm out of combat. Let's line this up so we can hit them both. I miss playing Monk, man. I really do. I like Monk a lot. I kind of want to, but my binds are just not set up at all, so I couldn't just throw it on in the middle of the stream here. It would be a keybind stream if I did that. But I really miss rearing and flanking and stuff. Didn't I hear that they're taking that away? Or something next X-Pack? Oh, Raban is dying? Oh, good point. Oh, you see they're pumping gas in there. More jam. Oh, only from 2 skills. Oh, okay, that's fine then. How strong is Alphino here? Does he do well in this fight? Or like, what's the story there? Humming atomizer. Thought I was looking for a key. Oh, that's for his trap. I guess this is just for the poison. Okay, that takes care of the mists. Nugiri's happy with that. Next to find the key. So that would be this way. Hey, didn't expect that, did ya? Whoops. Oh, we actually get 3 targets. That means I can AoE on this one. Oh, but they're out of range slightly, so we'll do it this way. I swear I could get them all if I stand just right. Oh, I totally can. Well, there it is. Identification key. Oh, I could Salted Earth as well. Forgot about that cooldown. What is this? Wind bite. Wounds are exposed to the elements, causing wind damage over time. Right. Key to Raban. You're the tank, you tell the mobs where to stand. Yeah, but LOSing is less of a thing in this game, as far as I remember. Like, there is some of it, if I remember. Maybe you guys can give me some advice on that. Am I going the right way still? This reminds me of Dragon Age zoomed in on the map. Guild Wars 2 would be more immersive if you zoomed in. Yeah, I specifically tried to play games more zoomed in. Like, you have to actually, like, try to do it. It's more immersive. I think it's better to watch on stream. Obviously, your instinct is to do this during the game. But the game is already so bad and so floaty and so rubbish to watch. I feel like at least during the exploration sequences you can zoom in a bit more and it will make it look a little bit more immersive. This game is no more practical zoomed in than Guild Wars is zoomed in. They're both exactly as bad as one another, I think, in that regard. He's this way, isn't he? Am I fucking this up? No, I'm not. He's over here. 14 feels like a spiritual successor to Guild Wars 1 more so than Guild Wars 2. I think in a lot of ways, yeah. No, not by intent, but yeah, I do see that in some areas. Right, let's break that. You do / camera tilt 60 for zoomed in. What does that mean? It sort of angles up a little bit more. So it's more over the shop, over the top. My thanks. Slowly, General, you're weak from your ordeal. So we do save him, nice. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. I should have known. What clever contrivances to the Warrior of Light. Well done, hero. Wait, who said that? Oh, more Crystal Braves. Oh, he's back. Illbird. You mean to struggle on then? Very well. If you'd stand in my way, I will cut you down like all the rest. Come, Scions, let's get this over with. Oh, so we're fighting them. Was Illbird like a friendly guy then for a good while in the story? Is this like a big dramatic moment that I'm missing because I've forgotten? The Sultana's assassins are here. Crystal Braves to arms. I'm going to actually aggro everyone here. Well, if I can. And I'm gonna try to AoE. We actually have to possibly have to watch our health a little bit more.
It is nothing.
I'm trying to catch as many of them as possible. Oh, he's called Golden Eye, Yu Hase. Oh, there you go. I consulted Earth too. That's cool. Oh, and I should be spamming this as well. Oh, and I can use this as well too now. The bloodied weapon thing. Can I aim at this conjurer?
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Like, imagine playing this zoomed in. It just wouldn't work. It would just be awful. Face this way, and then if I get... Whoa, okay.
For Alamigo!
Maybe I should kill this guy, because he's just a random... Oh, he's using Cure! Oh, I can interrupt that. Whoa, what's the blue mean? Alright, down they go. Are you aware of your VODs being uploaded twice? I remember, yeah, that did happen, didn't it? Sorry, did Heavensward Part 1 get uploaded twice then? Is it auto-uploading my VODs at the moment? Oh, blue AoEs are friendly AoEs. I'll have to look at that. It might be a thing where I'm...
Lay down your arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't know why that's happening. I'll remove one of them. And I've got to figure out the double up on the other thing.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite. If you think you fight for justice, lad, you'd best wake up. The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used? By the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves. They none of them care a whit what you want. Only what you can do for them. And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland, and I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing.
Okay, so if I remember rightly, Raban, he's not actually from Uldar, is he? Or is Thanalan the name of the country? Or I don't know what's a geographic term, what's a city term, what's a nation term. I really don't. But Raban's not from... didn't he and the other guy come from some... Isn't Alamigo, right? Is like a destroyed city or a destroyed nation nearby. Didn't it get destroyed like ages ago? Well, recent enough that its countrymen are still around. So anyway, they came to Uldar as like refugees. And then they joined the flame... What's it called? The flames? What's the flame thing? Anyway, yeah, that's what they did, right? It's a conquered nation. Thanalan's the region. No, he's from Gir Abania. What's Gir Abania? Okay, I'm getting contradicting conversation now from chat. What's Gir Abania and what's Alamigo then? I swear Alamigo is like a lost nation right near Uldar or something. Because I remember doing a quest line that was really cool, and it talked about how, like, there was Ala Migo and there was actually another Migo or some shit. And they were like, they lived in peace and then they blew each other up or something. And it was like a cool storyline about, like, dark arts or something. Gir Abania is the capital of Ala Migo. Okay, so why would you say nope? Because then that's both is true. No, that's not a bird, it's a raven. I mean... Okay, Gir Abania is the region. Ala Migo is the nation in Gir Abania. Have I been to Gir Abania, or is that all off the map? And near Uldur is a place called Little Ala Migo, which is like a refugee town. Okay, so I haven't actually been to Gir Abania. Yeah, they're both from Ala Migo. They're refugees. Yeah. See, the reason I'm asking chat is because I think I remember there's some scenes where Rabon's talking to this guy, right? And they're both talking about how they're refugees of Ala Migo. So, Ala Migo was taken over by Garlemald, was it? Is it just the evil empire that did it again? This is how crazy I sound when talking to friends about Kildos 2 Lore. Yeah, I'm always wondering when I get into a new franchise, I'm always wondering, like, okay, like, is the stuff I know as complicated as this? Because I don't think it is. But no, I assume it is. Okay, so the Empire takes over Gir Abania's... Is Gir Abania the country, or is Ala Migo just... Is Ala Migo a city or a country? It's a city. It's a capital city. So is Gir Abania a country? So the Empire took over Gir Abania. Ala Migo is a nation. It's a city-state. England is my city. I know, right? I want to know what specifically it is. It's a city-state, so it's a very, very, very little nation. The city is about all there is to know. So then what's Gir Abania then? It's just a geographical region it's in. Okay. So there's a geographical region called Gir Abania, which I'm imagining is a desert right now. Maybe that's wrong of me. I'm imagining it's a desert because I assume it's near Uldur somehow. And within this region of Gir Abania is a city-state called Ala Migo. Okay.
If we ourselves are not free to think and to act, how are we ever to reclaim our homeland?
You'll not get away!
Looks like he's getting away.
No, Master Alphino. Now is not the time.
Why not? Because the writers have deemed it is not.
I'm but a cripple and a fool. And still you came for me. I'm in your debt.
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
What would I say? On your feet, gladiator. This fight's not over yet.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lad.
Look at that chin. Did he lose his sword arm?
Know this, Ilberd. There is nothing I would not give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware that Lord Lolorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
I know that he got his arm cut off, guys. I said, did he lose his sword arm? As in, did he lose the arm he fights with? That's what I know. Jesus. General, are you aware that Lord Lorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
Oh, he was a dual wielder, was he? Okay.
As did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
Yeah, what's all this?
What? But how can that be?
Forgive me, friends, but it is not safe here. Let us continue this conversation without...
Because when Alphino said that, I was like, what the fuck? I thought I saw her die. You know, if I remember, I saw her drink from a cup and then fall on the floor. But maybe she didn't die, I guess? I can't remember seeing her vomit blood. I can't remember them, you know, wandering around with her decapitated head later. So maybe they just knocked her out or something? But when Alphino said that, I was like, hold on, what? See, because I'm remembering a cutscene. You know, this is like that whole dodgy memory thing, you know. If I went to testify in court, I would have said that I saw blood come out of her mouth or something. But maybe we don't see any of that. Anyway, Ilberd seemed to think he was onto something. Clever little shite. Wasn't that in the trailer? Yeah. And then you saw a CGI version of it as well on yesterday's stream. Yes, you did. Well remembered. Oh, the red is the red of the wine. Clever. So they can just put the idea of blood in your head. That's an inception right there. And you do the rest. That wasn't an attempt to do a northern accent. That was just a regular accent, but me saying shite. With a gruff voice. I genuinely was not trying to do a northern accent there. Oh my god, I didn't read it out loud. Sorry. Then Ilberd and his minions have fled via some other egress, scoured the perimeter for signs of their passing. If you're not going to make me do like 5 quests just to finish him off, I can't imagine they'd do that. At once, my lady. The Dark Stranger. General Aldin, I presume, in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray, do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend, and I come bearing a message of goodwill. We know he's nice because he's got blue eyes. For your own safety, she bade me direct your steps to the Waking Sands. Know that Master Urianger awaits you there, along with others sympathetic to your cause. There is no ruse, I assure you. General Aldin, if you will come with me, I have prepared a carriage that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. Yeah, let's just give him up to a stranger now. This is the dumbest thing ever if we actually do this. I guess we'll send Yugiri with him to keep an eye on the situation. Yeah, okay. Alright, it's not too dumb if we send someone there at least. Wait, so we're going back to the Waking Sands again. I thought I was done with the Waking Sands spam. I've spoken with Urianger via Link Pearl. He confirms the man's story. What the... should I be remembering what a Link Pearl is? Raban is in safe hands. Let's make our own way to Vesper Bay. Okay, so why would they add all of that if I'm just going to go to Vesper Bay myself now? They must be doing it because he's not okay, or that means something, I guess. Oh, do I not have any more tickets? Outrageous. Okay, someone said you can see everything on the world map. Let's see. Okay, so... Oh, here, Girabania. That's not close to Thanalan at all. Why are the refugees not at Gridania then? This isn't core... Oh, you can go there eventually, I guess. This isn't core content, though, is it? I'm sure that's not core content. Gridania's too xenophobic. They weren't allowed to stay there. Because the elementals would murder them in Gridania. Wait, what's that story? The elementals would murder them? Alamigo is in a later expansion, Stormblood. Right. What's this place? What's this? Zelafopawari? What's that? And I've just started this spine place. This is a part of this expansion. This is this expansion. Why that's called Abalanthea's spine? I don't know what Abalathea is. What's Abalathea? This is all explored, right? Lanosia and Limsa. There's nothing else to see there, right? Abalanthea is a mountain range. Play White Mage story. Oh, is the White Mage story about refugees from Alamigo coming there and getting turned away or something? Zel Fatal is the homeland of the Ixal, the bird-like beast tribe that worshipped Gorida. This place. Zel Fatal. Is that in no expansions? Because I can't click that one. Does that mean that they're keen on adding that later? You see these clouds? Did they slowly move the clouds away as the expansions came out? Because it's not just this. There is also there's like whole other places. How do I see those? There's like other realms and shit. And you can't see the East Asian expansion either right now. There's a way to see it. Oh, here you go. Eorzea, yeah, and then you got the Far East. And then Norvrant, which is just a big question. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, so they've got like 3 things. And then the next one's on the moon, right? So I guess it will call it Dalamud or whatever, Dalamud. There'll probably be another button on the next expansion, and then you're looking at moon territories. Norvrant is beat. This is the other reality where the Warrior of Light won or whatever, right? It's like the same place. It's just another timeline or some shit. Oh, Dalamud has crashed. Oh, yeah, obviously. That was the Calamity. So is the next expansion the other timeline, the Calamity never happened? Is that the idea? So the moon's still up there? That's why that, like, metal thing is a part of the icon, right? Oh, is the next expansion redoing the Calamity story, basically, in a timeline where it never happened? No? Oh, there's a second moon? Oh, there were 2 moons. There are 2 moons. What's the other moon? Oh, so does it turn out that there's another primal in the other moon or whatever? All right, well, whatever. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Yeah, I know that Dalamud was like an artificial moon that the Allagans were using to like... They'd like enslaved all the dragons, but kept them dreaming about Bahamut so that Bahamut would constantly be... And they used them as power or some shit. It was like some Matrix stuff. That was all like the Binding Coil of Bahamut story, which has kind of gone in one ear and out the other, sort of. There's lots of context clues about the second moon in the story. Like what? The second moon is real and much bigger. Oh, okay. Dalamud was a moon like our satellite is a moon. Your description there is not very good, because all moons are satellites. Even gigantic ones, they're satellites. But I know what you mean. You mean a man-made small construction. Man, this music. I've been playing 15 and listening to this in the car.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
Oh, his voice is better. He's going to be really...
Pippin, my son, and Master Papashan besides.
Wait. What? He has a Lalafell kid. Can we talk about this? Let's talk about this. What? Is that metaphorical? Is that... Oh, adopted. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
You.
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthal, and member of the Syndicate.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
No, I'm laughing at the hat as well.
Young man, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji.
So, someone else is... It wasn't Teleji?
Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone.
Ah.
But the Lorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends.
Okay.
He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
She lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Okay, so there is this character, this lady-in-waiting, this mistress woman, who seemed nice the whole time in general, but...
Some manner of sedative, perchance? Of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Were I to guess, I would say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo.
There is a lot more voice acting, by the way. Way, way, way more voice acting than there has been previously. It's not just a little bit, it's a lot.
Never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck Her Grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana.
Because he would rightly fear the chaos that would come from it. So does he not know about her plan to turn it into a republic at all? Had he known that plan, would he have done this?
I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace and take your place at her side once more, for her sake and that of our nation.
In before he left nothing behind but debt. Yeah. Wait, he's done this because he knew? I don't understand how that tracks. I had not counted on Prioress Julala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more prescient. Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Raban, we have taken a vital first step towards resolving matters in Uldar. We couldn't have done it without you, Macon, thank you. I kind of was just a witness to a ton of stuff there. Alright, does this matter? It doesn't, does it? As always. 1 defense and 1 magic defense? What slot is this? I guess I'll pick up fending. Right, Alphino is distracted by a call on his link pearl. Yeah, what's link pearls? They're just like phones, right? But what? Give me a little bit more detail to that than that. Tatari? Yes, General Raban is now in safe hands. What? Another assault? Well, we shall return at once. Pray, notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I'm loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Julala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Terrapin and the others to investigate this and return with all haste to Ishgard. Okay, so this expansion is going to be me, what, like flicking backwards and forwards between the two places and the two stories? It's an enchanted pearl. They stick in their ear like an earbud. Okay. Alright, and was that always a part of the story, or was it just invented recently? Because why have I not heard them talking about that? It's this game's version of a timing communicator. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just looking for a little bit more detail than that. Right. So we can go fight some dragons. So Javania, this is where the dragons actually live, right? Is that also this expansion? Does this expansion give me more in Kurthus, which is where Ishgard is, and Abalathia's Spine Mountains for some reason, and the clouds above them, and Dravania? Does it give me all 3 of these? Okay. So core game is these bottom ones. The first expansion's these 3. And then this plus the Far East is the next one. Oh, I'm missing a whole expansion. Is this an entire expansion? Just this one place? The mountain, we climb it. Alright, well. Okay, so Kurthus. Let's go back to the City of Foundation. That plus the Far East. Oh, yeah, and then Shadowbringers is the other reality anyway, isn't it? So it wouldn't appear. That's the North place. Yeah, it's going to move between the two stories. Okay, that makes sense. I might change that recommendation pop-up. It's not doing what I thought it was going to do. The Foundation is a part of the city of Ishgard. Oh, it's not the name of the city. It's just... Is Ishgard like a city-state as well, like Alamigo was? Someone said earlier in chat that they're all city-states. Let's hear what the Count has to say. Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with the General Rabon short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumours of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Horshathorn was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so let's head in. Only the Empire isn't a city-state. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. I'm sure you are now aware the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Master Revgaji, Master Levier, I must apologise for this abrupt summon, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means available. When the Observatorium's bells toll, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. They introduced me to Nidhogg. I can't remember what they said about him. But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Science of the Southern Dawn, you are faced with a choice, to remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. Look, I'm the protagonist. I can win. Just let me fight. Though we flee to the end of the world, it seems there's no place in this troubled age free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her wary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from the storm, but I for one grow tired of running. If we are to shine in the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Macon? Is this actually a choice? Let's fight. Then fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. So what would you have said if I said no? Would there have been a really awkward and crappily written thing where it says, "Oh, do you want to rethink that answer?" That is not correct. Try again. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us all meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. Okay. I confess I know not where else you might seek sanctuary, but few places are like to be more perilous than a city under siege. Okay, there are clearly some people in chat right now that really get this story and have followed it very closely. Riddle me this. Why am I still a refugee if public news is that the Queen isn't even dead and they're all keeping it hush-hush? And Merwib kind of stood in for us anyway. I'm not a refugee. I don't need sanctuary anymore. I could go anywhere or do anything, couldn't I? Aren't they like... It's like they've done two stories that are like disjointed almost. Am I wrong? Why can I not just go chill out anywhere I like right now? Oh, the brass blades are technically looking for me. So, alright, so maybe that's a reason why I don't go to Thanalan. Limsa and Gradanians won't hold you there officially because they can't get involved politically. Why is it a political act for them to harbour us as a refugee? Which, by the way, they wouldn't have to do in open either. Why is that a political act? Again, there's nothing... Public knowledge is that there's nothing going on at Thanalan at the moment. They're just telling the people that the Queen's just, you know, she's just ill. She's just not appearing in public right now. She's just ill. Limsa wouldn't be hiding the killers of the Sultana because the public doesn't see us as the killer of the Sultana because the public doesn't see the Sultana as dead. The public sees the Sultana as just away, you know, comfortably off somewhere. That's the point I'm making. We've just been told by the story that none of that is public knowledge anyway. Everything that happened at the banquet has been held hush-hush. It's not a political act because there's no politics involved because it's all being kept in back rooms. It's not public knowledge that you didn't kill the Queen. They believed you poisoned her, but you failed and she's still alive. That's not, when was that said? It was made public that the Scions did some bad shit. Not necessarily regicide, but they betrayed the nation. Right, okay. I don't know when that was said either. I mean, you guys aren't just making excuses for it, right? Because you're fans of it. I mean, you would be honest if it looked like a hole. I'm not in a position to know because because I had this gap. So I mean, I'll take you at face value. I confess. I don't know. Blah 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 blah. Fine. He's right here.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
Oh, are we gonna get Midgar Sorma out or whatever? That was his name, wasn't it?
Iceheart?
Oh no, Lady Iceheart. So she.
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
I don't know if I've met this guy yet.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emeric. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
Oh, thanks for the subs there, Tater TTV. That's awesome of you. We've chosen a difficult road. Yeah, even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause. Okay, so noobs, and again, like, here's my understanding of the situation. Nidhogg is the big bad dragon. Nidhogg the Dreadworm. He's leading all these dragons. These the Dravanian. Is Dravanian perfectly synonymous with dragon? Or is it something specifically different? Anyway, Nidhogg's the big bad dragon, and he's going to send all of his forces in. Now, Lady Iceheart, what do I know? She isn't Shiva, but she summoned Shiva, didn't she? Was that what that was? She summoned Shiva? Anyway, she See, I know stuff about her. I just don't know whether the game told me that yet, or I just heard it in Discord. But she fell in love with a dragon. I can't remember what dragon or why or when. But, like, they loved each other. And, like, she gets eaten by it or something. Like, the whole war is because of her or something. Anyway, she was like a bad guy a little bit in the, like, the Living World patches. And then at the very start of this expansion, I met her in, like, her physical form. She looked like a woman. I can't remember. Anyway, that's all very confused. I can't remember all of that. Well, yeah, she got eaten, didn't she? But she, like, willingly got eaten. Wasn't that the thing? It's, like, treated as though they had sex, but obviously it's not sex. It's, like, another form of communion with one another or something. Anyway, I can't remember what I know, what I think I know, and what the game actually showed me. Or what's already been explained, or what will be explained later. Alright, we should petition the commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Like, what I'd really like from you guys in chat right now is to explain to me what, in the current part of the story, the Warrior of Light has done with Lady Iceheart. Why have I met her? And what happened last time I met her? I think I've met her, like, twice. And what was the Shiva interaction? If someone can summarize the current Warrior of Light's interactions with her, that would be really amazing. If not, we'll just grasp at straws as we go. Jatara, I ask that you remain at Fortom's Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him the signs of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. And enter the seat of the Lord Commander with the congregation of our knights most heavenly. She's the leader of a faction of Ishgardians that revere dragons. She seems to be able to channel the power of Shiva, a saint that consorted with Hraesgvr. She has the Echo. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. So what makes me kind of special is I have the Echo. Like, I was chosen by, like, the Crystal and Hydaelyn, so I have the Echo. And not many people have the Echo. I don't know whether I'm even more special than everyone else that has the Echo. Is everyone with the Echo technically a Warrior of Light? I don't know. Anyway, she has it as well. Not many people have it. I have, like, a dragon with me. Fuck, I really need a recap on all that story. Who's Midgardsormr again? Why do I have a dragon with me? Because he only likes me because I have the Echo, doesn't he? Or something? Not every Echo's the same. Iceheart summons Shiva into herself, using herself as a vessel. She's on the side of the dragons, believing that Ishgardians are the wrong in this war. Right. Midgardsormr is the king and father of all dragons. Oh yeah, does Minfilia have the Echo as well? How many people have the Echo? And why do I have the Echo? Didn't I just get it when I found one of those crystals at the start? Was it crystals I was collecting at the start? And didn't Louis Soir have the Echo? Did Louis Soir have the Echo? Did I get the Echo at Character Creator, or did I get the Echo at a certain story moment? And if I got the Echo at a certain story moment, what was that story moment? Yumin, Philia, and Ysayle. Who's Ysayle? Louis Soir did not have the Echo. A lot of different people have Echoes, and all have different versions of it. Alright, when did I get my Echo? Someone tell me that. This is really useful. This is much better than just playing it on my own and trying to like continue guessing. A couple of people have the echo. You are special because through your heroism, you have earned several crystals of light. Yeah, like every time I killed a primal, I got another one, didn't I? And I got like 6, and that was like how the base game ended. Don't worry about your sale yet. I don't know who that is. I don't think I've met that person. Oh, that is Iceheart. Seems you got the echo when you first picked up the first crystal back in ARR. Yeah, okay. And the Hydaelyn, the big crystal, there's a difference between the little crystals that I'm picking up and the big crystal, right? The big crystal, that's like a goddess thing, isn't it? The Hydaelyn or whatever. She gave me that, didn't she? She gave me the echo. You're pretty sure all Asians have echo? Yeah, because I was wondering if Zodiac gives people echo. Is there like a dark echo and a light echo? You became Hydaelyn's chosen only when you picked up all the crystals. Throughout history, most people only earn like 3 crystals at once. You had the echo since character creation. That's why you can hear Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn blesses her chosens with the echo. Okay, so hold on. Is Shiva and me and Minfilia, are we all chosen by Hydaelyn? Someone say that. Someone answer that to me. Did Hydaelyn choose me, Minfilia, and Shiva? Not Shiva, Lady Iceheart. No. Yes. Yes, no, yeah. You guys don't even know, do you? She did choose me and Minfilia. Why did she pick Minfilia? Minfilia does nothing. Minfilia just stands around. For people who have no idea what I'm talking about, like the little protagonist hero group is like led by this woman called Minfilia, who you haven't seen on any of these streams yet. She's just like a loser that just stands around doing nothing. It's a spoiler to tell me the relationship between all of us. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright. As long as I'm not meant to know yet. Okay. Alright. Well, the only thing I'm worried about is complete noobs in chat right now who are like, should I follow this along? And I'm just completely freaking them out by asking these questions to people who are in the know. Trust me, guys, you can bumble along with it. Don't worry. A lot of it will be going over your head and seeming stupidly confusing, but you'll pick it up. It's not that important, trust me. All that matters is dragons are attacking this place right now, and there's a woman who likes the dragons and can sort of communicate with them. And we're gonna go chat with her. Alright, that's Lady Iceheart. There you go, that's the story. Minfilia is Princess Peach from Mario. That's a very good comparison. I don't know if later she does more stuff, but for now she's been pretty meh. WP, listen to Jin Captain. He's giving you the most precise answers without going into spoilery territory. Okay. You're being vouched for by Ailes. And being vouched for by Ailes is, you know, he sponsored you. I'll believe Ailes when he says that. Alright, let's go.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
Okay. At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those massing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least.
Well, who cares if we're not going to take advantage of that with a preemptive strike?
Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
I like the idea of us really messing this up and this goes very, very wrong, and now Amaric sort of gets soured to us of it. But I quite like him. Having secured his support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we cannot afford to dither. History tells us that Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you're ready, Estinian, let us set about our task. So yeah, this guy, the Azure Dragoon, I don't really... My understanding of Dragoons is that, what, they're from Ishgard and they're very good at fighting dragons, and he's like a badass, I guess. Oh, we're looking at the Archbishop again. And the guy that got chastised before.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come. In their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us.
Hold on. I don't know how clever the game's story is being right now, but essentially, aren't we going... We're going to consort with a heretic again. Lady Iceheart is a heretic, right? She likes the dragons. So we just had a mini arc about how some of us were falsely accused of being heretics or whatever. Aren't we literally going to go consort with them again now? Also, on another thought, what's he talking about, this divine blade here? Is it going to turn out he did actually get power from the Ascians? Like, he was up front with us, sort of, but he only told a half-truth. And he actually... Because he seems very confident and very happy.
And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
Oh, they're sending me one way, then the other, and then they're putting me back again. So he is a bastard.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Interesting. So Estinian's not in on all of this.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
Oh, he's been given power of some kind. Oh, is this an Ascian spawning?
For the glory of King Thordan.
Holy shit, what? They called him a king? Is he an archbishop or a king, or one and the same? Alright, what else do you want? Before we set forth, we gotta tell Tataru of our plans. Do we? Then I shall wait for you at St. Rianette's Forum. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you've chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Come, Macon, let us go back to Forton. I like how they gave me the scary voice, but didn't show me what the guy looks like. Very foreboding. So at this point, what percent of the expansion would you guys say I've done at this point? Just out of curiosity. Just Heavensward, not the whole game, just Heavensward. I like the WP asking sort of all the right questions. Well, yeah, I mean, I do get what the game's going for. You know, you can see what they want you to be wondering. About 15, 19%? Okay. It still feels very opening acty, but that was a big sort of revelation. I have to assume that it's gonna go off course a bit in a second. No worries about the voice, he turned into a chipmunk. Man, I want a cup of coffee, but I've got absolutely no coffee. I'm miserable today because I haven't been food shopping for ages. So I've got like nothing in. Just got to distract myself with some Final Fantasy. Of course, our course is set to Tataru. It may be some time before Macon and I return to Ishgard. Best way to tell is to check the level of the MSQ. Oh, does it slowly work its way up to 60 then, does it? Well, just you be careful, alright? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. Is she not going to be in jeopardy if we just leave her here? If anyone can find you, it's you, Tataru. Farewell. Oh, before you go, you must put this on. Alpha and I made it specifically. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, they change their clothes, don't they, as the X-Packs go along? No, I couldn't possibly... Ah, very well. So is this new Alphino? Is this how it... This is Heavensward Alphino's outfit, right? By the 12, it fits perfectly, and the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumours and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. 'Twas the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. Yeah, MSQ basically means main story. It's main scenario is what they call it, but yeah. I want my Dark Knight armor, man. Oh, you're still here? I was under the impression you'd already embarked on a journey. Do you require assistance? Tell me about Ishgard. More than 1,000 years ago, Helone appeared before King Thordan the First and bade him lead his people to the Promised Land, to the lands we now call home. And so the king and his knights 12 did as was commanded. They came to Kurthus and founded a great kingdom in the Fury's name. But the great worm Nidhogg would not have it so. With hatred in his heart, Nidhogg sought out King Thordan. In the ensuing battle, the king and half his knights were slain, but his son, Holdrath, rallied the others and drove back the fell beast. Thus did the war between our peoples begin, the war between dragon and man. For 1,000 years, Ishgard has stood against the Horde, and not once were our defences breached, until the day Lady Iceheart's allies shattered our wards on the steps of faith. Though the Wyverns were slain before they could breach our defences here, those in Foundation were not so fortunate. Unarmed men, women, and even children were made to feel the Javanians' wrath. Walls can be rebuilt, but lives lost can never be reclaimed. My lord the Count knows this all too well. So Lady Iceheart did that, sort of betrayed her people for the dragons. And the question is, why did she do that? And I know that's because she, like, loved a dragon, but I don't know whether that's already told in the story or not. So the idea that I'm now going to consort with her after she truly fucked these people up is like quite bad, actually. Thank you for that crash course. I'm glad I spoke to you. Now let's speak to the manservant. It is in the very face of fire and ruin that one must remain calm and collected. Oh, sorry. Shiva loved the dragon. Lady Iceheart's motivations aren't clear yet. Just wait and see. Right, because they're two separate people. I'm sort of wrestling with that a lot at the moment, I think. Okay, let's just hit the main thing. I'm about to find all this out. Okay, good. So why is this... okay, someone says if they knew you were going to see Iceheart, you'd be called a heretic for sure. Okay, so why is Estinian so chill with it? Did he just overhear us talking on the street? And he's like, yeah, all right, I'll hang out with you. Why is this... who's this guy? Why is he so all right with it? You've said your farewells then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Ysael's movements, that's her actual name, right? Ysael is Lady Iceheart. I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Curthis Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redward, was it? As the commander of the Falcon's Nest, it's likely he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. He has no motivations, feels good man Estinian. He's just a good guy. I could imagine calling him a dickhead, though. I mean, if you were an Ishgardian. It doesn't seem very loyal or considerate. You could just say he's a freelancer. Okay. And not a patriot, it would seem, either. Oh! Unless a twist is coming up where he's pissed with her and he jumps the gun and he just fucking kills her. Because he's like, fuck you. He's the hero we need in our life. Oh, freelancer's a pun. Well, well, Master of Gaji. What business brings you back to the Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon, I know, of course, but not. I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. I'm Alphino at your service, and you are not as mistaken to the gravity of our situation, Sir Redward. As I am sure you're aware, the Observatorium has warned the Dravanians gather for another assault. We believe there may be another way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find Lady Iceheart. Thus, we have come to... Oh, we're being open about it to him, then. Thus, we have come to the Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence of the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return for the sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gorgane Mills. It is possible they've unearthed information. I've already been there. Okay, let us divide. When I've completed my inquiries, I'll join you three. Okay. A wise use of our time. Come, Macon. I'm eager to learn what they found in the lair. Okay, so how far away are we going? Whoa, we're going pretty far. And there's no fast travel, so cool. So let's Chocobo up. Should we try our black Chocobo? God, I got that all that time ago, and they haven't had me, Oh, I need to actually use the whistle, don't I? There it is. Summon de forth your black de Chocobo. Sorry, why is it described like that? A purebred black Chocobo, trained from birth by Fortomp's Knight. Presented to you in a gesture of true friendship. The bird is slightly more muscular than you expected and exhibits a strange habit of squatting when left to itself. I like that detail. Black Chocobos are all well and good, but the true reward is the exoneration of your comrades. So, double tap in space. I can't fly on it still. So, What was the whole mechanic it was teaching me about, like, flying through the sky? It's a swole chocobo. It doesn't look much more swole than the previous one, but hey. You have to unlock the currents. Well, and I've just not seen any yet, right? Oh yeah, I got given a compass, didn't I? Well, it's not in there. Use compass in your quest items. Ah. A glass case containing a wind-aspected needle balanced on a pin. Nearby aether currents exert torque on the pin, pulling it in their direction. 121 yarms northwest. How much is a yarm? Is that it there? Is that the one? Oh, there you go. I see it. You attune with the aether. In addition to currents found in the field, there are others which can only be accessed through side quests. Well, I still can't fly. Do I need to get all of them? Yarm equals yard. Is that's just a Final Fantasy thing, is it? Oh, so I've got to, like, 300 north. Go to your travel menu. Aether currents. Right. So the queue, I guess these are quest ones, and the other ones are regular ones? I have to do this for every map. Well, let's keybind that shit. So just to be clear, I'm doing this the most efficient way possible right now, right? Northeast. They want me going slightly. Oh, it's up there. No, I'm not doing this the most efficient way. What am I doing wrong? Do them as you progress through your main MSQ. That's what I'm doing. I'm walking towards the next thing on the MSQ, and I'm collecting currents as I go. How is that not what I'm doing? See, my quest is over there, and I'm just sort of wandering towards it, grabbing them as I go. This allows me to understand the winds better. Okay, another 300 north. So yeah, I vaguely explored a little bit of this when I first started. What's this, by the way? That's a blue quest. Bridge over frozen water. Upland, Myelodon. Whoa. Also, you can't fully explore some zones without flying. Yeah, that Cloudland zone, I can only go to a little bit of it for now because I can't fly. Okay, north again. The blue quest will be one of the quests to get a current. Ah, there's a few in each zone. This area will give an optional dungeon you need to do before flying will be unlocked also. Oh, interesting. Have you thought about turning mount music off? The Ishgard zones have pretty nice music. We won't hear much of it if you stay on your mount all the time. Yeah, we can do that if you like. What would we be on? System, audio. Yeah, I like that because I've been listening to the Chocobo music, for example, a lot already. Oh, look, there's one on top of the house. Right, so this house, I think this is the house where I saw Lady Iceheart before. Do I have to do a jumping puzzle for that? I must, right? I want to be clear, I haven't really done any jumping puzzle type content at all ever in this game. Ever. So I'm quite curious if it started now. I saw Kerry doing one the other day. Well, not the other day, a while ago. In the, like, the Far East map, and it was kind of crazy. Yeah, there are some jumping puzzles in it, for sure. Apparently they're really clunky and tricky, because you can't, like, redirect your movement while you're in the air in this game, so you gotta, like... Oh, sorry, dude. No, I would like to do that, but let's... Mounts have their own music too. Yeah, but I'm not really using any special ones at the moment anyway. Well, there is something. No sooner did we chance upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. 'Twould seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several unnumbered were badly wounded. You cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves. So you just go in the basement. Oh, look at that. Wow. Oh dear, the creature took me by surprise. Forgive me. Until my hand stops shaking, I fear I'll prove more of a hindrance than a help. Pray go on, and when you're certain the rest of these things have been slain, notify the expedition. Wait, sorry, the idea is Alphino just killed this thing. In the 2 seconds when he was in the house before me. What the fuck? God, I can't see. What is this depicting? A dragon and a what? I don't know what that's looking. What that is. I do wish the game. This game has a lot of the same problems Guild Wars has, where like the fights are just like not for the main story. They're just. I don't know, I guess it's because I'm coming to it later and I'm too high of a level and stuff. Who do these people worship? Think, WP, think? Who do the heretics worship? I don't know. Do they worship Nidhogg? I'm guessing they just generally like the dragons, right? They think the dragons are more just in their side of the war. Fine. So what? Is Nidhogg and what? I don't know. I don't know anything else. I get the idea that they're sympathetic to the dragons, but I don't know any more details than that. The expedition leader has a promising lead to aid you in the search for Lady Iceheart. Well, if it's a woman and a dragon, then it would be like Shiva and whichever dragon it was that she fell in love with or whatever. But I don't know who that was. I can't remember. What did they say? Midgardsormr's the father of all dragons? Would it be him then, or someone else? You wish to track down Lady Iceheart, is this not so? The records we discovered here, those beast-mauled my comrades, appeared to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager those epistles contain more than friendly salutations than betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. It's hardly a choice at all. Okay. What do you guys have to say? I found some of these letters. Let us gather a respectable stack and see what secrets the expedition captain can wring from the collected correspondence. Ah, the letters were just a neat pile there, but just seeing the skirmish with the beasts has scattered them rather thoroughly. Where are the downable pages? I'd rather battle 2 score Avis than continue this confounded search. Well, one of them was here. People get really pissy when there's harder content in the MSQ. There's been some examples of story trials kicking people's asses, so they keep story content very easy. Well, no, the problem isn't having engaging content. The problem is not having a good transition into that content. You know, if it's all brain dead, stupidly easy, and you've cultivated like a culture and an idea that it's easy to get through and people can turn off their brains and stuff, and suddenly you punch them in the face with something way too difficult way too quickly. You know, if there's not a proper ramp, then obviously that's terrible, but it's not necessarily that people are asking for a more engaging, more fun game with better stakes. It's that then their expectations are out of check. That's the same problem that I've seen Guild Wars struggle with, and I bet it's a similar situation here with FF14, where they just suddenly, out of nowhere, it's like, oh, this is really hard suddenly, and this is lame. Like, that leads to frustration, but it's like, it's misdiagnosing what people aren't enjoying, you know? They should be ramping it up, basically, is my point. Splendid. Add to the contributions. What have we here? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealing betwixt the Gorgain Mills heretics and their fellows in the Ak-Afar amphitheatre. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we'd thought abandoned. Okay. So basically, look at this. We're getting nonsense quest rewards for nonsense gameplay for, like, you know, like the proportion of cutscene and dialogue to meaningful gameplay is like so out of balance in this game. It's insane. It's so out of whack. As I'm now playing it, again, I can't talk about when it originally came out. I don't know how well balanced it was and how much more rewarding it was and so on. Okay, Alphino seems intent on going to the amphitheatre, the very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that's our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheatre lies on the other side of a treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot be swiftly be crossed. That we must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Munbirda, I can't remember how to say her name, succeeded in recreating the Akfar beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of the Gorgain Mills seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren, I'd wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durindare posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance of the tunnel after it was cleared, but they will not wait, but they will deny us entry? No, they won't deny us entry. Okay, do we want to walk there? This is going to be interesting. We're going to the dungeon from the other side. Let's say throw it back. Thanks for streaming today, WP. I've been going back to 14 with these streams and I'm having a lot of fun. Hey, that's cool, man. I'm really glad to hear it. Really. Thanks for coming along for the ride, man. Hey, what's this? Just exploring other games so he doesn't burn out? I'm not necessarily exploring other games so that I burn out. I would say I am burnt out in a way, almost, you know. It's not that, it's just I just think it'd be interesting trying something new or playing something. You know, it's not like I've only ever played Guild Wars ever always. Look at my channel, it's filled with other games and other projects. What's new is not that I'm playing another game. What's new is that I'm playing it on Twitch. That's what's different. Are we going all the way into the trench? Thinking of continuing the Elder Scrolls series? Yeah, I would like to. I have not dropped it. I have plans to return to it just as I do with 12. Nothing's changed. Oh. Houseful Tom, accompanied by a Dragoon, the Azure Dragoon. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you're welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the Akrafar beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we will arrive at our destination in mere moments. Although I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. I'm not going to proceed there, because I'll grab the 8th current first. What's been my experience with 14 so far? Despite having spent many hours in it, I still feel like I don't really know anything about the game just yet. And I don't really have any real judgments and any real thoughts. Also, it's been a struggle a lot of times to keep playing it. Mainly in the first like 50 hours or so. But it's picking up a lot now, which is good. Ah, the guests, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Blah, blah, blah. We already read all this. You're actually working from home right now and I'm distracting you? Alright, so when I previously saw it was here. It's an impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it's endured. Maybe you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Why are we fighting them? Dogs of Ishgard. Is it not enough that you banish our beloved saint? Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. Do you think us fools, boy? It will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. They're talking about the Azure Dragoon, right? Not me. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. We're going to kill him? Come, my brothers. May dragon wings bear us to victory. Right. Let me just try and get aggro on as many of them as possible. And then I'll try and salted earth them or like make sure that I can AoE them. I mean, this should be fine. probably don't want to stand in that. Well, I did. What did that do to me? Thunder. Oh, no. It should be that as long as I tag them with an AoE. Interject. Oh wow, they're drinking dragon's blood and turning into dragons. That's cool. That's like what they talked about in the story before, right? Oh wow, there's a load of them. Louis Store, first of the line. What the fuck is that? I have aggro on all of them, so commence with the AoEing. Solid Earth's back. You're fortunate indeed. Behold the power of our faith. Wow, he's huge. What's he got? Damage up and transfiguration.
Focus. Release.
Come to me. Let's use some tank cooldowns to slow him down and stuff.
Know your folly.
I'm going to go to an auto attack chain here now. Dark Blizzard. He cast that really quickly. I couldn't get out of that in time. Or I was just looking in the wrong place. Alright, my teammates killed the other creatures, so it's just him left now. What is this? Infirmity. HP recovery via healing magic is reduced. They fight like demons. Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. With that, we could have questioned one of them. What would you have asked that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so was me. Even should an ambush await for us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Instinian? I suspect it's the heretics' way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years ago, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the Age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death and forced into a magicked slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy Sea's sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. A fascinating tale. We should make haste to this ashen isle. So we're going on to the corpse of a dragon that was sealed. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there lies another place. This whole thing about the Dreaming Dragon that's subdued and just held there, that's a lot like what the Allagans were doing in the Binding Coil of Bahamut, isn't it? But they were more about technology or whatever. One thing is the story, another is the writing. Guild Wars 2 may have moments where the story holds up, but compare the average dialogues and important story moments in FF14's on another planet. Same for the most part goes for the storytelling, how it's presented. Well, I think what this game has over Guild Wars is quantity. Like, there's just more, so they can tell a good story. There's more time to get attached. There's just so much more. In Guild Wars, it's like they just don't write much, and they just don't have much budget or time or space to do much. They just do very, very, very little. I really don't like all the archaic language and stuff in this game, and I don't think that the camera angles are that good, and I don't think that the cutscenes are that good. But there's so much more of them that they win, and they can actually craft something, because there's just so much. Guild Wars, it's like it goes by in a flash, you know? Like, look at the story of Path of Fire. Dragon King God. How fucking cool is that? Dragon King God. But then look at how little they actually get to work with. There's just tiny... The king is not even in it. It just flashes by, you know? You know how, like, when you get, like, a film depiction of a great novel or a great book series, the film can only scratch at the surface? Like, there's something beautiful there, and if you've read the book, you know that there's something beautiful there. And the film is just, like, paling in comparison. That's Guild Wars, except you can... You're just, like... You don't even get to read the book. You just get to guess that the book exists somewhere in the minds of the writers. And alluded to, almost. And it's like, there is no book. It's just the fucking theatrical edition, you know? And so that's how Guild Wars feels. Whether it's a Living World patch that's trying to tell the story of a destruction of an Elder Dragon or whatever, or two Elder Dragons being put to sleep, or two Elder Dragons being defeated in Dragonfall, or even just like mundane shit. Even just like semi-cool shit like the death of Palawa Joko and so on. Whether it's a Living World patch or whether it's an expansion. Heart of Thorns has to be like this small scope thing about like a small adventuring band going through the jungle. Because they don't have the budget or the space to do something bigger. And then POF just doesn't manage to land anything that much bigger. I mean, End of Dragons is going to be really interesting to see. Because I bet it'll feel the same. I'll tell you that much. At least they have less going on. I'm told the Convictors have set up camp in the Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantelut, may have information of use to us. But may help you. Like, if Guild Wars had its theme and styling and you know, it wasn't... Because Guild Wars doesn't do the archaic language and all that stuff. It's much more digestible. It's much more tangible. If they did that, but with Final Fantasy's quantity, it would be so much better. The other problem that Guild Wars has is it voice acts too much, so you can't control the pace of what's going on. We've all been doing the Living World playthrough recently, right? Where you sit there, just standing, wait, and they're just blah, 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 blah. Okay, Timey, are you done speaking yet? No. Okay, Bram, are you done speaking yet? No. Ritlock, are you done speaking yet? Like, it's just... But in this game, if I want to, I can just spam left-click on replay and I can get through it. Or even on my first time, I can spam left-click until there's a voice-acted cutscene where you know it's a little bit more necessary to set up and pay attention. And, of course, they have the big CGI cinematics and stuff, too, to embolden that. Guild Wars just has the worst of all worlds. And just on all fronts, it's like, it's too long when it needs to be quick. And it's not meaty enough when it needs to be meaty. It just doesn't hit the... Which is just annoying, you know? They're happy to talk for ages and ages and ages about, you know, jokes and about, you know, little bits of flavour and fun. But they won't talk at length about the big ticket items. And, yeah, they're just the unskippable thing. So it really, like, in this game... Here's a beautiful thing from Final Fantasy XIV that has not happened with Guild Wars. Final Fantasy XIV can take someone who never paid any attention to the story in A Realm Reborn, and never paid any attention to the story in this expansion, and never paid attention to the story at all. Then they get to Shadowbringers, and they're like, okay, I'll pay attention to it. And then they're like wanking themselves silly over how much they love it. And, you know, they're a fanatic, and they're like, oh, this is amazing, blah, 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 blah. Guild Wars doesn't do that. Guild Wars really creates this whole thing where it's like you're either into the story or not. And there's like a lot of like snobby fucking lunatics in the Guild Wars scene that's like, oh, I don't like the lore. Lore's for other people. Oh, no. I only like the gameplay. Skip the lore. Like, and it's like, there's just like this really aggressive, like stupid, like A and B camp situation going on with that game. Final Fantasy has skirted that. But Guild Wars, I think the way that they tell their story, they like antagonize and solidify that. There are all these fucking idiots that are like, no, I don't like the lore, full stop. And they'll just never entertain it at all because they only ever see it as a contrivance and an annoyance. Final Fantasy avoids that. It doesn't create this like two-class system. There's at any moment someone might slip in and start enjoying it. But ArenaNet, through the way that their stuff's set up, they just won't have that. They have like these closed-minded fucking like little lemmings. They're like, oh, I only raid, I only do the fractals, and they won't ever cross the threshold. And it's not their fault. They're just a human subject to, you know, their own idiotic impulses. It's the game's job to allow them to slip into that. And Guild Wars 2 fails. Final Fantasy 14 doesn't. Anyway, right. The Convictors, what are they? They're dragon slayers after a fashion, but I'm willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these Convictors then and temper our haste. Going from WoW to FF, the amount of cutscenes is jarring. See, I don't know anything about World of Warcraft. Maybe... I mean, people really are into that game's story as well, and I wonder to what degree. They're into it enough to be pissed off when, like, N'Zoth happens and stuff, so... I assume there's some level of enjoyment. I really think the CGI cutscene's a big thing. I think there's a lot of WoW players who probably don't care about the story much, but... because they have this budget for these crazy CGI moments where they can see their favorite characters on screen doing badass stuff. I mean, even I don't even play WoW. I'll watch the WoW trailers and stuff because they're really exciting, you know? And I think, again, that's one of the reasons why Guild Wars players, they just don't care. Like, not even remotely. Like, there's definitely going to be a lot of players in Final Fantasy and a lot of players in WoW who don't care much about the story. They're mostly just a raider. But at least they know things about it. They get a little bit of the sense of it. In Guild Wars, it's like you don't care remotely about it. Like at least in WoW and Final Fantasy, like those players, they're at least at like a 3 out of 10. In Guild Wars, they're at like a 0.1 out of 10. They really don't give a fuck. Like, not even a slight bit. And they'll easily, like, you know, they'll condemn anyone else who does. Only casuals like the story. If you like the story, you must be bad at the game, because really, all that's good about it. You know, the idea that there's a true PvX player is very rare in Guild Wars. And, of course, I'm going to arrogantly say that I'm that. But, yeah, the other thing about WoW is that they breed story enthusiasts because they actually lock story behind the difficult content, don't they? Like, literally, you don't get to finish the story unless you beat the raids, you know? And I don't want to just use the word raid there. I mean, difficult content. Like, you don't get to... the final boss is in difficult content kind of thing. And that, again, that bridges the players, I think, in a big way. So it's kind of a two-way street, honestly. Like, because Guild Wars suffers for all the stuff I've already said, but then it suffers in the other direction. It doesn't breed raiders. It doesn't breed fractal enthusiasts. It doesn't breed PvP enthusiasts out of its story enthusiasts. It doesn't go the other way either. If you're really into the story in Guild Wars, you're not very likely to transition into those other things and mix the pools. There we go. We just got a level. You're not very likely to go the other way because... they're fucking terrified of ever asking you to do anything. They're terrified of asking you to go out of your depth. Everything is like very carefully like maintained. There's like a nice neat little garden for the story players, and then there's another nice neat little area for people who like the raids and all. Don't worry, you'll never have to see the Heart of the Mists if you ever want to play the story. We would never do that. And don't worry, you don't ever have to go to World vs. and you don't ever have to do a dungeon. I know that it would be important to play those dungeons to understand Ritlock and Logan's story and stuff. I know that it's a part, but don't worry, you don't ever have to play that. No, you don't ever have to go to World vs. World. You definitely don't have to rate. You know, ArenaNet, like, they're just fucking coddling people, so there's no mix and matching, and so you get, like, these classes. You get, like, these just different games, essentially, these completely different communities that just throw shit at each other. Raiders will throw shit at at story enthusiasts, who will throw shit at world versus world players, who will throw shit at PvP players, and it's like, where the fuck is the... No wonder no one's fanatical about that game. No wonder there's not like an actual sense of community and camaraderie in that game. No wonder. They're all just like apes interested in their own little bit. There are very few people see the whole game. Very few people. And love the whole game and get the full idea. And especially people who actually followed the franchise from its origins. You're not going to find that perspective in many places. Sorry, I'm not reading this, and I should be. The hard-eyed lad looks promising, but you have that frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I've seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armour, that lance, the Izzard Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray forgive my respect, sir. I am Jantalut, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you to our humble camp? I like that. There's a lot of fanatical people in Guild Wars, but as you said, it's often first and dimensional. Yeah, I mean, and not only that, but it's people fanatical of Guild Wars 1 will throw shit at people who like Guild Wars 2, you know? Even that doesn't work. You can't even get the original fans on board because the whole sequel is so different to the original game that even they're not in the same camp. There is no Guild Wars fan base. There's like 6 different fan bases who all resent the existence of the other ones. That's what exists. Oh, you're funding raids? Fuck, I hate that. Oh, you're funding World vs. World? Fuck, I hate that. Oh, you're funding more story? Fuck, I hate that. Oh, it's not a Guild Wars 1 style game at all? Fuck, I hate that. And I hate the studio. I hate ArenaNet for doing this 5th that I don't like. That's the same in all communities. I agree that to a certain degree that is going to exist in all communities. But what I'm saying is very amplified with Guild Wars. It's very amplified with Guild Wars, and it's not very amplified with Final Fantasy. So it's very easy to get word-of-mouth recommendations from this game, and people being fanatically positive about this game. Because they have their whole, like, uniformed front with Yoshi P and blah, 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 you know, and Guild Wars just doesn't have that. That said, I really do think it's not the community's fault. I would never blame the community, never. I don't think people are smart. I don't think people have control of their own impulses, and I don't put any respect or any expectation on communities. I really don't. I think the more people that you have, the less you can put any kind of responsibility on them. It's all about the game, and it's all about how the studio has handled the game and how the studio talks about the game. It's the game's fault if the community is in disarray. It's the game. People are animals, and it's just about how you herd them around. That's what game design is. Hey WP, been on vacation the last 10 days or so. How's it been? Yeah, it's been pretty good. Good news about elite specs and stuff. I'm having fun in Final Fantasy. DirectX beta tomorrow, is it? Or one of the betas is tomorrow? That said, oh, and I'm going away, by the way. I didn't tell you guys. That is related to the text I got earlier. I won't be here for 2 days. Maybe like 2.5. And that's the back half of this week coming up. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Okay, we shall see. Making a Stinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what we find. Baby steps. I'm only on level 51 quest still. So he'll give me an Aether Current. That is a side quest, though. So we'll leave that for now. Alphino is eager to gather information on the heretics. Surely one of these people you've encountered will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with me as many as you can. No, I don't know of any heretics, he says. I didn't mean to click through that. I misclicked. Are there any heretics in the area? I've not the faintest idea why a heretic could pass under my very nose and I'd be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear fellow, the big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Looking for heretics, you say? Why don't you go and bother Perique or someone? I have enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. 'Tis no business of mine what folk do with themselves while here in the wilds. Oh, very useful. Thanks, everyone. What about you, then? Make sure you get your annual festival achievement done if you haven't. Oh, I'll probably miss it, to be honest. Something I can help you with, my lord? Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I ain't heard of a thing or two. We'd be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please, my lord, I'm Perique, a soldier by trade, though not much of one, if I'm honest. If it weren't for love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, see. No, it was by order of Sir Gentilup's father. Still, as long as they keep paying my wages, I ain't fussy to see what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of lowborn lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've even seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it all is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so quickly. Sad to say, some inmates gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. Send up the purple smoke, and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then? I'm minded to start a fire. Okay. Okay, prepare a signal fire. If we're to lure them here, then we find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from a terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet. You're a monster hunter of some note, are you not? It would prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics do not notice our beacon. Master Alphino, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. I will take us both the rest of enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon. Okay. Obtain yak hides. I often see people doing the fates, but I don't really know why they're doing them. Well, here's some woolly yaks. They're huge. Whoa, what? I think running around... So, by the way, in yesterday's stream, someone said that tank stance doesn't do it. It just increases enmity generation. It doesn't make you aggro more. But it's definitely true that as I'm wandering around in the open world, I get more aggro, isn't it? I feel like, even as I just want... Like, I feel like this thing's attacking me because I have tank stance on. And if I didn't, it wouldn't be attacking me. But I'm not doing anything to generate enmity aside from just having the grit on. Well, mind you, he just came at me. So they're all just, like, really, really aggressive and hostile here, are they? It's not that I have tank stance on. There I am, naturally spinning it around, trying to flank it when it's completely irrelevant. Some monsters aggro by sight and sound. Yeah, that's like in 12. That was one of the favorite things that I did with my mods. They had a whole mechanic in that game about like how some things can hear you and some things can see you, but then they ruined it with some stupid other like patches, and anyway, you can mod them out, and I was so excited. Oh my god. The weekly challenge logs for Eureka help with the leveling. I'm not sure I understand anything that you just said to me there. If you toggle walk in FF14, you can sneak past some things. Really? That's cool. Ice commanders. What the hell are these things? And what the hell is that? It's a big frozen tree. Oh, you were just talking to someone else. Okay. It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Alphino. He must have been had a privileged upbringing. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Yeah, they do look very Jaw Maggie, don't they? They look like Icebreed Colossuses.
Ah, I should have known it would be you.
Wow, she came quick.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
I'm gonna be blunt. We wanna stop Nidhogg's attack.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest.
So teach
Shall I
me.
relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress.
So she's gonna tell me why the war is happening. This is the thing, right?
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elizan tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva.
Okay.
While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm, Hraesvelgar, in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster.
Hraesvelgar.
In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elizan is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Hraesvelgar, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity.
So he eats her. I did. Someone said no earlier.
Though loath to perform the deed, Hraesvelgar ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound.
Okay, I just want to say, I remember now, when they first started talking about this was like months ago, like 3-4 months ago. Someone definitely, in the story, in Final Fantasy, when I was like at the Waking Sounds or something, someone alluded to this tale, and they referred to it as like she lay with a dragon. Like genuinely the game talked about it as though they had had sex. And I remember that quite specifically because I tweeted about it. I have a tweet in which I say, oh my god, Final Fantasy is quite different. FF14 is quite different to Guild Wars 2. I mean, they're literally talking about a woman having sex with a dragon right now. They definitely do refer to her as laying with the dragon. I think that, like, what they suggested is that the legend, like, the slanderous, like, lies about this was that, you know, that was like someone was alluding to her life in a way that made her seem horrible. And they were trying to make out, like, you know, it was like, they were calling her a whore kind of thing, to be mean, in-game. But definitely that was the phrase that was used, that she lay with the dragon. And obviously that's not what happened. The dragon ate her, but yeah.
In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted.
What, they ripped the dragon's eyes out or something? Was it? She stopped the story.
He who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery.
Okay, so they were at peace, and then the humans attacked Nidhogg and took one of his eyes. But only one of them, so he's still immortal.
And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
Yeah, okay, so give him the eye back. That's definitely the way forward. Give him the eye back.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Wait, he had the eye? Oh, he's got it. There it is.
Good gods.
Just give it back to him.
Recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the eye does not reside there.
So he doesn't care about... This wouldn't even work anymore. He just wants revenge.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
Oh, what if...
Reason has all but left him. Through the eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels. And the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
Okay, I don't know how much focus in this story there is on the Ascians, but it would be quite interesting if the answer to why he's suddenly more interested in Ishgard than the Eye. It would be quite interesting if it's because... Okay, there's 2 ways they could go with it. One, he caught word of the Ascians giving the Ishgardians power. The Archbishop got power from the Ascians. So he's like, fuck that. Like, so he's kind of a good guy because he's very much against the Ascians. So that's why he's focusing on Ishgard. That's one way they could go with it. The other way they could go with it, again, if this is all Ascian related, is the Ascians have been partly, like, tempting him as well. And they've just, like, on both sides... They've said, oh, we'll be allies to you, to the Ishgardians. At this exact same moment, they've done the same with the Dravanians because they're just trying to sow chaos. So they're just pitting both of them. Like, maybe he feels, you know, empowered again because the Ascians have manipulated them into it. But again, I mean, all of that could be completely irrelevant because the focus isn't on the Ascians at all. The eye's quite small, isn't it? Yeah, I was thinking about how big it is.
Indeed lost to reason. Might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead?
Like, where did he pull the eye out from? Surely it was quite squished in against his armor there, and then it kind of grossed me out a bit, and I stopped thinking about it.
He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
So Hraesvelgr's still around too. You know, they put so much...
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him.
One thing I think is quite cool is they've done a lot to make the Dravanians. The dragons are really badass. They're really powerful. They're really old. They're really badass. And the idea of them summoning a primal is really cool. And their primal's Bahamut. Like, that makes Bahamut seem really, 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 really cool. And I don't know. I think that all wraps up really quite nicely.
Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Oh shit, are we... Is the crystal gonna speak to us? Okay, here's all the crystals I collected in the core game. Wait, didn't I lose them though recently? Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Midgårdsormr saw us and said, hey, you've got the echo, you've got the power of all these crystals, and he just took them away from us. I guess I'm getting them back again now. Oh, that's cool that I'm getting them back. I assumed that they just took them away from me because they thought, oh, you're too OP.
Miss, my friend.
Okay, so throughout the core game, I was collecting those, and then I just lost them all in like their living world. And I thought, oh, that's just the writers aren't happy with how strong I am, and this is going to be a longer story than they want or whatever. So, oh, they're different crystals altogether, are they? Yeah, Midgårdsormr severed my connection to them. Yeah, and but I just regained a connection, did I? Or is that a totally different type of crystal that I just got? That's very cool. I'm getting them back. Remember that. See you in Shadowbringers. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm getting they're the same crystals. I'm just getting them back. Yeah, I like that I'm regaining them.
Beginning to take their toll. Rest a while. And should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
I like that I'm getting back because all I'm trying to say is that when Midgårdsormr severed me from all of them, I looked at that as kind of a bit of a lazy cop-out writing thing, like, oh, they just don't want me to have them anymore. And it kind of invalidated all those early stories about me gathering the crystals, you know. It was kind of, and I thought that was a bit lame. But now that I'm getting them back, it's all a part of the same tapestry still. And nothing about it looks lazy at all. It all still feels like a measured, specific plan in place. It's all the story counts. Do you know what I mean? It feels well crafted. So that's why I'm saying it's cool that I'm getting them back. It's like, oh, that's not a dropped plot thing. Which again is like, that's what I'm saying. They're very good in this game at not dropping stories. They're very good at... Here's Midgårdsormr himself, by the way.
The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
I can't really remember his deal, by the way. He's the first dragon? Why did I go to see him? And he was like... When did he die? I can't remember what the fuck this was. I really can't remember what this was. Didn't I fight him in a dungeon? And then he, like, was mini. And he was like, okay, I'll follow you around. I really can't remember. It's almost like they aren't phoning in the plot development. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It was the dragon. Yeah, I remember. But why did I go to that dungeon? He died while taking down a big Garlean ship. He died in a war versus the Garlean Empire. In the dungeon, you were just fighting his spirit. He originally died a little bit before 1.0. Yeah, this is all like pre-A Realm Reborn stuff, isn't it? This fucking game, man. You gotta know, like, the pre-Realm Reborn stuff, and then, like, the base game. Okay, that's a lot of messages. He wrestled a giant airship to death and lay dormant there. Ishgard astrologers detected a dragon rousing and thought it was Midgårdsormr, so as a service to him, you went to investigate it. When Garlemald tried to invade originally, not one, the big ship. Dragon is sort of alien. Midgårdsormr did tell you this. He brings 7 eggs or something. Nidhogg, Bahamut, Hraesvelgr. Sorry, he's an alien that brought with him 7 eggs, and from that all the dragons spread out. Is that true? The Scions were doing a favour to Ishgard. Right, okay, I remember. Yeah, well, I went to Ishgard very briefly and to show I was a good lad. The astrologers detected some dragon movement or some shit, so I went, and then it was just him. But then what? Why does he know about the Echo? Am I not meant to know that yet? Why was he allowed to sever my connection with all the crystals? And what? Why is he following me around? Does he like Hydaelyn? Yeah, he's not native. He's made a deal with Hydaelyn. The dragons are not native to Eorzea. You find out more about this in Stormblood. He has a pact with Hydaelyn. He's powerful on the level of Hydaelyn. He's just super powerful. He comes from another star. He wants to test you. He's from an entirely different world. To see if you're worthy. Midgårdsormr guards the lake. He's the keeper of the lake. As a service to Hydaelyn. Why would he want to guard a lake? I think he thought you weren't worthy or something. And that you only won a ship because of her blessings. So he turned them off. Yeah, I remember that. He's basically a god. Chat, this is all stuff that should come later. Don't worry, I'm not timid about spoilers. I'm really not scared of spoilers very much. Don't worry, it won't ruin the game for me. Don't worry. I mean, it would be nice to play things in order. I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So right now, everything about him is supposed to be completely fucking like, what? Like, he's following me around and stuff, and I'm not supposed to know why. I'm supposed to be ignorant, right? Is that fair? Is that correct? I'm supposed to be ignorant about why he knows the Echo, about why he's powerful, about where he came from, about what... I'm supposed to be ignorant. What am I supposed to know? That in 1.0, he died killing the Garleans, taking out an airship? Because I remember there's a whole map near Mordona that's filled with airship wrecks and shit, right? And it's because of him. They thought he was dead, but as you went up there, because the dragon cell was flaring up and Ishgard was getting worried... You realise he was just in a regenerative slumber. He is allied with Hydaelyn. They had a deal that he should guard the Silver Tier, which is why the dungeon is called the Keeper of the Lake. Story has not revealed why he is guarding this particular place for Hydaelyn. Okay. So good. So he's guarding a lake, and that's a mystery that I'm allowed to wonder about. You know he's the most powerful dragon, but you probably don't know his relationship with the cosmos or why he's aware of the Echo or anything like that. Okay, so let's talk about Nidhogg now. And Hraesvelgr. Are they his kids? Is Nidhogg and Hraesvelgr his kids? Oh, you do know why. The lake is a font of Aether. Okay. Okay, good. So they're his kids. They're his first brood. So how does he feel about me wanting to go kill Nidhogg? Why aren't I just sitting down and talking to him about a lot of shit? Why aren't I just saying, bro, why aren't I asking him to ask Nidhogg to stop? Couldn't he get Nidhogg to stop? What does he think about the fact that the Azure Dragoon is holding his son's eye right now? He's just watching. He's like super god level. He really does. He's just observing because he is very... He's on such a power level that he doesn't give a shit anymore. Why didn't the Eagles fly Frodo to Mordor? No, I don't buy that as a full-on excuse here. I mean, okay, so he's I understand. There is some logic to it. He's so up there, he's just passively observing. He's the watcher. He asked what if. Yeah, okay, alright, I got you. By the way, I thought that Killmonger episode was crap. He doesn't meddle with the lives of his kids, and I think Hydaelyn forbade him for excessive interference. Well, he severed my connection to the fucking Echo. That's pretty interference heavy, isn't it? I feel like it's really major that I have that his dragon spirit is following and watching me, and there's been almost no conversations about it since it happened. We journeyed to the homeland. I'm really happy that there was that cutscene there for and he came back. The scholar within me burns to the sights I have read, but read about, as does the child within me, I confess. Be on your guard, warrior of light. With this mistress, the heretics, as our guide, we may yet find that we are being led to our graves. Lady Iceheart stands ready to lead you and your companions into Dravania. So we're going literally to Dravania now. You're making, yes? Pray address me as yourself, if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light, but history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Dravania, then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. Oh, is there a Chocobo Forest there? That's some good anthology shit. The zombie one was crap. I actually really liked the zombie one. In terms of like, you know, it's a parody of just an homage is probably a better word to standard zombie stories where you're supposed to watch it and wonder who will survive and who will die and when they'll die and stuff. I actually thought that set up quite a compelling universe. And also, you know, just the general concept, okay, we're going to do a zombie episode. That's maybe not that exciting. Where it became exciting is exactly what point in the timeline they picked, you know? And who they chose as like the main character we follow. You know, they made it kind of a Hulk episode, and they kind of made it... They picked a really cool moment in the story, like right in the middle of the Endgame Infinity War stuff. I think it was good. I think it was really inspired. I like the episode a lot.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great
and you get a good mix of characters there too.
The continent of Aldenard from east to west, into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind.
What's Som-Al?
To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
They'll talk more about it more later. Chocobo Forest. Ah. Oh, look at that. Up there. Wow, there's a cool statue. Hello. This is quite a pretty place. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Som-Al will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead and see that we're properly provisioned. I like this. I like the moment where it becomes very clear and very simple. We're on an adventure. There's a village here. But I thought these lands, the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Master Champ, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections. Only to this ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. Generally, this game's story is like 80% of the time just setting up a huge setup. It's a common pattern in the game's writing. Setting up a huge payoff. My bad. Yeah, I get what you mean. So, let me ask you this. What are the huge payoffs I've already experienced? You would consider the bloody banquet a huge payoff. Okay. This is quite interesting, by the way. Having a wild chocobo. Oh, it sounded so sad when I killed it. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. The bloody banquet was cinematic, and it was, you know, it was a moment where it felt like actual things could happen to the characters. And it was a cool moment, but I don't know whether it really feels like a payoff to me. It felt like it was more like it was so shrouded in mystery. It's only just started. It was only resolved about an hour ago, really. You know, to me, that wasn't like a payoff. That was more, you know, just a sudden incident and a big moment in the story. But I would say that the Binding Coil of Bahamut stuff was revelatory. It was interesting. It told stories for sure. And I think if I was a pre-Realm Reborn player, I would have really loved it. You know, because Louis Soir was a character before Realm Reborn, right? Can people just confirm that for me? Louis Soir was a big character before Realm Reborn. That's why we see him like sacrificing himself in the cutscene and so on, right? So I think if I was pre-Realm Reborn, I would have the Binding Coil of Bahamut stuff would have really clicked with me. But since I wasn't, it was more like, oh, okay. Also, I think I know another spoiler. He's still alive, right? Isn't he? Doesn't he come back at some point? Doesn't Minfilia keep looking at his scepter or some shit in her office? Is it a scepter or something? I know that I see like a vision of him. Who are the twins? I can't remember their names. Oh, it's Alphino's twin. Alphino has a twin sister, doesn't he? And she's in the Binding Coil of Bahamut story. Oh, he's their granddad, isn't he? Alice, that's it, yeah. And she's hardly in the story at the moment, but when I was doing the Binding Coil of Bahamut stuff, Kerry told me that Alice is a really cool character, and I'll see more of her. He was still alive in coils, but he finally dies at the end of it. I thought he was like, it wasn't like real life, though, was it? It was like a manifestation of him or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, you get to know Alice better eventually. Yeah, because Kerry was talking about them like they were like real characters with real motivations and thoughts and feelings and stuff. And like, I'm not really getting any of that. Like another thing, the Crystal Tower raid. For the noobs out there, in the base game, they have a feature in this game called Alliance Raids. Let me do this. Where it's like, it's just huge party sizes. So raids was like actual difficult content, right? And I've done the Binding Coil of Bahamut here. And it had like 4 wings. 3 wings, 4 wings. They also have this feature called Alliance Raids, which they're not hard. There's just tons of players and it's just kind of fun. It's just, you know, lots of spectacle and so on. Anyway, so the core game's Alliance Raid is this thing. It's the story of the Crystal Tower. So it's about this massive tower that was built by like this long lost civilization. And it was an Allegan thing, wasn't it? Anyway, you meet this character called Grahatir in it, and he's got like two different colored eyes or whatever. Anyway, by the end of this story, Grahatir is like the keeper of the tower, and he's like in charge. He like closes it down or something, but he's like living there or some shit. Anyway, he's like an okay character. Not that interesting. He really doesn't have a personality at all in any of that. But he's like a fan favorite. That Grahatir character, like everyone loves. Like people want to like date him, like because he's so, you know, swoon worthy and shit. So this is another example of like, to me right now, Grahatir and the Crystal Tower, it's just like, it's like a side quest almost. It's just like a little something. It's a whatever. But that's a setup, I guess, and those characters are going to come back later. Because this was a vaguely interesting story. But I guess they come back, and when they come back, I guess they come back in a big way. Because people, like, really, really go mental over these things. It's not a side quest at all, but you'll see later. Well, yeah, I know I'm technically required to do it, but what I'm saying is the way that it sits in as a side quest right now. It sits in as a blip, really. Interesting subject material, but not it's not leading anywhere. You would think it's not leading anywhere, but you know it is. Big way is an understatement, yeah. In my context, it's a side quest. Yeah, exactly. Well, tan my heart and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Oh ho, if it ain't the lovely you sail. It's been too long, girl. That it has, Master Champ, that it has. My companions are on a pilgrimage to Somal. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare the next leg of our journey? Of course, stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I'm not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did yourselves not explain things to you, my boy? You've seen them towering Kalem trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. So there's like a whole ecosystem of things hiding from the dragons below the tree line. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop your sail here, but the dragons ain't the only things you need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. So normally I just pick up these, by the way, because none of this stat's good for me, so this I can just trade for money. When eventually I'm not a free account, I can sell all of those and get gil. If you look at my inventory... Oh. Yeah, here it is. I'm like tin piece, gold piece, silver piece, bronze piece. Okay, small talk. Did you kiss one of those Kellam trees on your way in? If it weren't for the protection of their spreading boughs, you'd likely be resting in a dragon's belly you're about now. Okay, what's worse than the dragons? I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse. Well, I'll tell you, the bloody Nath. Gnath? Nyath? Then what might you get if you crossed an antling with a megala crab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs? They never used to stray far from the hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And where they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to Nath's home territory. Okay. I like how the characters I'm with are always with me, phasing constantly in the open world. How am I liking Dark Knight so far? I mean, it's okay. There's a lot you pop right at the start of a fight, and then it's sort of just spam 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 a lot. It would seem that it's fun in dungeons where you actually get to be a tank. It would seem much has changed in Dravania. The Nath would not want to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here in Dravania? Aye, it was the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under its protection of the boughs. That was when I chanced upon Shreysvelgar. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of this majestic worm, nor for the vision of the past his present visited upon me. Thankfully, Master Chump found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health. So is this why she can commune with Shiva or whatever? Does Hraesvelgr sort of take pity on her or some shit because of Shiva? Or something? And in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals, but I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. Are they like a lesser race thing? Can I do like rep quests for them? Oh, someone in chat said a primal's coming up. Are they going to summon a primal? They're a beast tribe. That's the word that this game uses. Are they a beast tribe and they'll summon a primal and then later I get daily quests with them and shit? They're a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who would intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They've changed then. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make for Somal and crush any unruly insect we might meet underfoot. A more direct path then. Well, very well. Well, let us first follow the trail out west of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Somal, shall we? So how do the dragons live? If they're so intelligent and blah, 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 do they have, like, cities and stuff? Is there a dragon city here in Javania? I'm not going to do that one yet. We'll save the side questing for another point. I like this area, by the way. I don't like cold areas very much, so it's really cool that we get a nice, pretty place in the expansion. Guys, I'm going to be right back. Just 2 minutes. All right, hello. It just occurred to me that I have some tea bags, so I might actually be able to get a hot drink. Oh, sorry, I was tabbed out during that whole time, so you had like low, crappy frame rate. So yeah, I'm gonna make a cup of tea. Watching WP here reminds me of watching movies with my mum. Most of WP's questions are, tell me what I'll see in 20 minutes to 1 hour from now. Well, I'm just wondering out loud. I mean, what do you want from me? I wouldn't be asking those questions if this stream series had been from the start of the game, you know, and it was all fresh in my mind. I would have a good sense still then of everything I'm supposed to know and what's going on. But right now, I'm just still sort of half finding my feet with it again. This is such a nice area, very cozy. I like how they give a sense that there's this great canopy above us when there's totally not. Our bows have got to be in prime shape at all times because we never know when the catch of a lifetime will cross our paths. So we're going north. Can I do anything fun in the Chocobo Forest here? It's like a mini game or, you know, another type of Chocobo mount I can get here, or... It's good you asked the questions right before. It shows the game's plot is nicely crafted. Yeah, I think that's fair. What is getting better about the game? Is it just the story? Wait, which game? This game? Apparently, yeah, the story gets better and better and better. As far as the combat, most people seem to think that you just get more buttons and that therefore means it's more fun. I do think that the end game looks very tightly crafted and well made. So if you're into like end game bossing and stuff, I think this game does offer a lot for that. PvP, I don't think this game offers anything, does it? Roleplay is probably a pretty good game, I think. Shall we fight some of these new mobs? Let's see if they do anything fun. Not really. Instant content in this game's great. The rest is meh. Apparently graphically improves quite a bit as well. I'm really glad I didn't Salted Earth on that other one now, because it means that I can use it here. This is interesting. I want a line AoE, but then I also want to use the full ring. What do you mean invalid target? I do like this. I wonder if it's just because it's the specific time of day right now. Is it like sunset or sunrise? What's with the floating rock at the top as well? Oh, Bandersnatch. It's less that the graphics improve, the more that the zone design gets more intricate. Yeah, I think that there needs to be better like vocabulary and like ways to express that in gaming conversation, I think. Because that's how I would describe Heart of Thorns as well, for example. Heart of Thorns doesn't necessarily have better... It's not better graphically, but aesthetically it feels a lot more fun to explore. And the reason for that is because they're just so much more dense and well-crafted, the maps, you know. The design of them just feels a lot tighter. And the lighting lands a lot better. Yeah, I know. If I hover over here, it's just clear skies. You don't think zone design gets more intricate in FF14? So what do you think then? Whoa, what are these guys? Oh my god, they are Uta and Yensa. Dude, they're 100% just Uta and Yensa. Sorry, do I need to stay in that? Zones aren't much more than a backdrop for the main scenario quests. What? As time goes forwards? There's fates around. There's side quests and stuff, aren't there? Guild Wars 2 is the king of open world zones. 14 does not top that at any point ever. It's interesting when people talk about Guild Wars 2 in that way. When you're within Guild Wars 2, all people ever want to do is whine about hearts. But hearts are like a backbone feature of Guild Wars 2's open world. I mean, what is it that they nailed so well there? The kind of checklist, point of interest, click, map comp thing, you know, where it's all just very automatic and free-flowing. Is that what people like so much about Guild Wars? They perfected the design of open world maps. I think there's a big difference between... The thing is with Guild Wars, I think that the open world maps are really good when you're new and you're experiencing like real progression as you go through it at the same time. I think that's where it's at its best. When you're a veteran, just spamming through map comp, maybe following taco routes and stuff, it's not that good. And I don't know whether I think it's that good in expansions either. Like, was Vabi that fun? No, I think it is good. It is good. To be fair, it is good. No, every single expansion map, probably Vabi is the least interesting. Dragon's Stand is the least interesting. No, I think it's fair to say their open world is very good. They feel more like game levels rather than MMO zones. Yeah. Should we chance to meet Master Champ again? Remind me to thank him. Had he not wanted us to expect the Nath, I doubt we'd be standing here. Oh, I doubt it. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian, the style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. This structure is in fact over 1,000 years old. It's a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim that this is evidence for our harmonious past? I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool, how desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Well, if Estinian doesn't believe, if Estinian thinks she's talking shit, why did he consent to come to the Hraesvelga mission? Just on a whim? Because if he doesn't believe any of what she's saying, then why would Hraesvelga be amenable to us in any respect? Maybe he wants to see for his own eyes? Make and pray reason with these two. Grunt. These are written so awkwardly, man. The truth of the past will be revealed. If he thinks it works, great. If not, it comes kill some shit. Yeah, but that works. But there's urgency right now. His homeland, his friends, his family, his kinsmen are going to die in this invasion. Time is of the essence. This is a gambit. This isn't like a casual stroll in the woods. If he doesn't really believe her, I mean, it is weird to think he'd come. He'd want to go do something else useful. Quite, lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Macon's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Estinian says, you would have me keep my counsel until Macon's visions confirm the truth. Very well, but no longer, I think he said. Our meeting with Hraesvelga will likely provide the catalyst Macon's gift requires, as it did mine. That was pressed on. What are they talking about, my gift? The Echo? He'll make his motives known before long. Okay. Dragons in the sky and Nath upon the ground. One must need sprout eyes in the back of one's head to survive this land. These ant-men are bold to bring their war to the dragon's doorstep. Mayhap we should invite them to man the walls of Ishgard. Hey, that's a good idea. That Avis looks pretty cool back there. Spy you the 3 great towers to the west? I think I see one of them. Ishgardians know them as Ank's Trine. The place serves as a roost for Hraesvelga's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Sormal, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. The one who leads them is a friend, or rather, more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the tower to the approach to the tower to see if the path is clear. Are these fucking ants gonna summon a primal to stand in my way on the way up the mountain? Alright guys, the kettle is now boiled, so just give me 2 minutes again and I'll be back and we can continue. I'll have a cup of tea. Oh, I heard the sound of that. Hold on then. Hold on. I wish I could interject more stuff in this game. Sorry, I'm not going to be playing very well here because I'm standing up. Alright. Alright. Sorry about that, guys. Interrupter still needed in raid. Oh, I guess my mic cut out somewhere there. I don't know what you guys heard. Yeah, interject I do get to use sometimes, but not too much. Mostly if I'm interrupting, it's through low blow and knocking down. Because you can do that to a lot more stuff than anything, than interjecting. Alright, okay. So, it's now night time. We got to speak to Lady Iceheart. Whoa, where is she? Whoa. She's so far away, I literally have nothing. Summoning Stone. Lothast Varth. What's at Lothast Varth? Looks like a weird little village place. Right, shall we walk or Chocobo? Yeah, I understand that when it's glowing red, that's when you can interject it. And everything I said is still true. I understand that. And it's that there's not much you can interject. Look, this is a guy in the regalia. That's from 15. Yeah, there's still mostly you would just be knocking things down. It's like it strikes me quite often they have to explicitly be a spell. Like here, for example, this water sprite will have interjectable attacks, right? But the cast time is so short on it. See this? It's flashing red, so I can interrupt this, but it's so short you have to like predict it. Basically, I do it like Guild Wars style. You do like a quarter knock, so you wait for the knock, and when that's at basically 1 second, you trigger the... Well, I did a bit later. But I still don't know whether you can ever actually catch it. The cast time seems so short to me on that. If you look at open world content as solo content, and the fact that interject is a tank skill, you understand why there isn't that much. Because non-tanks that can't interject would be killed by it if it was important to interrupt. Or they could move out. Right? Haven't you just given me a completely false equivalence? It's not necessarily true, is it? And not everything needs to be so important that you have to interrupt it, like that water spell a second ago. There could be lots of minor things that you, in theory, could just be able to interject, as I just showed on screen. But there's just not many, really. And when they are there, they're so short that, you know, it's unrealistic to be able to get them. Achievement unlocked to crush your enemies. I don't know what that is. There are achievements for like kill 100 mobs and then 500 and then 1,000 and then 10,000 and then 100,000. It would go on a long time. Depends on the ability. The abilities one would know from raids and dungeons tend to be punishing ones. Yeah, I get that in a group scenario. I just don't really buy that it can't exist in a solo scenario. In fact, it does exist. It just only exists via... Like this here, I can interrupt that. But that's not... I'm not allowed to interject interrupt it. I'm only allowed to knock down interrupt it. And it's almost like... Well, why? Interrupts are one of the only fun things about this combat system for like these solo standard open world experiences. Being able to actually see a thing and react to it. And it's like one of my main tools for it isn't even there. But thankfully, I get low blow on Monk as well, so... And low blow is extra fun on Monk because it stops them turning so you can flank and rear for a little while. I don't know if there's any other tools for that. If you guys know, you can let me know. Oh, by the way, Rocker, you're in chat. I mentioned this earlier on the stream, but I did look at those Discord messages about the plugins and stuff, and I did have a quick browse, so I'm using a few of them right now. I showed it off earlier. If you have any advice for me, I'm using chat bubbles, some compass, the compass on the top of the screen. I'm using this damage info thing, but it's not showing up because I haven't got the UI set up for it. Fancy loading screens, good memory. And then simple tweaks is I've tweaked some stuff on the UI. That's it, though. I don't really know what else I can use or what might be fun. One thing I would love advice from people about, right, is this. Whoops, not this. Character config? Okay. So, display flying text. So, I would like to have flying text on, but it's so mental. Especially playing as a monk, where it's constantly showing my form shifts and stuff like that. Is there any way I can modify this? Like maybe take MP off, or take the skill name off, or take the exclamation marks off. You know, just to clean this up. Because this is just, it's too much. It's too noisy. It's too much. So if anyone knows that, I'm not going to implement it here on stream, but if you can tell me on Discord, that would be insanely cool. Unless it's really simple. I mean, I could read it on stream. But that's something I'd like. I'd like to have flying text, but just not as much as the game does. And especially in, like, dungeons and shit. It's, like, impossible to see what's going on. It's really bad to me. According to my preferences, I don't like it. So I play with it off. But it would be kind of nice to see a number here and there. This is interesting. Myacid? It's a bit of a shame because they're cool enemies, but everything's tedious to fight right now because it's taken me so long. Is this because I don't know how to play the game, or is it because I'm a tank? And really, I should be doing all of this on monk. But I mean, my monk's max levels, so... You miss a lot of GCDs. What does that mean? Oh, use your Chocobo companion. Oh my god, good point. Dude, good point. I almost never use him, by the way, but yeah. Yeah, I'm at eye level 130. Nothing's dropping that's better yet. So let's fight this thing with the Chocobo out and see how it feels. Should I just let him do it whatever he wants? Nice. By the way, the pole thing I told you about, that has a pole designed to make it, the overlay for it look like it's an FF14 interface. I wouldn't worry about that, man, because I'm not going to be exclusively streaming this game. That's cool, though. Tears fear. The road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. Oh. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. Wait, where are they? I don't... Oh, can I leave this ring? I thought I was stuck in it. I thought I wasn't allowed to leave it. Oh, it's much better with the Chocobo. The ring is just the trigger. I quite like how he never attacks the Chocobo either, because he's going to be attacking me. It does feel a bit weird knowing I could just walk past all of this, but the game is sort of telling me, no, 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 you have to be ambushed. You know, that's a bit of an odd thing. Oh, is there another player doing this story with me? And he has a Chocobo too. Whoa, there's loads of them. I'm already done with this. Oh, I can like one-shot them when because I don't have to be level synced, right? Am I getting synced or something? Those ones are a lot weaker. Oh my god, it's so dark right now. Wow. Can I ask chat a Guild Wars question? You can ask me a Guild Wars question, I don't mind. I think your quest is to clear the path for your friends, technically. Oh, I see. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. It was to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. One word to the Warrior of Light. I shall start no fight, only finish it. You'll truly be on salvation. Come then.
Vidofnir!
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
You wanted to know what power you'd have to be for cruelty sigils to be better than bloodlust. I think very, very high. I think bloodlust is generally much better. That's definitely like a number crunchy thing that I would just Google. Or you might find it as a footnote on one of the wiki pages. But generally, cruelty has never really been taken hold for a lot of people, so I would go with bloodlust.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Dragoons are pretty cool, to be honest.
Forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
I like the idea he can rumble in the jungle. He can go toe to toe with a dragon.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hraesvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
Oh, there it is, the primal.
Nath have summoned a primal.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request? Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? 'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
Looked really
You see, we have
derpy with his
no
little
choice
wings.
but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
It's okay, a primal doesn't have thoughts or feelings or a real life. You can just dispatch of it. His sail seems occupied with thoughts of the Nath and their primal. So they've summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, enough, I say! If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the Aether, we must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies, you are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Master Champ, for he knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Okay, I'm going to get that Aetherite, though, if I can. Those two need to get a room. That's one way of looking at it. Oh, I like the shadows there. That looks good, eh? You're tuned to the Aetherite. Okay. So I'm not allowed up, right? What happens if I try and go up? Oh, another dragon. Soon on. Without wings, you must take this passage to scale the tower. Above, you will find more of my kin, but beware of the Cave of Morn. Oh, so I am allowed? At what point will I be stopped? DM'd you how to do floating text. Doesn't take long to set up. Thanks, man. Thanks very much. You can walk right up to the door. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to go up to the door. Hello. Cash Thar. The bridge beyond this chamber leads to Morn. It's a place of silence. Tread softly through its halls. Whoa. Escas. We have no quarrel with man, but the young ones are still prideful. They look upon man with contempt. In time they will understand the folly of their judgment. Eh? What do you mean you have no quarrel with man? Is this like another faction? Is it? No, surely it's not. Oh, they have a quarrel with Ishgard specifically, not all man. Ah, that makes sense. Holy shit. Should I come here in a bit? This is cool. I like the look of this, but, oh my god, it's a corpse. It's mostly just Nidhogg's horde that has wars with Ishgard. There are many more neutral dragons. There is no response. Alright, let's go back. Let's go back to the Chocobo forest. I'll see the door in a second, I'm sure. Had you done ARR a long time ago? Yeah, like 5 months ago. Hello. Oh, back again already, are we? Met the Nath, did you? And what is this you'd like to... Summon a primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about the Nath religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, they never seem much point in asking, what is this primal? Can I just ask, will I, as an anthology thing, as a Final Fantasy fan... will I recognize this primal? Is it a classic Final Fantasy anthology concept? I won't recognize it, okay. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here, outcast from the main tribe from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. Oh, are we going to go into like a long, boring, you know, like Sylph act? Oh, nothing your average hunter can scrounge up in a day. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You'll want a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, a basket of Kalem tree fruit, and always a Nath favour, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest giants should present little challenge to me. Oh, is he the guy that was in the trailer, by the way? At the top of the tower that attacked the dragon? Was that him? Then I shall connect the nectar with Alphino's arcane assistance. Yes, probably. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you've got everything together, you need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on the map for you. You've been most kind. Well then, let us attend our respective tasks. Nothing as dreadful as that, I guess. The Sylph arc isn't even the bad one. The bad thing in A Realm Reborn is there's a moment where you go to a guy. It's in the Black Shrouds somewhere. There's like some pub in one of these maps. And you just like... it's like a tangent that spirals off of a tangent. And you just end up at a bar with a random guy. And I shit you not, I did like 2.5 hours of questing. Just quest after quest after quest after quest of just pure nonsense. In the end, you're like at Limsa Laminsa chasing like a script burglar looking thing. Yeah, Badaron, I think that's it. And you're just spending forever just doing nonsense. And then finally it ends. And it's like, holy shit, that's A Realm Reborn at its worst. That is the lowest part of A Realm Reborn. And they do little moments like that, and they sort of get close to that again. My understanding, and maybe you guys in chat can teach me about this, my understanding is that the game used to be full of quests like that. Like, that was the whole thing. And then in a patch after release... they just deleted a ton of quests out of the game. Is that true? That they just removed a fuck ton of content because it was all nonsense filler. It was all just nothing. So the game's like length got slashed, but it to like much more precise main scenario quests. And my guess is, if all of that's true, and please confirm that if it is, chat. My guess is that they kind of forgot to do the bar quests, and the bar quests are a taste of what the whole game used to be like. That's my guess. They removed 30% of the filler quests between ARR and Heavensward. There you go. They have done that trimming multiple times. Not the whole thing, but yeah, they put bloat. They take out bloat on a regular basis. I think you might just be referring to the ability to level through MSQ, so no side question. I think they've trimmed it multiple times. Well, I'd love specifics. If anyone knows for sure what they did, if you want to type out like a paragraph, I would love to know specifically the story there. Because, yeah, people are always very vague about that. But that's how it read to me, that those bar quests were just left over. And, like, you know, it was a bit unevenly removed. See, someone else says, I don't think they've trimmed it multiple times. They did it just the once. So I'd really like to know the details on that one. Why the fuck? What is going on? I'm stuck. I guess we go north and around, maybe? See, what actually kind of intrigues me, given all of this information now, is as bad as the bar quest is, I'm a big believer that the bar quest only feels bad. That section only feels bad because you're not used to it. Your expectation is that you're moving along. And then suddenly there's this, like, huge halt. And it's like, what the fuck? This feels like filler. However, if the whole game was at that pace, I kind of think it's okay. And here's the other interesting thing. I kind of want to play a version of the game with everything intact. I kind of want to see the 30% that I missed. You know what I mean? I feel like I've kind of... Like, my curiosity about the full experience, even if the full experience is a little bit worse, is actually, you know, it compels me in some way. Does that make me crazy? Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Ew, what is that? Can I start with earth and the water? I guess I can. It doesn't care about stuff like that. I'm just gonna... I'm going to interrupt the bog bomb. Bog bomb. Sounds like something I'd leave in the toilet after a night of heavy drinking, eh, everyone? Hey. Oh, wow, I only got one. Oh, I think it's because it's not the big... Dude, what? Yeah, that's it. So this is quite interesting. I can't Siphon Strike when I'm AoEing, so I do get my mana a bit slower. I don't know whether using that skill 1 is actually... I mean, there's only 2 enemies now, so maybe I should just go back to this. Do they do anything? They're not doing anything, are they? They actually got me quite low. Alright, well anyway, we're done with the quest. WP, let me see your cat boy's face. He's actually playing a monkey man. Yeah, my guy looks like a monkey. Here's his face. He has hair that I would have loved when I was like 13. Look at that hair. That's like some scene boy emo phase, you know, early 2000s brilliant hair. I would have loved that. It's not a phase. I'm thinking of changing him into a Ronso. They either change. Oh, okay, here we go. It was close to something like 10% of questing content removed. It was a lot of little stuff, like little steps in a quest, i.e. pick up 2 things instead of 8. It was introduced with flying in the old areas, which significantly cut down on time as well. Oh! XX Shadow Dagger XX. That's a good name right there. Oh, so I'm not really missing out on much then, because the dialogue and stuff would all be the same if it was just quantity changes to... Oh, shit, I'm going back there. Whoops. I'm not missing out on much then, am I, really? You really didn't miss out. Okay, cool. Cool, perfect. That's what I like to hear. Is this a way out? I'm so confused. See, the minimap totally that makes it look like there's a way out there. How is this confusing me so much? What is the main way that I should be thinking about? Moving around on the right, maybe? I guess I'll just go up the waterfall again. It was 30% of the portion between ARR and Heavensward. The Living World Season 1 section, right? Which did feel pretty long. The first half of that really didn't work. I mean, I made this comparison on some of the Final Fantasy streams a while ago. But really, if you compare their Season 1 shit to Guild Wars 2 Season 2, which is timeline-wise the equivalent amount of time, Season 2 is so much better than what Square Enix was doing. It's like Square Enix just rapidly found their feet. And this is like the divergence point, I think, that we're actually at right now. Oh, man. Do you know what? Someone should do like a spreadsheet or a timeline thing so I can see the exact timings of different content release between the 2 games. I would love to see that shit. Like, does this line up exactly with Heart of Thorns? Is it a year after Heart of Thorns? Like, where does it line up? If I had that at my disposal, I could give you guys a really good review of where the 2 games crossed over. Because for many years, Guild Wars was indisputably the top dog. Indisputably. But obviously the trajectories of the games are very different right now. And I would love to see where that crossing over actually happens. This is a couple of months before HOT. Yeah, see, I think Guild Wars 2 is in the lead at this point, still. And, like, considerably so. Trying to be as objective as I possibly can. I really do. I think the ball starts getting dropped in the post-HOT area. It coincided with HOT by a couple of months. Yeah, exactly. If you look at what ArenaNet did, it was so much better the whole time. If you consider all of the Season 1 content, which obviously got removed in Guild Wars, which sucks, and that's a side of the conversation we can talk about, but if you just consider blow for blow, if you were an active user of both games, what you were paying for one game versus what you were paying for the other, the amount of stuff you got in one game versus the quality of the stuff you got in one game versus the other, right up through both of their first expansions. I mean, it's extraordinary, really. Elmore, so Ura and Jens are coming back. Links are disabled in chat. Yeah, the mod should be able to, that being Rocker, should be able to confirm links and stuff. I think. Yeah, it's like exclamation mark permit or something, I think. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Land trap nectar, Calum tree fruit, and Nanka flesh. Ooh, we like the gifts. What delectable foods you have brought us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in a stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come, it is not far. They're so creepy. Look at the backs of their backs. That's weird. Alright. You know what would be cool is if I eventually end up playing ESO and then I eventually maybe even look at retail WoW or something. And you know what I just mentioned with the timeline thing where you line up the games and what content was being offered and when. You do an ultimate review of MMOs through the ages and you see just how everything lined up. The problem is my opinion wouldn't be very valid for any of those other games because I wasn't doing them. Oh, here we go. What's this? A Reddit thread? Oh, okay. So, there's an image here. I can put this on screen. Hold on. Okay, so what are we looking at? So that Gridania stuff, that's the Moogle, right? King Moogle Mog stuff? So, there used to be 29 quests, now there's only 23. Right? Is that what that's saying? And the blue is the bit in the middle, exactly, yeah. So, Limsa Laminsa, what was that arc? I can't remember what that arc was. They got rid of 4. Uldar had 4 shaved away. The level 15... Oh, wait. No. This is the whole game. Right, so I missed... So I started in Uldar. So I missed 4 quests in Uldar. The level 15 bit was intact. 21 to 30, they shaved 3 quests away. 31 to 40, they got rid of loads of quests. A Realm Awoken. Now that's their Living World Season 1 stuff. They killed 9 quests. And then they killed 5, and then 5 again, then they removed 1. So you're telling me that not only all these quests have been removed, but also the quests that remained may have had diminished objectives. Yeah, I don't know. That's enough quests removed that I am actually curious about all the content I missed. I actually am. I mean, maybe they were boring and stuff, but I don't know. It feels like the director's cut or something. Do you know what I mean? It feels like I'm missing out on the full cut. Keep in mind, a lot of those quests are literally go over there and we'll talk to you. No, I have that in mind. Believe me, I know that they're basically going to be dross. It's going to be like... And when this game is bad, this game is really bad. I know that we've got some fans of it in chat at the moment, but when it is bad, it is not good. Those bar quests are a pretty good example. But yeah, I don't know. I get interested in that stuff. I mean, that sums me up, I think, in a big way. Like, I'm that interested in, like, the trivia side of it and, like, the complete side of it, even at the detriment of the enjoyment. Anyway, your presence has been announced. It's obviously MMO players are predisposed to dislike anything that slows them down, so they'll never argue to have them returned or anything. And that's not why I'm arguing. I'm just sort of talking about that impulse within me. Anyway, your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the non-mind. I quite like these guys. The storyteller awaits you if you wish to trade. It is to him that you must speak. Okay, tell me a story, and then whatever primal this is. Can you pair back Bad of FF14 with Guild Wars 2? Is there anything like that in Guild Wars 2? Like forced, terrible, arbitrary grind? No, there's not. And that's to Guild Wars 2's credit. And I really am trying to be very objective there. People will say, oh, Legendaries. Legendaries isn't main core content, or shouldn't have been. I mean, we're transitioning now. But that doesn't count. Difficult collections don't count. I'm talking about the actual story. And yeah, it's really low quality. It's pretty goddamn bad when you get to the Lesser Races arc, with them copy-pasting dialogue from one instance to the next, right? Which happens in multiple places in the game. and awful gameplay and so on. It is pretty goddamn dire, but it's not grindy dire. There's a difference. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Voth, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god of the one mind summoned into our midst. The one mind. These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear, spell, and musket, the dragon was slain. 'Twas likely one that had fled battle with my kinsman. This is Estinian. With my kinsman, I should commend you for finishing the job. She looks pissed. He shrugs. I like that. That's almost like cartoony and sweet. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The one mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the overmind decide to heed the words of the black-robed Asians. The one mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nath lands, and even larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands... Why is that capitalized like a proper noun? The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Voth despise and revile his insatiable existence. So they summoned it, but they're not happy to have done so. Oh, am I finally getting better gear? I don't think so. I like this Aether Current thing to give purpose to side quests. They nailed something there. Ysael seems troubled by the Nath's war of expansion. I like how she's not Iceheart anymore since she told us to stop saying that. They've changed the nameplate. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious of all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land. I reason that it's a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see that I'm aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so for the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a sign of the seventh dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best, but the fact remains that my grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Hold on! Okay, chat. Alphino just compared Louis Soir's actions of summoning the 12 to that of summoning primals. Is that what everyone considers him to have done? Were the 12 helping Louis Soir considered to have been like a primal event? Is that what the world considers that to have been? No, don't give me the smiley faces. What I'm asking is... So, the smiley faces are telling me that that's not what the world was considered. I've just jumped ahead there, haven't I? Alright, okay. Alright, I'm with you. Yeah, I did play the Coil of Bahamut. I did play, but I can't remember them specifically making that a big plot point. But yeah, I understand that what this story is ultimately about is about wish fulfillment. I've said that several times on the stream. Like, people call the specific practice that the lesser races are doing of summoning primals... Like, that word basically has no meaning. I understand that they're going to continue expanding the ways in which we've seen that happen, and it's just like, that's not even really... You know, many forms of summoning may be considered to be primal. I get what they're going for. I don't have the language or the game knowledge to support it right now, but I know what you mean. What you know is that summoning a primal is giving life to a common wish from Aether, yeah. And that wish could take many forms. Many, many forms. Coils is mega important for a lot going forward. Well, here's what my summary of Coils is. It introduced me to Alizé. It revealed to me that the Allagans had subjugated and enslaved a ton of dragons who continued dreaming of Bahamut. And then they they imprisoned Bahamut. Bahamut was permanently being summoned by the imprisoned dragons. I don't know whether they were Dravanians specifically, but dragons. And then they kept Bahamut himself chained up. And I think they were using him as like a power source, right? And like that whole moon, Dalamud, it was just built by them to like keep a hold of all these dragons. And Bahamut was like furious. And I guess eventually he broke out or some shit. I don't quite know how the calamity ended up happening. But the Allagans were like these they were these masters of the world like ages ago. And they had really incredible technology, like insanely incredible technology. And they built the Crystal Tower as well, right? And they're gone. I don't know why they're gone. And Louis Soir was in the story, and he was like appearing and stuff. And he talked about how he used the 12 to defeat Bahamut. But I don't remember anything more, really. That's it. Am I missing some really salient detail about the Coils story? Oh, it was the Empire's plot in 1.0 to release Bahamut. Oh, the Empire did it. I love that there's this Empire the whole time that's just there. I really do like that Empire thing. What I love about this, more than anything else, is that there are a lot of threads that they're constantly keeping. Like I've described, they're holding many stories in their hand and they don't drop a single fucking one. They're juggling a lot of ideas. And it doesn't feel like they're dropping them. And I really like that. I think if there's any genius to this game, that's it. Oh yeah, Nail was one of the bosses in the Coil. Nail from Garlemald brought the moon down in the form of something called the Meteor Project. Right, I remember now. Yeah, the Meteor Project. Which not all of Garlemald people liked either, right? They kind of went rogue doing the Meteor Project. And then Louis Soir gave his life to stop Bahamut by turning himself into the Phoenix. Yeah, he became Phoenix, didn't he? He became a primal, right? Didn't he become a primal? Wasn't that a thing? Yeah, Meteor was controversial in the Empire. Exactly, yeah. Dalamud was kind of the solar power plant, capturing energy with Bahamut and beaming it back to the ground to be kept inside the Crystal Tower. Oh, I didn't know the Crystal Tower connection. That's cool. But they overloaded the tower that discharged the energy into the ground, thus causing the calamity. And that destroyed their civilizations. That's not the calamity we know of from 1.0. That was like ages ago. Yeah. And I'm guessing he comes back in the story later. I don't know when or how, but you know, if he became the Phoenix, there's some sort of sense of rebirth or some shit. I don't know. This is why no one is allowed to know what happened in the Coils, because otherwise people would start praying to Phoenix and summoning another primal. Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember that. Can you explain more of that? Yeah, what is that? Louis Soir wanted us to keep it quiet because he didn't want... What's that primal bit? That Phoenix bit? I mean, why is that particularly more important than any other primal? Oh, God. My mic cut and I don't know when. Okay, right. So the story was Dalamud's coming crashing down because of the Meteor Project. What Heavensward does... Alright, and it fucks everything up. It blows everything up. What Heavensward does is he regenerates the land as Phoenix. That's the thing. It's not just that he fights Bahamut and beats Bahamut. The 12 beat Bahamut, I guess, or whatever. That Phoenix's thing is that it can rebuild the land. That's why it's a dangerous primal to know about. Because people would invoke that a fuck ton. But it's not actually healing the land. He didn't want it to become a deity, because the more people that believe in something, the stronger the resulting primal. They mind control people around them, so it's bad to encourage any worship. They mind control people? Is that true? Phoenix equals rebirth. Thus mankind, it's dangerous when people needed a symbol of hope. The mind control is called tempering. Wow, that provoked a huge response. A lot of people know about tempering. I learned that back at Ifrit. Okay, yeah, I forgot that little detail. That's why the Echoes made me special, because I can't be mind controlled. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, Ifrit tried, and then he spoke. Yeah, I remember. I remember now. I remember. Okay. Right. That's a big tangent from Alphino right there. As you so rightly put, if they seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer the primal has suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know naught. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to his death? No, you have the right of it, Estinian. 'Twould seem it is that I was guilty of presuming too much. Pray forgive me, Macon. I do not fear my duty. I'm not sure if you get this line from Alphino if you didn't do coils. Oh, really? The one that just appeared on screen? That only came up because I've done the raid. That's cool. Wait, Macon need not face this alone. Like him, I am blessed with the Echo's protection. I may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're going to talk about the fact we both have the Echo. Fuck, I'm so happy you're playing FF14. I think you'll really enjoy the MSQ. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. If people are enjoying it, all I can say is please do come to these streams. Please do use the chat. And, you know, if you want, tell people about them. You know, if this is actually, like, career-wise or whatever, I don't know, is that too heavy of a word? Good for me, then of course I'll do more of it. Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of life? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters, we know not where this god resides or how to challenge it, unless you mean to pray until it appears. Estinian's a proper dickhead to her, and I quite like it. Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Varth and learn... Wait, who are the Varth? And best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. Does every expansion have, like, a mini primal arc? The Unlocked... Because that's what the game's been so far. It's like, play the game, play the game, play the game. Okay, Ifrit. Play the game, play the game. Okay, Titan. Play the game, Garuda. And then even after the calamity, after the base game ends, it's like play the game, okay, King Mooglebog, play the game, okay, Shiva. I've skipped Leviathan in there. It changes a bit in Shadowbringers. My understanding of Shadowbringers is it's a world where you realize the darkness is good or some shit. So I'm guessing you're helping primals there, or maybe? I don't know. We are the Vath. We are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thought. We cannot predict their will. Right. So there's a hive mind, and then there's people outside of the hive mind. So these are like the soundless, are they? Click, click. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you're not so generous as that. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice, and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. This is really weird. I mean, we just have no idea what this thing is. This is very alien. I quite like it. You're generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more... Sorry, what's the difference between a Vath and a Nath? Or Noth, or whatever they were called? We're very fond of Nanka flesh. Yes, the meat of such young Nanka would make a fine repast. Ugh, I already got you some Nanka flesh. Alright, I'll go get you some more. They're just different factions. Final Fantasy's always been about Primal, Aeon, Eidolon, etc., etc. Yeah, to a degree. I think, yeah, that's a big thing of the anthology. 15 kind of broke it down in a lot of weird ways. These ones are the ones not on board with the summoning. Right, that makes sense. You guys can't walk over here? I appreciate in the universe this might have been a long walk, but you know. Man, I don't know why, but on my opener, right, I will spam the shit out of Hard Slash, and he just won't cast it for like ages. I thought that existed on a totally different like cooldown system, so it should go. You know, even if I'm gap closing and low blowing and Edge of Darknessing and all of that, I thought that I should be able to simultaneously do it. But it's got like a real delay on it. I don't know why. I don't know whether I'm doing something wrong. Do I need to go in and hit Hard Slash first just to get that rolling and then do all my other random shit? Plunge has a bad animation lock. Oh, is that what it is? Animation locks lock your GCD if you start and off GCD too late. What do you mean too late? Right, so plunge is the thing, because I do like opening with plunge. But I don't really use it as a gap close often. Every OGCD still has an animation. You can't use them at the same time as GCD, just in between. This is a result of animation locking if you're on an OGCD first. People refer to it as clipping if you're stuck in an OGCD resulting in a delay of the global cooldown. If you plunge plus another OGCD, it will be clipped into your GCD, causing a delay. Oh, I just realized. Oh, okay, so the idea is what I'm supposed to do is global cooldown, off global cooldown, global cooldown, off, global cooldown, off. I'm supposed to, like, weave them the whole way. What I'm not supposed to do is exhaust every single one of these instantly. Oh, because what I've been trying to do is get all... Because I figured this stuff was just free. I just thought this was totally free. This game's fucking stupid. To be honest, I understand that now. But if that is actually what the game's combat is supposed to be, I wish there had been a real explanation of that at some point. Is that because I didn't do this tutorial? Is it just me? That's why it's called weaving. In the community, it's known as weaving. The community understands these things. Where did the game teach me this shit? And you want a blood weapon after your first Edge of Shadow. Oh, I see. So now it makes a bit more sense. You mean Edge of Darkness? So I'd probably open it with this because it's the highest potency. Do these all count as well? Do I have to weave all of these as well? Oh, that actually kind of maps the combat out a lot better. That stops this being like such an insane clusterfuck of insanity on Engage. Oh, I like it. It's actually a strategy situation now. It's actual decision making. It's not just bomb out a ton. I actually that revelation is really important for me. That is really important. Because up until now, I've just thought this was a bit of a mess. So it's now like, okay, what do I want to spend the slot between Hard Slash and Siphon Strike? Do I want to spend it on a defensive, or do I want to spend it on an offensive? The slot between Siphon Strike and Soul Eater, do I want to spend it on... So there's actual decision making. So that's how the game actually works. I understand that now. That just didn't come through on Monk. Why didn't that come through on Monk? At no point on Monk did I ever get a sense of that. I guess it's because Monk is all about just the GCD, and it's about, like, whether you rear with it or flank with it, and how you want to go through the GCD itself, not the OGCD stuff. Oh, you can fit 2 OGCDs in, except for Plunge. It's because Monk has very, very few OGCDs, especially low level. Yeah, Monk is all about the global cooldown itself. It's not about the off-global cooldown stuff. I see. So that's how I've ended up in this place, because I picked Monk and then went and swapped to Dark Knight, which is the other side of the coin almost. Okay, so hold on. What is it, chat? Can I use 2 or 1? How's it designed? Is this just a fucking accident, or are they actually designing for this? How is it designed? 2? 2 99% of the time. 2 except for Plunge. I wonder if I want Plunge on Q now then. Okay, hold on. What about opening though? Is your internet good? Use 2. I get about 150 ping because I'm connecting to NA. I'm not playing EU. I've got 150 ping. I live in EU and I'm playing on NA. So when I plunge, do I do plunge, hard slash, and then like Edge of Darkness, low blow, Siphon Strike, Blood Weapon, Solid Earth, Soul Eater? In general, you can use 2. Alright, well look guys, I'm not going to try 2 just yet. I'm not going to try and squeeze in 2. I'm just going to try and squeeze in 1 and get that sense of like weaving or whatever. Low blow does no damage, so you don't have to weave it. I thought it did do damage. Oh, wow, it does no damage. I could have sworn this does damage. I could have sworn on my Monk I was killing people with low blow. I could have sworn that was doing damage. You can Q an OGCD, by the way. Oh, maybe it was just an auto attack and I thought it was the low blow that was doing it. Alright. Okay, we do enjoy our flesh. The thing is, I've just learned that, and now the story isn't going to give me any quests at all now, is it? It's going to give me nothing, and I'm not going to be able to put any of this to use. You don't want to open with Plunge. It's a bad habit. The reason for that is too much to write into Twitch chat. Well, you're going to have to write it, otherwise I'm not going to listen to you.
Join the Spud Club.
I'm afraid. Thank you so much for the 5 subs there. I like the idea of opening with Plunge. It's a gap close.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
The senses of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single Nath and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. I like this idea of a hive mind summons a primal, so it's like super strong because it's got like all of their wish like in unison or some shit. Monk doesn't even have low blow, so it'd be super weird. What have I been using on Monk then? Monk has a knockdown. Monk doesn't have low blow. Monk does have low blow. Or what is it then? If it's not leg sweep, that's it. Does leg sweep do damage? And does it have the same goddamn icon? These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was their combined will that the Primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we've wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the Primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured by the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make us an offering of our souls. Oh, leg sweep is a stun, not a knockdown. No, well, let me just swap. Let me just see. Where is the button? This is all completely messed up now. Oh, yeah, here it is. Leg sweep. It is a totally different animation. And that still doesn't say it does damage. Well, what do you know? I can't play Monk anymore because none... Oh, shit. I lost my thing now. Oh, God. How do I swap to Dark Knight? Where's my button? Is it a macro I set up? No. Switch to character menu. Character and gear list. Character. Ooh, I could have just pressed H for that. Ah, there you go. There we go. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Yeah, I got to figure all that out because that changed my whole UI and everything. Oh, is the H bind something I specifically set up? Is lining the DPS rotations even important before you want to get into difficult raiding? No, it's not important. This game, look, what you got to understand is this game's, like, the open world and the story in this game is, like, it's just as easy as the Guild Wars 2 stuff. It's, like, nothing. You could play incredibly suboptimally and be fine. But what you got to understand, when you watch a Twitch stream, it's going to be filled with fans of the game, and this is a bossing game, so they're all raiders, and they've all got a raider mindset, and they all want everything to be as efficient as and optimal as possible, so they're going to talk about fractions of seconds on global cooldowns and all that kind of shit. It doesn't mean it's needed for any of this content. So far, I haven't needed to know any of that. I could have been playing way worse than I have, and it would still be... You can see how easy it's been. You can see how easy it's been. For the main storyline, you really don't have to worry. You just got to understand that context of what a Twitch chat is usually thinking about and you know. Okay, forgive me, but let's be clear about what it is you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself to what might generously be termed their custody, and wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Hi, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Macon? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a man to err on the side of caution. With that, I could fight at your side, Warrior Light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Sorry, what is this? Forgive me, but I must remain with Master Alphino. Sorry, the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. What is the power of the dragon? Is that what makes him a dragoon? Do dragoons have some special thing where they've taken strength from dragons and they use it to fight against them? Oh, he means the Eye of Nidhogg. Oh, okay. Right, I get you. I get you. I get you. Then it's settled, Macon. You and I shall change the guards at the entrance of the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance and then let them take us prisoner. Alright, let's try this weaving thing. I'm just trying one at a time at the moment. Oh, I can already feel that I can squeeze in two. Oh, that one was a little bit hard because it was a ground target and I don't think it was letting me pick. Oh, it doesn't lock up so much anymore. I can feel that it flows a bit better now. So, should I start with an OGCD or start with a GCD? As a general rule of thumb. Plunge landed okay there. Oh yeah, everything feels a bit more responsive now. I should open with a GCD. You can macro salt her so it's into curse. Yeah, I know. I kind of like that it's a bit of a new toy right now, though, so fuck it. In solo, you like to start with the range attack, dash as a tank. Yeah, let's just see. Plunge first, straight into the auto attack. That felt fine. Didn't it? Oh, I was late there. Oh, you got to be pretty quick about what you want to do, because if you're late... Like there, I tried to do bloodied weapon. There I went to do bloodied weapon like very late in the window, and so then obviously I got a bit delayed. So you got to like plan ahead a bit. My God, that thing, it's taking so long. All right. You want to think 1 or 2 actions ahead. I'm going to find that really difficult while also, like, watching enemy animations. Thinking 2 fucking buttons ahead and thinking about animations that are coming at me and stuff. Maybe I just need to get used to the class more or something. I don't like this fucking thing in MMOs where it's like you have to sit down like a little schoolboy and learn some predetermined rotation that's dictated to you by someone who number crunched it. I fucking hate that shit. I really do. It's just like, how well can you be a lemming? How well can you be a drone? There's no like creativity or adaptation there. It's just how well did you learn the order of this bullshit? Congratulations. Now thinking 2 buttons ahead is easy because it's rote, because it's banal, because there's nothing in it. And now you can focus on the actual game again. And it's like, I don't know. And I hate the way that MMO players fetishize that basic practice. The same reason people like rhythm games. Well, I like rhythm games too, so I mean maybe yeah, I'll come to really enjoy it if it does feel comparable to that ultimately. Oh shit. Wait, who are you people? Alright, I got that one in time this time. Plunge felt okay there as well. I guess it's only when I start trying to do 2 at once. The thing is, I don't actually have that many buttons. If I was doing 2 at once, I'd run out pretty quick, right? It's not like I need to pop all the tank ones here anyway. That would just be stupid. So pretty quickly, right now, I'd already be down to just auto-chaining over and over and over again. Whoops, this isn't even the quest. Like right now, for example, what else would I do? I mean, plunge is up. Oh, and bloodied weapon is up. I quite like this thing where it's like, okay, so like, you have like a predetermined moment to reassess what cooldowns you have available. It's in the space of every global cooldown thing. Man, that's such a fundamental thing, and it completely eluded me. Yeah, and now I kind of get why it's quite exciting to fill out your kit more. Yeah. Damn, you still going? Yeah, hey, Turtle Mudgy, it's good to see. Tanks don't have that complex rotations. It's more of a DPS thing. Yeah, I'd still like to know it, though. And it's not like I want to play exclusively tank. Let's press on and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. At level 50, almost all the tanks feel practically identical. Yeah, I haven't played the other one, so I don't know anything about that. Did I like the Dark Knight quest? So far, I've still got 2 left, I think. One's available right now. The other one I've got to level a little bit more for, so I'm just waiting until I get those. And when I say waiting, I mean I'm doing the main quest. I keep getting this weird thing where I feel like I need to stay inside the purple. So some other advice, guys. Which of those cooldowns I've got on the right, they're like the tanky sort of defensives. For open world random stuff like this, which ones do you think are best to use, like, regularly? Right now, I kind of only really use the damage debuff one, and then arm's length to put slow on them. That's all I ever really do in open world. Brilliant. I wasn't even in the quest yet. Oh, I like the music. Oh my god, I thought I was dead for a second there. Why did my whole UI just toggle? The reason for that is because I saw my MP bar and I just got a little bit freaked out and thought, hold on, is that my health? My god, there's a lot of aggro here, eh? What data center am I on, by the way? I'm on Ethereum. My server right now is Adamantoise. It's an NA server. Oh, well, no, I'm guesting to Adamantoise. My actual server is Cactar. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have stilled your mind for the battle to come. I don't know if it's like that in other FF games, but MP being red really annoys me. I bet you could recolor it with one of those add-ons. Okay, can I LOS? How much is LOSing a thing in this? That felt like a pretty good opening. I landed the Edge of Darkness on the first one and then bloodied my weapon on the second one. Oh, I should have had my Chocobo out. Can I use my Chocobo in these little duties? I can't, right? It's disabled, isn't it? Hold here. When the Nathanics come, we can offer no resistance. Surrender, intruders. There is no escape. Enough, we surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. How long have I been playing this now, roughly? 6 months? Since first installed, yeah, but I wouldn't say that I've been playing it 6 months. I'd say that I've been playing it probably about 2 months. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling for the price of potions, I should not be amused. I'm a little bit lost right now. I thought I was offering myself up as a sacrifice. In what world would I just be buying potions? Try to escape and we'll break your fleshy legs. Except they will let me leave because I don't get stuck in duties. Don't forget to crank up the tunes when the fight starts. Oh yeah, it's true, but primal fights, they usually do crazy music, so... My favourite so far has been the Ramu music. Ramu. They call him Ramu in this game, which I hate the pronunciation, but there you have it.
Now we have but to wait.
I know he comes back in the later expansion, looks different, and he's like a centaur, but I mean the original guy. It's good music. This one in particular has a really neat track. Really? They're like an insect hive mind beast race that I...
Oh, Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
Can I just make a very direct comparison to Guild Wars 2 right now when I'm talking about like the quantity thing? Like, look at how long I've been spending with these Nath guys. Like, there's a whole arc. Like, there's actually, like, hours of content about these guys. I haven't even done any of the side quests or anything. And this is just like a little blip in the main campaign. When you look at, like, Heart of Thorns, there's no space for an equivalent thing like this, where it's like, oh, we're in a cutscene with these guys and so on. Like, you don't really feel like you're on an adventure where you're really, really diving into all this other stuff. But this game, they actually do have the space for it. That's the quantity thing that I'm trying to express to you all. Like, yeah, for example, the Exalted. Like, they'll flash by, you know?
He comes.
Or when you're dealing with, like, Utamishi and stuff, and, like, POF, or when you're infiltrating the Awakened and seeing their higher ranks and stuff. It just flashes by. It's just done in an instant. Alright, here we go. Are you going to put up a PF for it? You mean Party Finder? I was just going to do it as a duty. I don't know.
Call strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Ravana. Yeah, I don't know what is this been in any other game or any other part of the anthology?
Oh, glorious general, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
Is Mega Beedrill?
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Natlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen?
Okay, can I just ask, right? When the primals are like de-summoned, do they not... They don't exist, right? They're just nothing. They're just... I mean... They're not... Oh, see, this is what the franchise becomes about these questions, doesn't it? So maybe it's not a real... But, like, I'm wondering, what's going through my mind right now is just, like, does he have a clue that he's looking at the Warrior of Light right now who's fucked up a ton of primals? Does he care? I can't remember whether, like, Garuda alluded to that or anything. I can't remember any of that. But you'd think if there was any capacity where he had a clue... Okay.
Mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
I like how my guy, like, nodded very, very briefly there.
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight.
Oh, this guy's a boss. Boss spelt B-A-W-S-E.
Their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict.
Boss.
The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Is she gonna summon Shiva against him? What? Dude, this is pretty cool. I didn't expect her to do this. Wouldn't that piss him right off because she just took his crystal's power? She literally just stole from him. I did do Shiva Extreme, but unsynced, I think.
What is this? A god clad in flesh?
This is quite cool.
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
Oh, diamond dust, baby. Oh, she clicked at the start of the animation this time, not the end. Kiss him. Kiss him and shatter him. Oh, shit. It's not enough. This is kind of janky, but I like what they're doing. Oh! Oh god, I'm such a derp. Why don't I get in there and fight? This doesn't hurt Lady Iceheart as well, does it? Can she at least do some damage to him? Can she like break his weapon or something? One arm maybe?
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
No, you're a bit useless, love. It's right, we'll put the man in the arena in a minute. Alright. Macon Revgaji, the male protagonist.
Maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven?
Oh yeah, we do need 7 companions, that's true.
A warrior, then? Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
If Estinian didn't have to worry about tempering, I wonder if he would have given him a good slapping. That's a good point. Alright, here you go. So, Thok asked Thok. Why do you look so weird? Alright, so... What are they going to say? Hey, you alright there? Forgive me, I was overconfident. It's okay. What about you? Where am I, by the way, in the world? The wrath of the colony is undefeated. Victory to the left. I mean, like, this is very weird. I'm in like a weird mini instance place. Is this a bug? No, it's it's like a carriage. All right. Yeah. If people want to do this with me, I was just gonna do a duty finder thing. I was just gonna click join. Is that good enough, or do I need to do it a different way for people to actually like? So are you just gonna click sync or whatever? What world am I in? I'm in Adamantoise at the moment. I'm guesting to Adamantoise. Okay, that's good enough. You want to do min eye level? How do I do that? This is the first thing in Heavensward, right? Wait, wrong trial? How is that wrong? Oh, sorry, I had Ultima's Bane on, apparently. Okay. So 1 of 5 selected. And then... Item level sync all gear to the duty's minimum requirement. Enabling this will prevent echo bonuses. Oh, Explorer mode. That's quite interesting. Okay. Wait. Sorry. Did I... Is there something... Do unsynced as well. Sorry, I thought I wanted it to be synced. I'm picking a minimum eye level so that we hear the whole song. I need it to be synced, don't I? So that people don't over DPS it. Just join regularly. I made a party. Look for Thokas Thok in party. I don't know how that works. Chat is being dumb. Keep synced. You sync with the normal settings. You've got it correct. Okay, I'm just going to click join here, alright? So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Whoops. Go. And then we'll just see what happens. I don't know how long this usually takes. This is average wait time of 10 minutes. I've never done this for an expansion. You want to turn the music up? Well, the music's already pretty loud in my thing. I can turn it up a little bit. You guys seem really keen on hearing this music, so... There you go. I clipped up at 20 points. Yeah, I'm on NA, so if anyone's on EU, it's not going to work. It might take a while. Have I selected all regions? How would I do that? What does that mean? Is it up here? What would I have to do? Add German and French, the D and the F. So what are you guys telling me? I should withdraw and then do it again? Don't worry about language, it doesn't matter. Just wait. Okay, everyone's saying just wait. Everyone's saying just wait. Okay, in the meantime... Is there a vendor or anything? Oh, I got a wind-up Alphino. Perfect for international summits, family get-togethers, pre- or post-battle gatherings, or any other occasion where the recapitulation of past occurrences is absolutely positively necessary. So, Alphino's like a huge character in this X-Pack. Do they take like just a couple of characters in each one and like and you spend lots of time with them or what? Yeah, I get that that's a mini. I get that it's a mini. I'm not going to use it. I prefer the one I currently got. I could turn on roulette if I like. Wait, where is my mini? Yeah, here you go. Gilgamesh. Kind of, yeah. They give them character development by focusing on a few of them at the time. Alphino is just a huge character in general all throughout the game. Who's a bigger character, Alphino or Alice? He's registered. You still need to take him out. Oh, sorry. The minion you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the roulette. Oh, shit. It popped. Okay, never mind. Both. Well, Alphino's been in the story loads. Alice's never been in the story so far for me. Alisei has more fans. I'm not going to put on tank stance because I don't know what I'm doing and I haven't played any team content in this game for ages. Do you want a main tank or should I? You, please. I don't know what I'm doing, so I mean, it's not a good idea, is it? I've never seen this fight. Thank you for blessing me, everybody. That guy's got a crazy weapon. Look at that shit. Should I just stand behind him the whole time? Forgive my button presses. I'm not going to be focusing on my skills much at all. I'm mostly going to be looking at the fight. The Seeing Tail. Okay, that knocked me back. Okay, he's defending. Prelude to Slaughter. What the fuck is that? Should I run away from that? He's gonna cast it. Okay, he knocked me away. Oh. Oh, that was cool. Man, I love the telegraphs in this game. They're so goddamn pretty. It's unreal. Slaughter. Should I still be standing behind him? Stand behind for this.
I am invincible.
Okay. Oh. Oh my god, oh, someone's got a thing attached to it.
Will thou yield? Take wind, ye souls of war!
Spirit Garner, should I hit them? Kill all the ads or we're gonna die, he says. Okay. Falling Laughter. What's a Garner? Bloody Fuller. Oh shit. Is that okay? Alright, I think it's okay. Whoa.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
Whoa, what the fuck is this?
Unyielding of the earth!
I'm so concerned every time I get knocked around. Oh god, is he on me? No, he's not on me. Is he on me? He says it's green. Holy shit. Oh, what about these tether things? Should I do stuff with them? No, seriously, kill ads or we will explode, they say. I don't see any ads right now. Do you guys see ads? Behind. Wait, no. Stand apart. Okay. Spreading out. Wait, no. Oh shit, some of us are dying. He says, wait, no, stand apart as he's dead. Oh! I always forget Swift is different. What does that mean? A lot of us are dead. Bro, oh, I don't have a target, that's why. I'm going to spread out again. Oh. So what is this? Oh, there's only 2 of us left alive. Should we give up? What the fuck is this? Alright, we wiped. Good news is you get to hear most of the OST. Okay, what was it that killed us? When he's in monk stance, he targets the offhand tank with waves. That's what killed the party. You need to bait them away from others. When he's in monk stance. What is monk stance? Sorry though, I could have chunked him with my limit break level 3. You need to bait them away from others. He goes through different forms. Right. When he was facing you as he moved around. Right, so he was facing me. See, because it didn't. I didn't have a red thing. So he was aggroed on me even though he wasn't aggroed on me. Oh, there was a red icon above my head. Right, okay. Right, okay. So just when it looks like he's staring me down. What am I doing? Just don't aim him at the party. Shit, he moved out of my... Oh, he might be still be in it. Those reflects show the effect. Oh god, the game sounds are so... The combat sounds are so loud still. When was it? It wasn't yet, right? I don't want to be standing near that thing, right? Right, it was around now, I think. Oh, no, there was the whole ad phase first, wasn't there? What's the difference between a moon garner and a spirit garner? Moons are buffing and garner are tankier? Okay. Alright, there it is, right? He's looking at me.
Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the glory of combat. Unyielding of the earth.
Don't get pushed out of the hole in the wall. Oh shit. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm really scared I'm gonna get everyone wiped again. He's looking at me. I'm standing here. I'm gonna pop my defensive. Oh yeah, a red icon above my head. That's what you guys told me to look for. Right? I don't see a red icon above my head right now, but he's doing the thing to me. I mean, I'll fucking stand here. I assume I could probably be in melee as well right now. Oh, I could probably do this too, right? Oh no, that would take aggro. I don't want to do that. Oh, don't get knocked behind in the hole, right? So don't... Oh, he's doing it again. No, he's not. Get behind him. Or someone's limit breaking. All right.
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
It's Bug General Grievous, yeah. Nice. Good job, team. Who should I commend? Let's do the main tank. Nice. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in on that. That was really cool. Ravana's better than the next trial for sure. Really? What's the next trial? Would I know it? It's okay.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Hello, I'm a new player to FF14 and recently also tried Guild Wars 2. I spent about 2 months in both and I find Guild Wars 2 far superior. I kind of don't get the FF14 hype. Well, it's not about the substance of the games whatsoever. If ArenaNet don't drop the ball coming out of End of Dragons, Guild Wars 2 is... I can't say yet because I haven't played enough FF14, but Guild Wars 2 is a brilliant place to be. If they don't drop the ball, if they're committing to the game, if they're executing, you know, the full strength of the studio and their talent and stuff, I think it is a brilliant place to be. The reason why there's hype for FF14 is because there's a lot of stuff about Guild Wars 2 that fundamentally sort of cripples the fandom, and so there's not crazy word of mouth. There aren't loads of big streamers. There isn't a lot, you know, you're a lot harder pressed to find people talking about it these days, but it's very easy to find people talking about FF14. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but it's not actually about the quality of the games. As far as if you were a new player looking at both MMOs, you've got a shit ton of content in both of them that will leave you satisfied for ages. You've got big content drops coming for both of them. And, you know, I think the sins of the past don't matter, you know. It doesn't matter that ArenaNet flubbed with Living World Season 1. It doesn't matter that ArenaNet flubbed with their raid handling. It doesn't matter. All that shit doesn't... If you're a new player, it doesn't... All that matters is that there's new content on the horizon, that there's exciting stuff going on. And that's true in both games. And, yeah, I think fundamentally, so far, Guild Wars 2 has been a better game. For sure. Based on what I've experienced with FF14. But it's really tricky, because you're talking to someone with 20,000 hours in one franchise and 100-ish in the other. You know, it doesn't compare, so... What are the superior qualities of FF compared to Guild Wars 2? Well, right now, there's a lot more focus on the story. I think it's bossing and raiding endgame has a lot more focus. There's a lot more budget to it, you know, like when it comes to marketing and new expansions and CGI trailers and all that shit, you can definitely see there's a lot more. This has more roleplay quality. This has a less intrusive gem store. But the downside is you get a sub fee. This has better character designs, I would say. You know, there's less shiny, crazy orb shit everywhere and ghostly infusions and just all that insanity. There's more coherent progression and gearing in this game. Those are all the strong points of Final Fantasy as opposed to Guild Wars right now. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravenna one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the primals biting blades. Well, I've done well. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings. Yeah, so I don't know. I just listed 5 or 6 things there that I think are definitely superior. Would anyone disagree with that? Oh, look, we're being watched again. It's an Ascian again.
Achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor.
Do they not have many voice actors? Why have I feel like I've heard her voice on every character so far. I don't think I've seen her before. Egiorium? Why do I know her name? Why is that not question mark, question mark, question mark?
At their bidding, warring gods will shake
Egiorm?
the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Egiorm. Is that how we say it? Egiorm. Someone in chat is excited about them, so I guess they're important later, maybe. This is one of those rare times where I think FF14 looks really good. I love how, like, grainy and detailed it looks right now. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, look at this. I love how... I really, really, really like the look of the towers in the background there. Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar till this day. You are a marvel to behold, Macon. Well, 'tis time we rejoined our companions. They will be eager to hear the tale and to continue our journey. I have a friend's request. I don't know who you are, but since I don't have a full list this time, sure. Guild Wars 2 raiding scene is one of the most casual and easiest to get into. I actually disagree with that. Well, as a comparison to other MMOs, I don't know, but as just a general statement, it's easy to get into. I think there's like a lot of social anxiety and fear, and there's not good LFG in Guild Wars 2, and there's not good in-game training, and there's, I think it's a huge jump actually. If you're an isolated new player with no access to a raid community in that game, and no access to any kind of community at all, I actually think it's kind of brutal. And there's a lot of reading, and there's a lot you got to know. Guild Wars 2 is pretty involved with a lot of things. Veterans don't recognize that anymore, but I think I don't know whether it's actually that easy. I think that's one of the reasons why the raid scene is such a shriveled husk of nothing and is so irrelevant, and that community is so dead and so unworth funding any fucking content for. Oh, I like the music right now. What was that doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo kind of noise I just heard there? Oh, there it was again! Sounds like FF has a healthier foundation. Yeah. Probably due to business-related decisions and constraints for both games. Sub fee provides a degree. I don't know whether it's entirely the sub fee thing. I just said earlier that I think one thing that has led to a lot with Guild Wars that hasn't led to negative consequences with Final Fantasy is I think Arena is talented, and I think they're very strong in a lot of departments. I think they're passionate. I think they're very, very good. However, the one thing I don't think they are is cunning. And when I look at these big business-funded MMOs like this and like WoW and stuff, I see cunning. And for all its ill worth, I think there is merit to it sometimes. What is going on with the music here? Guild Wars 2 has more variety of content. FF14 only has MSQ and raids. This is bait. I don't know. Is it bait? What's the World versus World analog here? What's the Griffin Racing analog here? What's the Conquest analog here? What's the Fractal analog here? Open world, certainly. What's the open world boss train? I mean, they kind of do exist in this game, right? I guess this game's got the gold saucer. Someone said PvP World versus World Fractals and raids have been ignored for a long time. Well, look, hold on. Raids, you're definitely right. And I think that as a shriveled, like, you can't really say that Guild Wars has a great raid scene. However, Fractals haven't been ignored. Fractals have a thriving community. And yeah, they haven't had as many updates as they deserve. But Fractal, you can always go in and play Fractals. And economically, it's worth playing Fractals. Fractals is... the context of this conversation is, what are valid content streams within the game? Fractals are a valid stream within Guild Wars 2. You cannot say, oh, it's been ignored, it's not real. Fractals are definitely a very real part of Guild Wars that you can opt into. They are very much there and alive and fine to play. And I also think that's true for PvP and World vs. World. Again, just because there hasn't been so much developer emphasis on those, World vs. World is definitely the bottom of the list for those. They're still valid significantly valid big parts of the game. You know, I was a bit disingenuous there mentioning Griffin races, really. That's the real odd one out. I don't know whether that comment about Fractals and shit is fair. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. World vs. World doesn't need anything except balance? Yeah, I would argue, fundamentally, both PvP and World vs. World need less. They don't need constant new maps. They don't need war claws and gliding and all that shit. They've got that. But they didn't need even that much, I don't think. You should do the Hildebrand side quests. They're really entertaining and funny. I did the Realm Reborn Hildebrand thing already. I've already done it. And to be honest, I really disliked it. I really disliked it until I was about 3/4 of the way done. And then I kind of started to click into what they were doing. And then I started to have fun with it. Whoa, oh my god, whoops. Jesus, something's going on with my left click here. That we survived to encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Macon. Never did I doubt you, Warrior of Light. Unlike some, you were gone so long that Master Alphino here nigh lost his wits with worry. Fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was. Estinian, was that truly necessary? Haha, not truly, but certainly true. Not necessarily, but certainly true. What matters is the Prime was banished, now promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidofnir without delay. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm, Hraesvelgr. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come, now we must take every moment count. Can I just ask chat, how close to Hraesvelgr am I at the moment? You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. I am close. Cool. Because you never know with this game, they might take you off on some massive ass tangent. I don't mean that as a criticism either. Sometimes the tangents are really interesting and loop back in great ways. But I might be on the cusp of an Uldur arc, you know. I'm guessing I will meet Hraesvelgr, get some kind of revelation, and then go back to Uldur to find the Sultanate. Alphino is keen to inform Vidofnir of Lord Ravana's defeat. Shall we be on our way to Annex Shrine then? I would not have the dragons think that we've forgotten our bargain. Oh, there's a dungeon and a whole Moogle quest chain, so I wouldn't say close. Oh, okay. So we're not actually close then. Oh, right, the Moogle part. Well, let's go speak to Vidofnir anyway. And go through that door. Or see the door at least. You don't see why everyone's tribalism comes out with MMOs? You don't see that, really? I'll give you a second to retype that message. Really think about it. Try. Why might people be tribal about MMOs? I bet you can. I bet you can figure it out. Let's pretend you're not just on a high horse for the sake of it here to signal the fact that you're above it. You're above that tribalism. I get it. You're very virtuous. But really think about it. Why might people be tribal about MMOs? It's pretty obvious why people are tribal about MMOs, isn't it? I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it is pretty obvious. Because of money? Says, hello, Sean. I don't think it's just money. Well, the classic argument is to just say, oh, it's because of sub fees, and people only want to pay one sub fee. And now that's sort of continued along into the new age of MMOs, even where a lot of them are free or don't have sub fees. I don't buy that though. It's not the sub fee argument, not really. It is about investment though. It's not about money. It's about time. It's that the MMOs are like these lifestyle experiences that like ask for a lot of your time, like hundreds and hundreds of hours, and people eventually form their identities around that. And it's just about, you're always making that compromise. You know, I can maybe balance a single player game with an MMO, or maybe like a PvP game where I dip in and I'll play like half an hour or something. I can complement playing an MMO. Like my main game is an MMO, and then I can have like little side games that I dip into every now and then, little indie products or whatever. But I have the MMO. I can maybe justify that. I can't really justify juggling 2 MMOs. You know, that's the general mindset. Now, maybe like a streamer type person can do that. Maybe someone super enthusiastic about video games can decide like academically to play a ton of them or whatever. But as a normal human being with, you know, a wife or husband and kids, with a mortgage, with a full-time job or whatever, you're picking an MMO. It's not about money, it's just about time. So you're making that decision, and once you've made that decision, you're trying to justify all the time why you're staying with that decision or why you're not going to another game. So therefore it's other games are bad, my one's good. And that kind of shapes a lot of the discourse. Both, you know, overtly, but also, you know, much more subtly. And so people end up tribal about MMOs because they're big games asking for lots of time. That's it. That's the whole reason. I think that's a pretty low observation, isn't it? Sorry. Thou art returned, little one. Have you abandoned your ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Nay, my friend. We returned in triumph. By Maker's hand was the beastman's god lord Ravana laid low. The deity is slain then. How didst thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. You know what would have been cool in that fight? Dragon corpses on the floor. That would have been badass. Attend me, mortal. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of morn, and there shall you find Harlow, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Solmal. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Fidofner. If memory serves, the Cavern of Morn is entered from the 2nd floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. I really like this part of the expansion. You know, it's just a cool, like, you know, we just want to, this whole map's been a real cheat for me. It feels like a proper cool adventure where, you know, there's little detours and I'm enjoying this. I definitely like it when I get a sense of trajectory and, like, especially, like, just travel through geography. I really like it. And I'll say another thing in the Guild Wars 2 versus FF14 thing. Guild Wars 2 hasn't pulled this off very well because its maps feel... I might just be too close to Guild Wars, so I'm very, very sensitive to, like, the boundaries of the maps and, like, hitting the portals and stuff. And maybe as soon as they started doing genuinely really big, cool maps, they also added mounts, which you travel through them really fast, so again, you kind of get it robbed or something. But I don't know, this feels really, like, good and contiguous and... This feels better than, say, my first run through VB. S-Cass looks upon you in wonder, curious of your potential. Or the journey from Augury Rock down to the wall at the Desolation. You know, can we really say they feel the same? I sense great power within you. Yes, you will make a suitable adversary. Our younglings must learn the hardships of battle. You will find them just beyond the tower. Go, hold nothing back. Sorry, is that a side quest? That's a side quest. Shit. I didn't want to do the side quest. How do I... Oh, there we go. It just says meet Vidofnir in the Cavern of Morn. So sorry, are we going that way or not? This is a lot of the Sohun Palace, by the way. Which you haven't seen in my 12 playthrough yet, but it feels a lot like that. Go up one more level. Scroll top left of map. Oh yeah, it's up there. Yeah. Do I really go up another level? No, that was right. Okay, yeah. I didn't know WP played FF14. Did he skip a Realm Reborn? No, I played through all of it about half a year ago. WoW players acting like FF14 is perfect when it has lots of flaws and shit on Guild Wars 2 without even trying it. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. My heart goes out to seeing that. I don't like to see that. I'm trying to... when I compare the two games, I'm trying to speak from an informed place. I'm trying to be, you know, non-partisan and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how deeply most people can talk about Guild Wars because I think they realize there's no progression and then they just leave it. This is cool. It's just a straight up Tyrannosaur. That's a good opener, isn't it? Salted Earth, gap close, straight into the... Let's get our Chocobo out again. Do you really not understand why WoW someone's speaking to someone else in chat here, saying, do you not understand why WoW players aren't interested in a non-progression MMO like Guild Wars 2? Well, look, it's not that easy, okay? The problem is that... I don't know, Guild Wars just, it's been too waffly about what it wants to be and why it wants to be what it wants to be. Like, we can call it a non-progression MMO, and I think for the long term it does, but it's also a game that kind of tried to pander to progression players. Because instead of saying there's no leveling system at all, instead of saying, okay, we'll just have 20 levels like we did in Guild Wars 1, they said, no, Guild Wars 1 isn't good enough. 20 levels isn't good enough. 80 levels is where it's at. Now just think about that. That alone, that one little decision, and everywhere in Guild Wars 2 you can see it, from the amount of gear rarities and so on. Why would they do that? It's because they understand that progression is worth something. It's because they want to appeal to those kinds of players on some level. Why would they implement fractals after launch? Why not continue just with everything being a level 80 dungeon? Why add agony resist and like a progression mechanic on there? Why do that? Why look at the mastery system with Heart of Thorns and the way the elite specs were originally offered? They're all progression systems. Why make it so that guilds can level up? It's progression. It's because ArenaNet wants to have their cake and eat it too. They want to say, we're not going to do a carrot on a stick. We're not going to do a gear treadmill. We're going to have easy open access to everything. Oh, but progression's there too. And those two things come into direct conflict with one another, and they don't have the balls to stick with one of them. So you get like this weird middle ground where no one really knows what the... Like, we can say Guild Wars is a non-progression game, and it's generally fallen more on that side than anywhere else. But the truth is, it's kind of tried to be both. And that's where a lot of dissatisfaction comes from. And that's sort of the ugly truth underneath the hood of Guild Wars 2. So, you know, if people are having discussions about it in chat, I don't blame them for having discussions about it. I can see exactly why it is a discussion. I have a negative perception of how these WoW players coming to Guild Wars 2 would be. However, it's quite refreshing watching ones not rushing. They're actually enjoying it. Yeah, I think try not to be too prejudiced about what people will do. And this is crazy, by the way. Can I just say, the environment here, this is some wild shit. What are we looking at? You don't understand our game, in quotes. I think most Guild Wars 2 players don't understand their own fucking game. And when I say most, I mean nearly all. I mean, I am that arrogant. Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Solmal's summit for thee and thy companions. ArenaNet don't understand it either, so it's fine. I think they just understand different bits of it than the players do. I think the players understand segments. The segments of the game that they're really interested in, they understand very well. I would never take that away. But in terms of the broader product, I think. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as a holy ground and a resting place both. Were you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent, for 'tis certain they shall take great offence at your intrusion. We are grateful to your warnings, Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou willst in check, lest it breed further despair. So he's like using the eye to empower himself almost, right? Estinian? The way is open. Let us not tarry here. Are they alluding to something that I shouldn't know? Spyro has better looking dragons? Spyro does have better looking dragons. If you guys haven't played the remake, the Spyro remake, like, holy shit, the detail that went into that. I can't imagine the brute force slaving away the number of people must have worked on all those incredible models and animations and stuff. The dragons are awesome in Spyro. They're obviously a completely different, like, style. They're, like, cartoony and stuff, but they're all so distinct. They all look different. They have different accessories. They're amazing. It's not fair to compare dragons in any game to the Spyro remake. It's so good. I've never seen such a quality release. Never. Yeah. I don't know. What do Toys for Bob even do now? Did they just get dissolved after that one project? What you gotta understand about that remake and about the Crash remake and stuff as well is, you know, they're remaking PS1 games that were so, like, much more basic and simple to create back then that there could be a lot of breadth to them and a lot to do. If you try and remake those in the current era with, like, the graphical fidelity and stuff that people are expecting now, it's an insane amount of work. Like, you would never get a game as wide and as long as those games are made in the modern era. You'd never get it. So through the Spyro Reignited trilogy, what you actually get is a cross of worlds. You get 2020 quality, well, just before the 2020s. You get contemporary quality gaming experiences with all of that, like, space and freedom and creativity that 90s gaming was producing, and you get both of them at once. And trust me, that is not happening anywhere else. That's why that's such an incredible trilogy. It's so good. A moment, shall we? I really wanted a Ratchet & Clank 2 remake as well, by the way, because that would have been the shit, but hey. Oh, they just made straight up Crash 4, did they? Is Crash 4 out now? I don't know. What's it called? It's About Time, isn't it? Isn't that one that's called? Which is weird, because Warped was a time travel game as well, so... But anyway, this is all irrelevant. A moment, shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Tiamat herself is said to guard this peak. Oh, it came out last year. Good. How was it reviewed? I do fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Oh, sorry, I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Spoken like a true butcher, need I remind you that we are come to parley in peace. Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture, and 'tis for their sake that I go now to speak with Hraesvelgr. But I said nothing of Tyrman. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as an Azure Dragoon. So the Azure Dragoons are a line of dragoons that pass the eye amongst them, I guess, through generations. Can anyone in chat confirm that for me? You are beyond redemption, she says. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. If we are to meet with Hraesvelgr, our path leads up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Yeah, it's the top dragoon of that age. Well, hold on then. If I am a dragoon, shouldn't I be the Azure Dragoon? You know, the Warrior of Light, shouldn't it be me? Can I do combat with him? Oh, shit. The dungeon's now. So, is the dungeon climbing up? So, hold on. So, you guys are way too scared about spoilers. It's a class quest. You guys can spoil that. So, if I did that class quest, would Estinian still be calling himself the Azure right now? Or would, in all this dialogue? Or would he be saying that he's not anymore? God, you guys don't like my helmet, do you? You don't like my helmet and you don't like my monkey face. Yeah, we'll do some Isaac from Dead Space stuff here. Oh, you both are Azure. You get referred to as Azure Dragoons. The dialogue changes if you play as one. That's cool. I didn't realize that. Why hasn't the dialogue changed for me as a Dark Knight? I mean, it got introduced at the same time. Drink of Fantasia. Eventually I will. If you are to compare visuals in Guild Wars 2 and FF, which style and quality do you find more appealing and better executed? Definitely Guild Wars, if the client was better optimized, and if what we're talking about is exclusively Heart of Thorns onwards. Like, this looks good, like, right now, because, like, I'm in Final Fantasy mode, so I'm sort of comparing it to the other stuff. But when you really look at it, I mean, this is pretty gross, to be honest. I mean, if Guild Wars had giant rocks like this, everyone would be saying it's the ugliest sin. I mean, really, they wouldn't get away with it. This game definitely has a better sense of scale. By the time Guild Wars got to this sense of scale, it was pulling the camera out too much, and it was giving you massive mounts and shit, so it kind of gets lost. I know it's hard. You can't. I don't know whether I can do a blanket statement. The other problem is Final Fantasy is supposed. This gets really gorgeous later on, so it's unfair for me to compare Guild Wars' later on stuff with Final Fantasy's earlier stuff, right? Isn't that unfair? And yeah, I mean, that's a crazy thing to ask, because honestly, we could talk about cutscenes, as someone just did in chat, and all that kind of stuff. You know, there are many different areas of presentation. Are we talking about combat presentation, exploration presentation, cutscene dialogue presentation? There's so much. And I actually think in a lot of those arenas, Final Fantasy wins. Like, boss presentation visuals, Final Fantasy's amazing. Look at what we just played. Look at that fight we just did. Look at, you don't get anything like that in Guild Wars. I mean, the Balthazar fight gets real close, but you can tell that they have to fucking try so hard to get that Balthazar fight in there, you know. Alright, I'll do this dungeon. Som'al, casting its shadow over the Dravanian forelands. This towering peak is revered by the dragons as both holy ground and a resting place. And now, in accordance with your pact, Vodofnir has thrown open to you the final ascent to the sacred Mount Summit. But Nidhogg's minions will not lightly suffer this intrusion. Ere you gaze upon the fabled expanse of the churning mists, You must first carve a path through the mountain's denizens and overcome the consort of Nidhogg herself, the she-dragon, Tiamat. Sorry. So Tiamat's like a lieutenant of Nidhogg. So this is 4 players and I'm the tank. So if you guys do this with me, I have to say I'm going to be a bad tank because I don't know where I'm going and stuff. So the pools will be shit, but you know, whatever. It's my first run, so. Do I have to go to the trial tab and untick the thing? Oh wow, I do. Whoops. How does this work? Dungeons? Somehow. Okay, join. So if you guys want to do it with me, just join in the same as before. I really need to go pee, and I don't know whether I should do it because it might pop while I'm away, and then it will drop the queue, won't it? And yeah, you know, other things we can talk about with presentation. There's like fashion, you know, and character styling and so on, which again I think Final Fantasy's better at. Do you think they made a mistake by not having the Holy Trinity in Guild Wars 2, and does it still suffer from it? No and no. I don't think it suffers from it. I don't think they went back on it. I think the Holy Trinity is just a primitive way of assigning roles to people, and you can assign roles to people in a million different ways, and combat will be satisfying. When I fight Sabbather the Saboteur, and one of us is jumping up to cannons, and the other one's holding flak, and one of us is healing, well, the healing thing is aside. The flak and the cannon thing is the example I'm trying to actually talk about right now. And another guy, for example, is holding aggro. That doesn't necessarily have anything to do with a Trinity-style combat system, but they're all distinct roles that everyone's doing and shapes their gameplay, and we come together as a team and we feel our individual impact. That's all the Trinity was ever trying to do, and you can accomplish that in a ton of ways. The Trinity is just an efficient way of doing it. So, you know, it's not really us to say whether it's a mistake, is it? It's the devs to say. Are they happy with how inefficiently they make content, trying to avoid a Trinity? Re-emphasizing healers after Heart of Thorns, was that a valid efficiency move for them? That's what it comes down to. I think other discussion about the Trinity is completely irrelevant. All right, BRB 1 second. I'm having a quick pee. All right, I'm back. Okay. Oh my god, they're going for it already. Tank stance on. God, I haven't done a dungeon for ages. So we can pull this room, right? Now, what's the thing? I'm not meant to move much, right? For the first time, this is like real content to me, where I can actually die and stuff. And it actually matters that I'm using defensive cooldowns and stuff. I really like the Final Fantasy dungeons. They're all very simple, but they're all fun. Move out of AoEs, otherwise please just stand still. You don't want me to, like, can't I, like, move to get them close together or whatever? I used salted earth probably way too late there. That was okay, right? My movement? Greenlin. I'll face him away from everyone. Oh, I got hit by that. I think I was too slow on that. I knocked him down on the sweet scent. No, maybe not. Should I be aggroing the hornets? I assume I should be. I'm going to start grabbing them. Oh god, he's sucking me in. Alright, well he's dead. I don't know whether the... oh, hornets don't respect aggro, but you could DPS them. Okay. Nobody ever... This is a dumb thing about this game. You shouldn't open chests, right? Because... Why has that only got one magic defense and one... Because it spams people's armory chests and nobody cares about it? No, question mark? I swear, I did a ton of dungeons where nobody liked opening the chests because it was just a waste of time. I'm gonna run up a bit, I guess. Whoa, look at this room. I mean, this is the thing about Final Fantasy, their environments. You never really get these moments where you say, whoa, look at this room. Well, you do sometimes, but not that often. Oh god, I'm sorry everyone, I'm trying to get him. Yeah, if they don't want it, they can pass, but then the last one out, like everyone sprints for the exit, because the last one out will pick them up, won't they? I'm guessing that lava hurts, so I'm pulling him over here. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's wrong with me. Oh, he's flying. If everyone passes, the item's deleted. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, but then what if it's in the queue, somebody hasn't passed yet, and people start to leave? Is that where the problem comes from? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing here, by the way. I keep forgetting I can start with Earth. Also, I don't like provoke on V. I feel like I want provoke on a really nice, comfortable place to grab it. I'll probably change that. What the fuck? Whoa. Is that, you don't actually kill the dragons in here, they just fly off? Oh, this is just the boss room here. I like the music here, by the way. That simple dun 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 dun. That's good. Maya. Alright, bro. Should I put him in the middle? Oh god, I'm scared. I'm getting beaten up. Do I want to stand in front of that? Yeah, Solid Earth's kind of annoying as to like weave in the middle. Mad dash. I'm guessing those room of the mountain things I don't have to deal with. What the fuck is a room? Do you see what I mean? There's so much language in this game that it's like, what? My ill-educated ass just has absolutely no idea about. Mad I can't stop this, right? Oh my god, he just one-shot someone. Am I fucking this up? A chime of the mountain? Did we kill them, maybe? I've aggroed it. He's doing the mad dash again. I can't debuff him this time. Maybe we limit break it? Oh, look, the guy got one shot again. Whoa, look at this. It looks like a dragon's mouth. I'm really looking forward to what I just said about the client optimization, by the way, with Guild Wars. I'm really looking forward to this DirectX update. It's such a weird, stupid, nerdy thing to be excited about. But this game just feels so stable and solid and just good, you know? I never get frame dips. It's just always so fucking rock solid. And I know I'm playing on DirectX 12 on this, but still, I really hope the arena gets something. The fact that the community was able to make their own sort of version of it, of that thing. I don't know where is this? They're over here. Sorry about that. I need to actually hit all of them, I think, don't I? Oh, they're all... Right, well, whatever. You really hope with Director's 11 to see more people around you? Yeah, that's kind of an aesthetic improvement, I guess. What are we doing? Are we killing this here, or are we just running up? This is cool. This is like the top of Gagazet. I think we're killing it. Oh, I shouldn't have salted Earth. Whatever. Oh my god, there's another one. I was going to stop and admire the view. Whoa, the gap close goes really far. I didn't realize it was that far. Ice boulder. Whoa, what the fuck? Holy shit. We're trying to pull them together. Oh, they're super squishy. Alright, that broke. I want to have a look. So am I going back to the Cloudlands in a minute? In Endwalker, the tank's gap closer will get better range. Oh, they're the dragons. They're wounded from earlier. Oh. Basically, I want to pass unless I see a mini. Or an orchestral roll thing. Oh, is this the final boss? Sean has an interesting take there. The only holy trinity that matters is ranged, melee, and magic. I think that is a trinity. I don't know whether it serves the same purpose of like the MMO trinity that we're talking about, but yeah. So what should I do? Just see what happens? What the fuck? Holy shit, what? Oh my god, there's another one. I shouldn't like turn him like that, right? Because if someone wants to flank or whatever. Man, I wish that... Chat, I want some advice. I'm willing to completely change my UI based on this advice. I'll describe it after this fight. Oh, I'm fine in here, right? That's something Final Fantasy's very good at as well. Like, if you want to be pixel perfect with a thing, you can be. I don't know what this means. I'm going to aggro it. And I don't know what this means, but I'm going to aggro it. He has 3 hitboxes. Oh, shit. Oh, I should have salted Earth. That blue line is just a limit break, right? Allied limit break. Oh, I died! Why did I die? What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. Well, we won anyway. This boss cleaves. You should tank him near the border of the arena facing outside. Right. Yeah, really advise turning on floating text. Text is important when doing high-end stuff. Like what? Like what, though? What's the important stuff? Do you level down if you die in this game? No, it's not that kind of MMO. Right, here's my question. A hugely disproportionate amount of my attention, right? If I had like one of those little eye trackers, okay, it would just be, I'm just staring at this the whole time. A hugely disproportionate amount of my attention is like watching when the global cooldown comes up so that I can click the next one real quick. Because if you click it slightly too early, it won't queue properly, or you click it too late, or whatever. And I'm just like staring at this the whole time. I want to be looking at the fight. I want to read the dialogue that the guy says. I want to like look at the ground targets. I want to acknowledge where my allies are. I'm staring at this. What can I do? Now, I've tried putting these in the middle of the screen, for example. But even then, it's shit. I don't like it. Well, how can I improve my sphere of... Is there like a UI thing I can do? Because obviously the game is just focus on everything, lol. It's multitask, lol. But like, is there anything practical I can do with the UI to like expand my like attention or break that a little bit? Is there something about key binding or queuing or something that just like... Because I feel like I'm missing out on most of the game because I'm just looking at these fucking icons. It's lame. It's really lame. The GCD stuff you can just hammer on until it fires. See, I don't really want to do that either. Isn't your normal rotation 1, 2, 3? Does it need that much of your attention? No, it doesn't. It doesn't need that much attention, but you're like conditioned to... Because you want to be as efficient or optimal as possible, right? So you want to get it on the frame that it clicks or whatever, whether it's actually the frame that it cools down or the first frame where you're allowed to queue. It doesn't matter. You're still watching, and you're still watching to verify that it's actually happened. Because if you're not watching, you know, you might think you've pressed 2 in the chain and you haven't. So now you've skipped to 3 and you're not getting the combo bonus or whatever. So you're just constantly incentivized to just stare at this bullshit. And it's like, it's so boring. It's like nothing. With a bit of practice, you do your rotation without paying attention to buttons. No, I don't agree with that. Because I haven't looked at any rotation. I don't give a fuck about anyone's rotation. I haven't looked. I'm just playing based on feel alone. But the one thing I am doing is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I've played hundreds of hours. Not hundreds of hours. I've played like maybe, what, 20, 30 hours on Dark Knight now? I know how to 1, 2, 3. My attention is still constantly on trying to get on the earliest frame possible. So what do you guys think I need to do? I need to chill out about doing it too soon? But then I look at chat and they're like, you're missing GCDs and stuff. And it's like, what? You watch your character's animations. That's interesting. That shifts your focus elsewhere. Move them towards the center of your screen. Well, I did that before, but still, it's like I'm just incentivized to look at the it's still like, I don't know, it's too narrow or something. Oh, we get another crystal. Oh, so does that mean there's going to be, am I going to get all of these by the end of the X-Pack? You look at your animations and you listen to the moves cue. So, I like the idea that I don't get all of them, and then that's my incentive to play like 3.1 or whatever the patch would have been. I don't know. You have a half a second window to cue the skill, so it's not a strict window. Oh, you're right. I don't have to obsess about getting it as early as possible. That doesn't matter. I can get it at any point within that half second. So maybe I just need to learn to chill out about the queuing in. Is it really half a second? Maybe what's happening right now is I'm so insecure about missing it, I don't trust that I've got it, so I'm focusing on it too much. That's probably what's going on. I bet everyone else doesn't fuss about it so much because they're not as insecure about missing it as I am now. See, I was missing a lot and it was feeling like really like unpredictable before, but I guess that's because I didn't understand the weaving thing. Now that I understand that, maybe I can chill out a bit. There's a plugin that might help? Okay. The thing is, I don't want to be mashing buttons. I don't like gameplay like that, really. I don't want to just be mashing 1, 2, 3, like, as fast and as hard as possible. But yeah, maybe I can trust in that half a second window a bit better. That damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come, the heart of the dragon's homeland, it lies before it. I just want to stop focusing on that. Really, I would much rather be able to look at everything else that's going on. And you know, you can say, oh, when you learn your rotation, it will get better. But all I'm trying to do is 1, 2, 3. It's not complicated. It's the most basic thing in the world. And still, I'm focusing a disproportionate amount of time on that bit of the UI, and that upsets me. Because I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of the game. And also, I'm just being a bad player, because, you know, I'm missing basic shit, you know? If I wasn't doing that so much, you know the primal we fought a second ago? Maybe I would have noticed in real time that the waves were hitting all my party members if I wasn't so fixated on that element of the UI, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not good to have such a tiny little, like, zero content, like, such insane tunnel vision over 3 little icons, you know? Watch for star, star, star makes the experience so much better.
To the peak of some Arl.
Wait, what do you mean watch for star, star, star?
Mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds. To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years, they came.
Oh, shit. I like that. Morning passing. What do you have to say now? What's his face? Why am I forgetting his name? Estinian. What say you to this? Pretty clear that there was some communion going on here. We have reached at last the peak of Solam. Somal. It is said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know. I thought it cold in Kurthus, but the air here carries the chill of a dozen winters. Alphino ponders the means by which you might find Hraesvelgr. Now that we've scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding Hraesvelgr himself. Oh, here's the Moogle thing you guys were talking about. God, the Moogles in this are weird. What manner of creature is that? You've never seen one, Lady Iceheart? Wow, I just tuned in. This is literally the last quest I did. Guess I'll leave so no spoilers. Have fun. Hey, no worries, man. Did my eyes deceive me, or was that a Moogle? Why are there Moogles here? Oh, I got my visor down. Whoops. I'm a summoner. We have a 2-minute rotation with some 13 buttons to hit. I'm level 80 with around 300 hours. Trust me, you'll get rid of that tunnel vision. But I spent a lot of my early games staring at my rotation. I don't want to learn 120 seconds of predefined BS ordering. That sounds hellish to me. That really does not sound pleasant or fun at all to me. It was my understanding that they dwelled within the Twelveswood. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. If the Moogle does live here, however, he may know where Hraesvelgr makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely. Yeah, this is my first time. Alright, beyond the clouds, accepted. Alright, so this is another map. Every map I've been to in this X-Pack, every single one, I've had the sense that there's more to explore if I were to return. And I really like that. Do you guys know what I mean? Let me see something here. I want to have a look. The music here is crazy. Why am I so bad at this? I keep messing this up. Here we go. Wow, we're not even quarter of the way done. We haven't even done the first box. When does this first box fill in, guys? Is it after the Moogle quest? Oh, it's because it's, I see, those boxes, that's all the patches afterwards as well. Oh, I see, right, that's all the stuff in between. Oh my god, what the hell? Is this someone's mini? Yeah, it is. The first box is the whole MSQ, the others are post-game patches. Alright, that makes sense, that's fine. Oh wow, look at these things. This is cool, I'm really excited to explore more of this. Seriously. But that's going to be it for today, guys. That is going to be it. Sorry that the last little bit of that dungeon was me whining for advice about global cooldowns and stuff. So yeah, if anyone's got any thoughts, if you dropped a message and I missed it, I'm looking only at chat right now. That's it. That's all I'm looking at. So if anyone has anything they want to say, just let me know. But in general, yeah, I'm going to log off. I will be away for a good chunk of this working week. I also, obviously, we've got a big day for Guild Wars tomorrow with the Elite Specs, with the DirectX 11 and all that kind of stuff. I think I don't know how early I'm leaving tomorrow. So hopefully I'll try and squeeze a video out. I might, oh, but the patch is only going to be in the afternoon, isn't it? Oh god, that's such bad timing. Oh, I so rarely actually get away. And, of course, one of the rare times I do, it lines up with the fucking Guild Wars thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot going on, but I'll be back to Heavensward ASAP. And I really do mean ASAP. This was also fun. And we'll continue along. So, thank you, guys. Really, anyone who watched today, chatted, subbed, obviously, especially with that. The full VOD will be up on Wooden Potatoes 2. So, you can check that out. Yeah, I don't know. It's just been a good time. So thanks, guys. They did a high-level blog post about DirectX 11 mods. Wait, about the DirectX 11 mods? What do you mean, the mods? I've already read a post about DirectX 11. I didn't read anything about modding it. This is getting into the best parts of Heavensward now? Oh, really? Well, I've really enjoyed it. As soon as we hit the Chocobo Forest, I really started to enjoy it. I think since the Chocobo Forest today, it's been great. I just wanted to reiterate the floating text. An example was the boss you fought went in Vuln when its wings were up, and floating text would have told you that because you just kept hitting the boss thinking it will help. Ah, okay, that's good advice there then. Oh, you just meant the modification itself. Ah, okay, yeah, I've read that one then. Well, thanks anyway, Malenko. This is just going to keep getting better and better. It definitely picks up now. Well, I'll take you guys' word for it. That's all I ever hear about Final Fantasy. Oh, it gets better. It gets better. There is ways to turn off the things in the floating text you don't want to see with the Dalamud plugins. Teach me that. That's what I would like. I would like floating text on, but with some of those modifications. That I would really enjoy. So yeah, I know it's a long stream, but this is kind of, I don't know, if this is good, I'll start doing this instead of like the structured LPs and stuff, so we'll see how people feel. It would mean a lot more content from me. But yeah, thanks guys. I'll see you in the next one very soon. Ta-ta now.